we're protecting now.
Okay, okay. No, Snorlax goes in for the heavy slam. They want that wild Pokemon.
Yeah, this is
Okay, let's stop.
With that being said, going back into the central area, it seems as if Blacklist International is going to be answering back. That's going to be the first KO. This team is going to be going out now into the side of Talon, and now they are pushing down into this bottom tier score goal, trying to score, and there we go. They're not going to be able to stop them. Going to be able to destroy the first score goal as well immediately before the hyper objectives here.
Yeah, and this is very risky, however, for Blacklist International going for the 5-man rotation in the bottom side, which enables Talon to go for top lane. However, it's still not enough, considering there are only 2 people going in for those points. 30 still for the tier 1 goal zone to go down. So Blacklist International was really just able to get a huge amount of advantage.
See, that's the thing, though. Like, it's really amazing how, while Talon was able to get a bit of a lead earlier, you know, Blacklist International definitely is making sure that they are not going to be left behind, and they were able to answer back immediately afterwards. So there we have it. That's going to be the first score goal as well up top for Blacklist International. Snorlax going to go in for the block here just to try to save their teammate. Yes, they will, but that also means the Talon is going to have the positional advantage instead of Reggie Lecky. Almost just a few seconds. I think it's like 5 seconds, and now they're going to be able to get in that Reggie Lecky with no answers back into Blacklist International. All they have to do now is just try to repel this Reggie Lecky so that they would not be pressured up here by Talon.
Yeah, but coming down into this game number 1, in terms of like that drastic difference from yesterday, I have to tip my hats off to Blacklist International on how they're playing together, putting up a united front in terms of battling up against Talon, these macro playstyle, because this is what I believe what lacked yesterday for Blacklist International, why they lost a couple of games here and then, and yes, they won still, but this is like a newer, like a more adaptive type of team that we're seeing from Blacklist International, able to go and rotate with each other together and playing as a single unit, which is I really, really love from Blacklist.
See, this is the thing, though. That's one of the things that I really like about how Blacklist International is playing right now, because they don't want to put up a lot of risk, not against Talon, and just like that, they are making sure that there's not a lot of casualties in their team. But speaking of casualties, so there's going to be 2 into the Blacklist International. It seems if they're going to have one more, that is going to be the Bright Future Meteor's Storm up, and Limited Outrage is going to be able to save down 1, though, but they're going to be answered back once again. That's going to be 2 for 2 trade here into the side. No, never mind. It's going to trade down into the side of Talon, and they'll make a 4. That is Blacklist International actually winning that team fight.
Yeah, it was wonderful coming from Blacklist International, like having this very coordinated type of maneuverability into the game. Really, really strong, putting up a huge foundation and a stronghold into this matchup. And I do stand corrected. What I meant by Blacklist International was losing in the first couple of weeks and having like a bit of a rocky start. So now they're back at it again. Blacklist International going for Red Ice, and Talon Esports just has to stay and watch them eviscerate that objective.
Made a bit of a mistake into that turn, and you know, we have you just a little bit late here into using that block just to try to save Earthshaker, but unfortunately Talon was able to, you know, clip them in, take them out. There's gonna be 2 into the side of Talon, and now Blacklist International really trying their hard to put up a defensive wall against that of Talon. But here we go, here comes Showtime coming from that of Mr. Mime, gonna be able to be taken out though. There's gonna be 2 for 1 in favor of Blacklist International now, but that's another one here. Mike's going down once again. But, you know, going back to what you said, I kind of like agree with you. You know, Blacklist International definitely had a very rocky start into, you know, coming into this tournament. But then again, you know, after a few days, they were able to get their footings back, and now they are ready more than ever.
Yeah, and this is what we mentioned as well during the draft of what occurred in that team fight. Blacklist International, all they have to do is press go and go for it all in. That is what occurred, and Talon was isolated in that team fight. Once again, top lane.
We understand that's going to be popped up into the Deliberate Outrage, though. But, you know, that is just a tool just for them to be able to get away. And again, I like what Blacklist International is doing now in comparison to other teams where they are just really getting in and enforcing in the issue. Blacklist International makes sure that, okay, you know what, we're already done with the objectives, we already done what we need to do, and now we just have to fall back. We have to focus now going into that other Rayquaza.
Yeah, and with their balanced composition as well, this will not defer them on to that battle later on for that Rayquaza fight, which is going to be very important for them if they want to secure that objective. Now they know that they are in the lead. All they have to do later on is to really just have a steady foot onto the Rayquaza objective fight later on up against Talon.
Right, but with that being said, though, we are now going to be seeing one more Reggie before that of the Rayquaza. But here comes Rubik's. Rubik's trying to get away. Yes, they will be able to get away, though. But Black International currently still full on HP, and they might as well be able to have the bigger advantage going to that of Red Race. Maybe use this debate against that of Talon, but Talon's not fighting. And Talon, not going to be able to steal away that Reggie as they now are having the better positioning into that of the Rayquaza.
Right, and they also have the block coming from Snorlax. They have the barrier coming from Mr. Mime. They have a lot of utility to push back Talon and just play goalkeeper in the Rayquaza pit.
Oh yeah, and here you go though. We might be able to see a very quick Rayquaza here. And again, this is the shiny Rayquaza, or officially named as the Black Rayquaza in the anime. So for those who hasn't been watching the anime, this is going to be the newer Pokemon now. That's going to be unveiled against that of the Ledge in the trailer. But, going back into the game though, shiny Rayquaza is now up as both of them still trying to poke each other out. Trying to get a initiation into the team fight, waiting for a mistake from each other.
Blacklist International, we mentioned this already. They do not need to start up the fight. They just have to play goalkeeper here, but Blacklist International forcing out an issue.
Showtime's gonna be popped up here, and look at that. Rayquaza almost out. Talon gonna be able to secure it for themselves. But it seems as if there's going to be two down into their side as Miraen is going to be taken out as well. Sync one, though, pinchered out here by Blacklist International. But they're going to be able to survive another day here as Ryu tries to survive, tries to get away. But Blacklist International, despite not having that of the Rayquaza, is the one putting up a bit of a score here. But then again, Talon now does have 487 points against that of Blacklist International. And now, still 40 seconds and not a lot of points inside of Blacklist.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate for Blacklist International. It was them who was a little bit that overconfident and over-aggressive coming down into the Rayquaza fight, and Talon just utilized that opportunity to go for the Rayquaza objective. It was a 50-50. It was so close there, but Talon just at the nick of time was able to secure it. So that was just enabled them to get that huge lead.
Oh yeah, for sure. But with that, no, it's Talon really, waiting for that Rayquaza hit or Rayquaza fight, and just putting all their eggs in that one basket, and it actually worked out for them as well. Talon getting in that Rayquaza despite a lot of AOE coming from that of the side of Blacklist International, getting them the game.
Yeah. And that just won them. This is really how... This is what I love about Pokemon UNITE. I think I've mentioned this yesterday already with PKUs. But these roller coaster of emotions, at the beginning, you can have a massive lead. But when it comes to the Rayquaza, if you lose it, you're going to have that opportunity lost to your opponent. So I think this is just one of the a showing of that scenario in this game number 1, where in Talon got the Rayquaza, jumped in points.
Right, and it's Talon was kind of leading in the early game, but then Blacklist was able to answer back immediately, and from the mid game it seems as if it could have been anyone's game. Blacklist International was getting a lot of objectives, Talon is as well, but then again both of them are just really minding their own business, trying to get in their own XP and getting ready for that Rayquaza. And even in the Rayquaza, they weren't able to start it immediately, meaning that they are just waiting for someone to make a mistake, and that mistake was the start of the initiation, where a lot of AoE coming from that of Blacklist just started popping off.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? We mentioned a while ago that in terms of securing the lead and just holding off for it, Blacklist just has to stay put and play goalkeeper. And I think at that point it was very difficult, as you have Talon just forcing out the issues, just going into really having that team battle occur, and that just forced the hand of Blacklist International to answer back. Wherein once Rayquaza's HP hit below 10%. It's all about that 50-50 wherein Talon was able to just capitalize on their power and their damage with Leafeon, the Tsarina, alongside with a Mewtwo Y.
Oh yeah, and I mean, again, one of the biggest thing here, one of the biggest assets that what do you call this? Talon definitely had in the we're now on the
Now we're
opposite
switched.
side. We're now on the opposite side. One of the biggest things here for Talon is that they, as you have mentioned, had the Mewtwo Y, where its Unite move, Infinite Cyburn, definitely could provide a lot of information into the side of their team, because information is really big in this game. We don't have any items, we don't have any moves that can provide a lot of information in comparison to like Infinite Cyburn, or say we have the Miraen with Prevent, or like Sableye when it's invisible. So really that is really helpful for them to be able to get more information and going into some of the team fights as well. And of course we have Blitz Assistance really coming up clutch into some of the team fights, making sure that Mike, and of course we have Serena as well, to survive a lot of those team fights. So definitely huge props to Talon for taking game number 1. But then again, we saw how close that was. It definitely could have been a Blacklist's game. But going to game number 2, I'm pretty sure, as you have mentioned, just like how Blacklist International adjusted from yesterday going to now, I'm pretty sure they can adjust from game 1 to game number 2 as well.
Yeah, for sure. And they have to consider, right, that it was Blacklist International who wants up against Miraen Sejong yesterday, full sweep 2-0, and Miraen Sejong beat Full Sense as well in a 2-0. So that just speaks a lot of volume to how Blacklist International was able to adapt here in week number 3. But now we're jumping into game number 2 here, JJ-kun.
Right. And, again, still, we might be able to see the same set of bands here. It is still going to be the Mimikyu, Sableye, Psyduck, and the Zacian, the blue sword doggo here. But that also means that we might be able to see a bit of the same composite. Never mind. It is going to be Miraidon onto the side of Talon, whereas it was earlier onto the side of Blacklist International. So we might be able to see a bit of a change in terms of, like, what do you call this? Composition here, where I mean, like, I think you agree with me as well that their composition was already okay, or already good, but I guess what they're trying to do here is just trying to reinforce the composition that they had earlier. Instead of having the Mewtwo Y, they're going to be going in for that of the Miraidon, and the first 3 ones are mostly the same.
Yeah, both were workable. Blacklist International, Talent Esports in their respective draft is really strong, have their own respective pros and cons. And we talked about it in game number 1, but now a little bit that switcheroo, having the Umbreon towards the Blacklist International side. They could go in for the double defender, double all-rounder, and a single attacker that we've seen quite a lot yesterday.
But now a Slowbro is going to be picked up here by that of Blacklist International. Really strong Pokemon, can really, what do you call this, disrupt a lot of teams as well. Could be the Scald, or maybe even the Surf as well. But the most important thing is, of course, its Unite move, Slow Beam, can essentially stop a lot into the side of Talon, especially with the Mamoswine and, of course, the Serena here into the side of Talon.
Yeah, and Talon, the thing is, like, a while ago in game number 1, all throughout that fight, Blacklist International was just going in with those rotations time and time again. I think just having the Talon, yes, they do not have the Typer Spacel, but I think the Rings and Bound definitely would help them in terms of just going in for that 5v5 fight if ever Blacklist International forces something.
Right, and, I really like the composition of Blacklist International here. I believe this is the biggest issue. It's not a big one, but it's again the biggest issue that they've had in their composition earlier. Most of their Pokemon really needed to get in. Miraidon takes a while to charge up, and you won't really be able to reposition Miraidon with when using Charge Beam, except for obviously moving just a bit of the same direction, and of course the Jack button. So definitely using Mew here and the Slowbro just to change a bit into the side of Blacklist International is definitely a very good adjustment from them, and I can see how they might be able. They definitely win. For me, they definitely win this draft. But what matters the most is obviously how they're going to be executing this. Thus far, though, Talon still the same here, but Kai now has handle into the Hoopa. Definitely we're going to be seeing Trick here, not a hyperspace hole, but as you have mentioned, Rings and Bound is still going to do some damage into the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, and I think at this point, Blacklist International, yes, they may have changed quite a bit in terms of their composition in comparison to game number 1, but in terms of strategy, I think it will be the same. It's pretty much just going all in here. They have the Garchomp, they have the Slowbro alongside the Umbreon and Urshifu, and these are quite tanky Pokemon if you consider them. And Mew has that innate ability to go in and out those fights, have the capability to bring out those damage and utility for the team as well. So
Right.
not really a big headache in terms of Blacklist International not having any support or sustain in terms
Oh
of
yeah,
their
I
top.
mean, in all honesty, right? Like their Mew here is going to be the one serving as their support ish. Especially with coaching, could provide a bit of a shielding here. And of course, we have the bigger tank here that is the Slowbro as well. So definitely, all they need to do now is just get their XP ups. But as we can see right now, Talon is making sure that they don't get that. And honestly, that is one of the biggest thing into the side of Blacklist International, especially with the Garchomp. We've been seeing a lot of Garchomp here, but then again, with the Garchomp and the Magikarp needing a lot of babysitting, they're going to have a harder time here against that of Talon, where they only need their level 4, so they immediately can get in on a team fight. But here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. Talon is basically pressuring them up at the top path.
Yeah, and it's all about getting the Ataris and Swablues that gives you a huge edge in terms of XPs and the AOS energy points at the start of the game. And it's all about that contest that always happens as a pattern time and time again for each and every single team. And then right after that, the birds in the middle lane, in the forest, would be next as a point of contest for both sides. So we can expect these teams to actually position themselves already.
Right. As you can see here, Rubik's still a little, line up as well. Santa's going to be taken out into the side of Talon. That's going to be Kai taking down Sand, though. But with that being said, now has access to, one of the moves. Oh, well, definitely a Trek here. But what the thing here is, would they be able to use Phantom Force or Shadow Ball? So we'll find out later. But as Blacklist International is going to be pushing down bottom, going to be able to take down Dylan as well, and putting up one more. Rubik's trying to defend this 1v4. Unfortunately, I don't think they're going to be able to have a lot here. But there we go, Ice Fang, but almost into that of the Citrus Berry. But still, we have Omai here going to be able to take down, that Gabite and the Goodbye, sorry, and the Umbreon as well into the side of Black International. Very amazing use of time here coming from that of Rubik's, waiting for them, making sure they buy a lot of time here before their teammates arrive as well.
Yeah, and Blacklist International hoping to retreat there. I think the reason is that Talon, like Blacklist International, prioritized the middle lane birds that we talked about. They got it and they wanted to go for those points as well for that even trade with Talon getting the tier 1 goals on top side. Unfortunately, the time wasn't in their favor.
Right, and Blacklist International here is really having a hard time pushing in and getting inside of the team fights against that of Talon, mainly because of Rubik's with the Ice Fang as well. Really amazing play here. Look at that. Two is going to pop up as well, going to be able to take down the Mew. And into the side of Blacklist International, a lot of them are low on HP right now. Still here, trying to put in some score. That's only 8 though, as Talon's going to be able to destroy the first skull, go down bottom and the top path as well, putting them in a lot of advantage against Blacklist.
Right, and Blacklist International, at the very least, will be able to go in and out and trade onto those points. Will now stack up 143 points for their own. But Talon is still in the lead at this stage, and they still have that capability onto punching back up against Blacklist International, having a tier 1 goal zone in their favor.
Right, but we have to remember as well that now, at the very least, starting now, Garchomp is now at level 9, well, just turned level 10, and definitely going to be able to help down more into the team fights in comparison to earlier, where, if you put it into the side of Rubik's, one Ice Fang is all it will take for you to shut down that Garchomp.
For sure. And I think that is just the strength overall of just having a Mamoswine in your favor. Like, having a Mamoswine in your composition just enables you for that Ice Fang. And on top of just having that hindrance onto a single target, it also gives you the capability to isolate that target, right? Putting him in an unfavorable position.
Yeah, I mean, usually you use Ice Fang to bring it towards your teammates, and teammates was just going to, do some free hits towards that Pokemon that you catch with your big fangs right there, which turns into ice. Hence why it's called Ice Fang. Haha.
Nice. Does it turn like a if it gets long
It
enough?
gets
Does it
reinforced with
does
ice.
it does it become water fang if it gets long enough?
It's only water, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, going into the fight, into the bottom side here. 1 KO already for Talon. Blacklist International going back and forth.
Outrage. Man. Oh, wow. That's going to be a huge win here coming in from that of Talon. It's going to be 4 down into the side of Blacklist, where only Mew is up left, just trying to put him to force here while leaving Talon to take down this Registeel.
And now that will be Talon Esports who takes down the Registeel in their favor. But now the Rings Unbound up top going in for the Regieleki to potentially deny it away from Blacklist International. Get that 2 out of 2 objectives. Nothing left for Blacklist to be able to come forth. No handshakes thus far, and Talon Esports once again dominates.
Right, this is good too as well, coming in from the side of Talon, making sure that they don't give a lot of advantages into the side of Blacklist International, given the fact that this is going to be the last Regieleki. They made sure that they take it after the 4-minute mark, so that there's no more objectives before that of Rayquaza. But now, speaking of which, though, we're going to be seeing more action here into the side of Talon. Going to be able to take down 4. No, that is a team wipe, and Regieleki going to be able to go down the second tier score, leaving just one quick match here into 39 over cap up top. And now Talon is all the more ready going to the Rayquaza. They are now currently at level 12, 13, and 11. Sure, Kai here is still at level 10, but really doesn't matter. That is a Hoopa.
Yeah, and that is just strength, right? We talked about a while ago. Blacklist International already knows how they want to play around the map. They want to go in for those 4-man, 5-man rotations consistently, and just having Hoopa for the side of Talon, regardless not having the hyperspace hole, they're just able to go in with those huge responses. And as soon as we said that, Kai goes down. But regardless, like, this is the strength of having like a Hoopa in your comp.
Yeah, I mean, like, that is one of the things as well, right? Like, it's actually a very good thing as well that Kai just, chose to get taken out, mainly because at least when you get taken out, you'll be recovering a bit more of your Unite move charge. And at the same time, you go back to your base quicker than when you don't. So with that being said, though, Mike is now positioning themselves into that Reggie bottom. I think with 10 seconds, they would have a lot of time to take it out if they're not alone, but they are at the moment, just, making sure that they check Blacklist International if they are going to, go in to the bottom Reggie. But with that being said, I think that's going to be the case. I think Mike is going to be able to, see that as well. And look at that. We're going to be starting the Rayquaza fight immediately. Now, Mammoth Mesh is going to be popped up as well by Rubik's here. Limited Outrage, not going to be hitting anyone at all into the Meteor Storm. That is going to do a lot of damage into the Garchomp. And now Blacklist International has been pushed away from that of the shiny Rayquaza.
Yeah, and now Blacklist International have to buy time here before the Rayquaza goes forth as Talon forces out the issue.
Twin Ascendants into the Rings Unbound as well. It didn't matter if you use me look on me. I'm going to use my Twin Ascendants on you. I'm going to be able to take down 2 into the side of Blacklist International. And 10 wants to go home and was brought home by Talon. And just like that, 3 down to the side of Blacklist International. And Kai just trying to run away. Well, fly in with that of Trick, putting in a lot of damage. And Kai with the Phantom Force going to be able to catch up into this low bro and taking them out as well. And Rayquaza, you might be a shiny, but you are not rare. And Blacklist International was able to secure that with Lance with that very minuscule nail from that of Garchomp was able to clip out that shiny Rayquaza. But with that being said, though, would they have enough time to catch down and run and score? I don't think that's the case. I think it was only him, it was only Lance that has 50 points. But the thing is, they still have to go through Talon for them to put that in.
Oh, Sant is the only one who has the Rayquaza buff going in for those dunks. Only a 51-point difference this time around in Talon's advantage, but Mike goes down. Serena goes up, so still has that capability to deny it, but a little bit too late there. Blacklist International now on the lead.
Oh, Kai is back capping. Kai with 50. Okay, goes ahead for Phantom points. Unfortunately, with 50 points, they would not have enough time to score. And in Blacklist International, my goodness, the comeback story here. That's what I'm talking about, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Blacklist International, they go toe-to-toe against a lot of teams in this tournament, and they just prove it in. You know, like, yeah, sure, high risk, high reward, but if we can get the reward, we're going to be winning this game. And they did. Lance, MVP for sure of that match, saving the game for Blacklist.
Just taking the single objective that could really just turn the tides in their favor. And it's really unfortunate. I was expecting for Talon Esports to just buy time. It was only a minute left for that whole game number 2 to conclude. And they were at double the amount lead up against Blacklist International from that point and forward. But if you're looking at the timer, right, it's around like 9 minutes 40 seconds. Wherein it was Blacklist, well, rather 9 minutes and 20 seconds wherein Blacklist International was able to take it down for themselves, and that just sprung up the point accumulation that they have in game number 2.
Oh yeah, and man, going to game number 3, I mean, honestly, I was already thinking, okay, you know what, this might actually be a 2-0. You know, like Talon definitely is you know, answering back more instead of a Blacklist or game number 2. But then again, you know, Blacklist then showed us that, oh, you know what, yeah, sure, we might be taken out here by Talon, but we're gonna be taking them out as well. And you know, the sheer amount of wipeouts here coming in from the side of Talon towards that of Blacklist International really showed how much they have a lot of lead and how they were able to handle down the, you know, the objectives as well. The Reggie bottom and of course the Reggie Alecki, you know, timing it right so that they are not going to leave anything behind instead of Blacklist. Really showed how much they were able to be in control of the match. But then again, you know, Blacklist out of nowhere taking in that shiny Rayquaza and taking the game for themselves as well.
Yeah, it's just a lot of these back and forths, and Blacklist International with taking that win into game number 2. They're now back at it again, bringing this series into 3 games overall. And at the start of this battle, right, for the Rayquaza fight, it was Talon Esports who had full control. They're pushing back Blacklist International time and time again. It was also Kai who did so much work into cleaning it up. But you still have the Garchomp that just sneaked his way in into that pit and was just able to come through with that eject button over the wall and getting it through for Blacklist.
Did you see that? Like, Rubix was already going up top, just waiting for, you know, trying to cash anyone that would try to, what do you call it, that would try to jump into that Rayquaza. But unfortunately, you know, they were able to, at the very minuscule second, they went back and tried to help into the Rayquaza. And that is when, you know, Garchomp, that's when Lance went in, eject button in, and unfortunately wasn't able to be caught by, you know, Ice Fan. If for that instance, that moment, Rubix stayed up top of the, you know, the fences of the Rayquaza, I think they would really going to be able to stop down Lance. But that is not what happened, and it is definitely going to be the game of Blacklist International for that.
Yeah, and I think it's just a lot to consider as well, because right, if they leave someone really outside of the Rayquaza pit, so not enough damage is gonna go through on the Rayquaza, wherein they want to clean it up as soon as possible. It was just Lance who was very quick, thinking on his foot there, going with the eject button over the wall, and then just going in on the Rayquaza pit with his moveset. So really fantastic job there coming in from Lance for Blacklist International.
Yeah, and you know, we want to see one more of this very close match here, coming from that of Talon and Blacklist International. Please give us an amazing match once again. Guys, for those who are watching right now, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike here, for those who are watching on YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook, this is just game number 1, match number 1. Well, not this is game number 3, but match number 1 of the day, and it's already very intense.
It definitely is. It's a bit of a shocker, right? Because these two teams have met each other quite consistently already every single time during the Philippine qualifiers for Pokemon Unite. But at this point, they're staying put toe to toe in this matchup, and so far, Talon Esports is still finding what they could do here to close out the series, alongside with Blacklist International thinking about the same thing.
Wow, Zacian is going to be picked here. It's going to be Miraidon switching places with that of Zacian this time around, and they're going to be going back into the Mewtwo instead of the Miraidon, and we have the Serena as well. We might be able to see the same a different kind of like support here into the side of Talon. I don't think we're going to be seeing the Hoopa this time around. I think while it was really strong in the last game, I'm not entirely sure that without Hyperspace Hole, they're going to be having their 100% in this matchup. But, still really strong contender here, and was able to do a lot of damage as well, with Phantom Force and Trick saving themselves a lot of times again and again. But as I mentioned, I'm not entirely sure that's going to be 100% of them going into this match. And really, it showed that they just went in for the Elios.
Yeah, Eldegoss, this helps them a bit in terms of that utility into going in those fights, in those engages up against Blacklist International. Although this is very scary as well, because Blacklist International went and doubled down into their composition that they won with in game number 2, having the Urshifu, having the Umbreon, the Garchomp, the Snorlax. But in addition to that, we have the Sylveon. So this will be very interesting on what can occur, on what Town would do to be able to really negate and push back Blacklist International with their changes with the Slowbro and the Zacian now coming into their composition alongside the Eldegoss.
Right, and I'm just really excited to see how much they're going to be going into this game this time around. And as I mentioned, Blacklist now going to be going back to their original composition into this match, wants to really go in on team fights. But, this time around, instead of like having them ride on as well, at least they do have the Sylveon, which could provide more, I'd say more DPS. Main reason being, you can use Hyper Voice more than if you can use Charged Beam, because Charged Beam, sure, duration is really long, but you have to charge it a lot, and it takes a while to get a little bit of the cooldown down, right? In comparison to like Hyper Voice, or even then, you can use Mystical Fire as well. It could provide a lot of like pressure into the side of Talon. So really, I like the composition of Blacklist here, and Talon, I'd say a bit of a they really need to get in on team fights as well if they want to win here. So all in all, I'd say we are going to be seeing a lot of forced issues here for both of the teams.
For sure. I think at this point, they're really just finding their footing and really just forcing things out at this stage to really try and win it. Because the thing is, like, game number 1, it was Blacklist International was able to sustain a bit of that advantage all throughout that early mid game. Game number 2, it was similar, but now on Talon's side. So this time around, it's all about just putting that pressure, putting that, or gaining that advantage all throughout that early mid game to be able to have that, I think, extra precautionary measure when Rayquaza comes out.
Oh yeah, and I just wanted to point it out what Susu did earlier. Trying to put us on scores and then immediately using X speed, just to try to get one Citrus Berry before going out, making sure that they are going to be surviving going into this burst here. But as we can see here, we have Hyper Voice rather to be used, going to be able to take in a lot of the bursts as well, making sure that they are going to have the advantage against that of Talon. And look at that Kai mean look here, but the Umbreon going to be taken out here by that of the Sylveon. And now only Mike is up left here, still going to be taken out as well by Susu here. That's another one into the side of Blacklist International, putting in a lot of scores as well, just to put in their stacks.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there coming from Talon Esports with Blacklist International going with 4-man rotation and just leaving Snorlax behind into the bottom lane to defend it. It was enough for Blacklist International to really have the win into that battle up against Talon Esports. I was thinking of like another analogy, but yeah, it's a battle that Blacklist won pretty much with that 4-man rotation.
Oh yeah, and again, it really took them a lot of time here. Sure, they were already trying to adjust on game number two, but I think, and I can see this as well, that it is game number three where they can actually really fully utilize their adjustments that they're doing going against other Talon, because as you can see they are currently in the lead, but Talon, as I say that, going to be able to take down the Umbreon this time around, but that is a pick off. That's a 1v4 or something like that into the central area.
And now Blacklist International have to hold their foot here. They have to hold their tier 1 gold zone and gain a couple of advantage because Talon Esports is now starting to ramp up.
And here you go, we have the Urshifu as well with the Book of Blow trying to charge up. And look at that mean look into Sync 1, going to be able to do a lot of damage. And look at that Wicked Blow to bring it back to the Pokemon Center. But as we say that, we have Zacian putting up a lot of damage here alongside Kai, tries to get away, going to be able to get away this time around. But look at that, jumping into the side of the Snorlax and push them out into the speed area, the reflux zone, and try to take him out. It's going to be a huge win here, a huge trade here rather, in to both of the teams. But with that being said, though, like Regieleki is still up here. We might be able to see a bit of a handshake here as Blacklist International is now trying to take in this Regieleki while there's 3 more Pokemon into the side of Talon down bottom.
Now very low already for Umbreon, but Urshifu is there, Sylveon is there, so damage is going to be enough for the Regieleki to be taken down by Blacklist International.
Oh, look at that Evil Fizz, and try to put them away and really chase them out as well. That's going to be 38 points over cap here. Going to be able to take down that Mewtwo as well, the Mewtwo Y. But as we say that Talon now gets a handshake, going to be getting in that Regirock down bottom. But, there's still a lot more points here being put down by Blacklist International. But Talon is going to be eaten up by, Blacklist is going to be eaten up here by Talon as they overextended their stay. This is not a vacation, ladies and gents. It is a sick leave.
Yeah, definitely so. They're still coming back at this point, but Blacklist International trying to go in for the defense. Onyx comes out on top. Good utilization of the block to push down away and buy time for Umbreon to come through.
And there you have it, just buying a lot of time here. Infinite Cyber is going to be popped up as well. But with that being said, Umbreon is going to be taken out in the process. There's going to be 1-for-1 trade. That is no make the 2. And Serena, Sync 1 are going to be able to survive. Yes, they will. Yes, they will. But Kai here, they need to call an ambulance back to the Pokemon Center as they get taken out. And Rubik's here. Rubik's, you might have the health bank here, but say less. Say less. I'm going to be taking in a bit of your tax HP and going to be taken out as well. That's going to be Black International definitely winning that team fight.
Yeah, man, it's really strong how they're able to put out this massive advantage at this point. And we talked about this, right? Coming down into the start of the game, both these teams are trying to find their footing, are trying to gain that better edge, to gain that better lead. And so far, Blacklist International was able to find that this type of composition so far works so well for Blacklist International. They're just going all in time and time again.
Sync 1 is going to be able to survive as they were able to take down Garchomp as well. No, make that 2. Or she was going to be going down into the side of Blacklist International. You might have thought, well, I thought as well, after Susu used that mean look into that side of Sync 1, I thought they were going to be able to take down Sync 1. But no, Talon was able to respond back immediately and was able to take down the Garchomp and the Umbreon. But now they're going to be answering back. They were able to buy a lot of time here for them teams, and now putting up a lot. That's going to be 6v5 situation here as we still have the Regieleki at the side of Talon. Going to be able to take on 2 in the process and 2v2 as well. Ryu tries to get away but gets a block here, try to diminish all the damage they're taking around, but that is not enough though. There's still the attacking prowess coming from Talon. Look at that, another attack here coming from that of the Mewtwo. But even if it's going to be popped out as well, they're going to be able to take on the Mewtwo as well. Set with a very low HP, survives, takes down the Mewtwo, and now Rubik's is going to be pitted down into the wall. Blacklist, Black King List, blacklisting Talon this time, and the Recreates is still not up.
Yeah, now Blacklist International is successful in terms of their defense, and I have to give the honor to that to Snorlax. Snorlax is so much capable into buying time for the team. If you saw what he did there, going in for those heavy slam, buying out time with those hindrances, along with a block, pushing the Regieleki farther away, so Talon could not go in for that instant dunk. And on top of that, just securing so much utility against Talon, wherein they cannot move against the wall. So really a fantastic showing there for Blacklist International, sustaining their 70-point lead thus far in this game.
Oh yeah, but here we have it though. The last few seconds before the Rayquaza comes up, and as you can see here, the XP lead, it seems as if it's a little bit balanced here, though there's two level 13s for both sides, and you know we have level 12, one level 12 and two level 11s, both of them on equal footing right now. But the key thing here to note is that their attackers are now ready to attack.
Black is so close though. The block going in more towards their side. So if ever someone goes in for the engage, it will be blocked away for the retreat. But so far, everyone's poised already for the Rayquaza objective.
Oh, here we go. Shiny Rayquaza has appeared upon us, and just like that, Talon and Blacklist are now ready to put in some damage, get the Scald, you know, a bit of a poke into Ryu, but look at that, Ryu now initiates the fight into the block, and they're going to be able to take down, you know, put up a lot of damage into that slow roll, but Rubik's now used in their slow beam as well, and look at that, even Fist is going to be taken out as well. There's going to be the guard trump, there's going to be two down, and Umbreon is going to be taken out as well. That is Talon taking a bit of their time against that of Blacklist, and that's gonna be 3 down as well as Talon tries to, you know, poke down this Rayquaza, waiting for Blacklist International to make a bit of a mistake. Ryu gonna be taken out. Only one is left here. That is, you know, oh my goodness, are they going to be able to catch up once again? I don't think so. Look at that, Urshifu's going to be taken out of Cam, and just like that, Talon was not only able to push away Blacklist International, was not only able to take them out, but also was able to take down the Rayquaza for themselves without a sweat. And now what they need to do is score in. You know, the score is 223 to 209. That's not a lot. One score can change the tides here, but that doesn't mean Talon is done here, as they are not going to be putting up a lot of scores this time around.
Yeah, they just did not have enough damage from that. It was only Umbreon that stayed put into the Rayquaza pit, that was trying to do work and trying to do like a miracle for Blacklist International. Unfortunately, Talon has so much damage with Serena. You have the Zacian, you have the Mewtwo that can have huge impacts into the Rayquaza objective, and that just allowed them to secure it and now gain a 260 plus point lead up against Blacklist in this game 3.
It's 320 now.
Yep, well, it constantly changes.
With that being said, though, Talon is going to be winning this game 2-1 against that of Blacklist International. You know, meaning that they're going to be getting another 3 points up the table in the leaderboards going around. And just like that, congratulations to Talon for winning this one out. But honestly, it could have been anyone's game.
Yeah, it definitely did. I mean, it was so close. Blacklist International, I have to take note that at the start of the game, up until the middle of the matchup, before Rayquaza shows up, Blacklist was in the lead. Blacklist was in control of that whole game, was going in and out of those fights. The Ryu having a perfect defense time and time again in their tier 1 goal zone. But once Rayquaza comes up, once it went to Talon Esports, that was just the signal of defeat there for Blacklist.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, like, even, like, you know, it was Blacklist International Ryu with this with Snorlax. Yeah. Even when they were the one who initiated the team fight, you know, Talon really didn't take the bait. You know, what they did was take a bit of a time, just a very minuscule time, and wait for Blacklist International to really get in on the initiation coming in from that of Ryu, and only then would they be able to bite back against that of Blacklist. And they, you know, took advantage of that as well, make sure that they can, you know, take them out one by one and then repel them away. And then while they are, you know, putting up a bit of a wall around that of the Rayquaza, some of them are already putting up, you know, few damages into that Rayquaza.
Yeah, and all throughout that fight, this is what we're talking about, right? Even in 5 minutes into the game, it was still like Blacklist International sustaining their advantage. That is like so much lead if you're gonna think about it. That's like, what, 100, I can't count, 119 point lead against Talon Esports in 3 minutes, and that is massive if you're gonna think about it. So the only deficit that really just placed a timer for Talon Esports is to take down the Rayquaza. They have to force out these fights. And you're looking at Ryu just going in for those perfect blocks, perfect defense. Unfortunately enough, Talon had so much damage with his Zacian, the Serena, and the Mewtwo Y that was just able to really mince them up with Umbreon, with Sylveon, and Garchomp removed before they took in the objective.
Oh yeah, and really, that is how I would say this. That is the experience, right? That is experience being played upon by that of Talon. And again, as I mentioned earlier, this is the advantage that Talon has against that of Black International. Sure, they might have been seeing each other on several tournaments, even in official tournaments, major tournaments in Pokemon Unite, time and time again. But we really cannot dismiss the fact that Talon has had more outside of the region experiences against that of Blacklist International. So really, that played out a lot. But really, it's really just an amazing match between the two.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane. It's fantastic to watch as a viewer, as a caster as well, going these back and forths between these two teams.
And with that being said, though, we are going to be taking a bit of a break here, as well as we are going to be seeing more Pokemon Unite action only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. Next up is going to be Onic Rise and Miraen Sejong, and I know a lot of you have been looking forward into this matchup as well. Miraen Sejong definitely has been showing us a lot of amazing matches recently, and really, I'm all in for it. So with that being said, make sure you eat your breaks, eat your food, eat some food, drink some water, and don't go anywhere, as we are going to be coming back here only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League.
Pokémon UNITE!
All right, welcome back everyone to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 once more. And just a while back, we saw Blacklist International up against Talon Esports, where Talon just won that in a 2-1 series.
Right, and it's really amazing because we're gonna be seeing another action-packed teams here. Again, we have Onic and Onic Rise and Miraen again. Miraen, as I've been saying for the first 2 days, 3 days, they have been as just like a Blacklist International really has had a very rocky start, but after that, they have been showing us amazing matches and dominating matches as well.
Yeah, for sure, and I'm really excited to see like how this will turn out, especially like Miraen Sejong winning up against Full Sense yesterday. Yes, they lost up against a Blacklist International in the same day, but I think they will now start to have that chance to at least have a chance to fight back up against Onic Rise in today's matchup here in the third week.
Yeah, and really, there's a lot of like cheerings as well on our viewers as well. We have a lot here that has been cheering on for Filipino teams. We have what do you call this? Like we have Pau Pau here. We have Isopeleo. We have there's really a lot, and we have to take note as well that there's a lot of like teams here as well. A lot of players as well who are wants to cheer for. We have MYS as well. We have for Paper Rex. MYS is Paper Rex, so there's that. Nightview Foxy really is on our comments as well on our live stream watching while they are waiting for their matches. But with that being said, though, we have to keep focused now into our matchup again. That is Onic Rise and Miraen Sejong, and the key player here we have Zubin with that of the Intillion, Espeon, and Miraidon, really a backlaner here into the side of the South Koreans.
Yeah, and we're seeing Subin as well, one of the key players as well. You have Inteleon, Espeon, and Miraidon. But from what we have seen so far, coming in from Subin, especially their matchup against yesterday with Full Sense and Blacklist International, we haven't seen Inteleon being picked up. So expectedly, that will be the Miraidon, Espeon, and could possibly be the likes of Mewtwo Y as well, seeing a lot of pick rate thus far recently in this week.
Oh yeah, and we might be able to see more of that again later. But with that being said, though, Onic, Eeyore, we're gonna be gunning in for that Cheryl or Geo or Shifu, because all know for a fact that Cheryl is really a strong Pokemon. Even after getting a bit of a nerf, still really strong Pokemon, especially with his Unite move. Reverend Ren, could stun out a lot of their, whoever's gonna be hit, gonna get stunned, gonna get a lot of damage as well. Just like a time stop, ability. If I say so myself, and we have the trio, putting in a lot of scores here, and of course Urshifu cannot go against any Urshifu as well. But with that being said, though, just like earlier, there's gonna be 7 out of 10 here going in for what do you call this, Onic Rise. But understandably, we have obviously the Korean catchers here, going in for Miraen's strategy, because we have to go in for our fellow man, right? So really understandable, but I'm pretty sure they have their own thoughts as well into regards to that as well. So really amazing stuff here. 7 out of 10 on here. So let's find out which one really is going to be winning this match.
Yeah, Miraen Sejong versus Onic Rise. We're jumping into game number 1, but I really do feel like with the performance of Rise coming in, especially yesterday, their matchup against PRX was very dominating, and I have huge expectations of Onic Rise to do the same thing here today, especially up against Miraen Sejong here in this series.
Oh yeah, I mean, I do too as well. I mean, they are one of the teams that has been, choosing a lot of amazing, has a lot of amazing plays as well. So really, if we do get to see more action into the side of Onic Rise, it's not going to be surprising, though that means that they have the prowess to go up against the second placer of the ever recently concluded Pokemon World Championship. So that means they are also ready for the Asia Champions League finals. But with that being said, though, first pick here going to be the Mimikyu, and in the side of Onic Rise, that is the Urshifu and the Blissey.
Yeah, and then followed up by Miraen Sejong. As we have mentioned, as we have called, Mewtwo Y is now one of that priority, especially for Subin as that attacker for MSJ. Now, having that Snorlax as well gives him a lot of capability to push back Onic Rise into possibly just an all-in type of engage with the Urshifu in their comp already. However, Serena and Trevenant are good answers back. Serena still has decent amount of damage that could go into those fights, that could go into the middle of the pack.
And especially with this kind of composition, I know they have immediately the the Urshifu and the Serena. Definitely, having Trevenant is a really huge help here in the side of Onic Rise, mainly because of its capabilities. Having that wood hammer to line him up, and of course we'd have Wicked Blow here, and of course any moves really coming from that of Serena, mainly Drop Kick, is going to provide a lot of damage to whoever's going to get hit by that of wood hammer from that of a Trevenant.
Yeah, and now we have the Metagross Eldegoss from Miraen Sejong finalized comp. You have the Espeon for Onic Rise. So I think both these teams have a little bit of that balance in terms of their composition. Actually, in terms of role, they're pretty much mirrored, right? You have a single attacker, you have the double all-rounder, a single defender, and a single supporter. So far, it's so balanced. But in terms of that power spike, Miraen Sejong has to stay put and wait for Metagross to reach that spike, which is at level 9, which takes quite a bit of time for them to reach that point. So MSJ is all about buying time here, playing patient in the early mid.
Oh yeah, and here we have it though. Miraen Sejong onto the the purple side, and we have Onic Rise into our orange side. So really, both of these teams really strong teams of their own respective regions. Miraen Sejong definitely proved to us as being one of the top players in the world, not just the region but in the world. So really, this is going to be a tall order for the side of Onic Rise, but as you have mentioned, based on the performances that Onic Rise was able to provide us and the viewers as well for the previous days here, we can say for sure, no doubt, that Onic Rise can go on top against that of Miraen Sejong. But the thing here is, Miraen Sejong still has a lot of things that they haven't showed us. So really going to be surprising match for either way, really.
Yeah, so we'll see how this will turn out though. For Onic Rise, it's all about just putting that pressure in. I think they have that strength coming down into the early mid game in terms of just outright pure and raw damage. For Miraen Sejong, I think their dependency here in the early mid game would probably be Mimikyu on how he's able to really just change things up, pay a visit on top side and even the bottom side of the map. I think that will be one of the dependencies for MSJ all throughout the first couple of minutes into the game.
Oh yeah, but with that being said though, as you can see as well, Miraen Sejong almost has been, putting up a lot of damage, putting in their stacks as well as early as possible so that they can, overwhelm Onic Rise later in the mid game. As you had mentioned, that is their main goal here, to be able to get their XPs up and be able to pressure up their opponents immediately onto that the mid game. But as you can see as well, just a little bit of minuscule information for those who can see as well. They took a while to take down their bundle beast. That is because as time passes by, more XPs can be taken into these wild Pokemon. So that is a really huge strat as well, a minuscule strat in the early game to take down the Indeedys first before taking down the final funnel bee into the lanes.
Yeah. And now Onic Rise is just able to push back and isolate the Eldegoss into the back, into the corner. And now it's Miraen Sejong having to just wait for time here for Onic Rise to come out first. But so far, so good. Miraen Sejong, despite, Metagross still not reaching that final evolution, just having that dependency on just putting a lot of pressure up against Onic Rise, especially on top side of the map. They're now on a 40-point standing, which isn't really that huge, but that really just puts them up at a good signal that, at the very least, they're able to put out a lot of these precautionary measure and precautionary points before jumping into that stage we're in. Onic Rise could definitely just push them back with the likes of Trevenant, as long as Serena now reaching that final.
I mean, at this point on, there's still a little bit of a handshake here as, Onic Rise is pressuring up, down, bottom, going to be able to put in a lot of scores here. But at the same time, Miraen Sejong is pressuring up top as well. They are able to ensure that Snorlax War is going to be able to survive as well, taking out that Earthship as well up top. And now they're going to be able to destroy that immediately. I like how Miraen Sejong is playing here. Onic Rise definitely playing a bit of carefulness here, but Miraen Sejong, they are not being careful, they're not being risky, but they are very calculative, is how I would put it, making sure that they can put up a lot while not having a lot of damages into their own team. But with that being said, immediately as you can see, they are very fast, they are runners right here. They are now currently down bottom as well, but look at that though, they're going to be able to take out that Reggie up top as well, off cam, and a little bit of a handshake as Onic Rise was able to secure that Reggie bottom.
Yeah, now Onic Rise currently kind of puzzled. Actually, a bit of a shocker. Miraen Sejong has control over this early mid game, and those rotations, I think, definitely is giving him a huge benefit all throughout these first couple of minutes into the game. Wherein Onic Rise is still having to just stick to their ground, having those 3-2 split consistently, and just having those isolated fights and isolated KOs is huge. Coming in for Onic Rise, but it definitely is not a game changer.
Oh, well, not yet.
Not yet. Yeah,
we still haven't seen the maximum, XP, maximum potential into the side of Miraen Sejong. But later down the line, obviously, once they get their, once they go online, we're gonna be seeing that maximum potential that we're talking about. So definitely not deadly as it is at the moment, but definitely is a lot as well. Look at that. There's gonna be another jump here coming in from that off the the Snorlax here coming from War, just a bit of a poking into the side of Onic Rise as they push them back.
Yeah. And it's all about putting that pressure, and now Metagross reached that final evolution already. So now this is where Miraen Sejong really just starts to ramp up as well, and this will have that Metagross becoming more of a threat up against Onic Rise. But so far, I'm still looking and still finding where Onic Rise can maneuver around the map, can find those opportunities to put a huge impact up against Miraen Sejong, because thus far, it's still a standstill for Onic Rise.
Yeah, and Ward here, honestly, living up to their name, still being a ward into the side of Miraen Sejong. Despite being methodical, they are just ensuring that, Ward just stays down bottom, look for opponents trying to push in and buy some time, wait for them to arrive. But the thing is, it's not going to be enough though. Computer Crush is going to be popped up as well, but not going to be enough though to put down anyone except for the wild Pokemon. With that being said, the 2v1 though, into the side of the central area, we are going to be getting a bit of a pause time here. Just to remind everyone of the rules of our pause here, each team can pause 3 times per match, but it cannot last longer than 5 minutes. So we're going to be getting a bit of an update here in just a bit as we wait for, well, why there was a pause. So Another thing, right? Another thing that they can do for the admins is that they said that we cannot do a lot of we cannot do any pauses when there is what was a big objective take and huge team fights happening as well. But we are just gonna be waiting for them to get back to us as to the update of what's happening in this match.
Yeah, and just going for the pause. At this point, I still don't know who initiated that pause, but we're waiting for it. Yeah, and there we go. I think one player disconnected coming from Onic, right? So we're just gonna wait for it to come back, and we're gonna start it off once again here in game number 1. But this is starting to look really, really good for Miraen Sejong. We talked about their performance yesterday up against, I believe, Full Sense, on how they're able to dominate that series up against them. And Blacklist International, they lost, or well, rather, Miraen Sejong lost up against Blacklist International. But regardless, I feel like they have been adjusting pretty well so far, if I can say so myself, here in the 3rd week of the tournament.
Oh no, yeah, I totally agree with you. You know, like as I mentioned earlier, you know, Miraen Sejong, just like a Blacklist International, has had a very rough start. They are actually one of the teams who were on the down low bottom as well. So, you know, after that very rocky start of the first, second, you know, days of the tournament, they were able to immediately adapt. They were able to adjust into the teams that we have in this tournament and on the tournament itself as well. And now they have been showing us quite the matches, as I mentioned. But at the same time, you know, going up against Onic Rise, you know, 7 of us might be wrong here. As just game 1, dude, just game 1.
Yeah, fair enough.
Immediately already has the lead, and they are still in control of the map.
But here's the thing, right? I really want to talk about this because you've mentioned how, like, Miraen Sejong is doing a lot of work, has been doing a lot of these hard work and effort coming into this game. And I want to touch up on how important it is for MSJ to win the series. Because Onic Rise is already on top. They're sitting pretty onto the top 3 position with 4 series wins and 2 series losses, which gives them around, like, over 12 points already in terms of their point accumulation thus far in the first 3 weeks here in Asia Champions League. So Miraen Sejong is currently sitting at top 9. So they really have to push their borders. They really have to push their limits coming down into this matchup to at least accumulate that 3 series wins in terms of the whole tournament, to be able to set foot evenly with Evos Onyx, with Alter Ego and the likes. And that would put them at a lot more benefit, or well, rather more safe, I think is a better word, of position in the leaderboard. And as we can recall a while ago, only the top 8 will proceed into the playoff.
And another thing, right, to add up into that, you know, that's one of the things that I mentioned as well before, that, you know, yes, you may be able to make a bit of a mistake day number 1, day number 2, but moving on forward, you cannot have any more mistakes, because it's going to be a really difficult time for you to get in some points, because not only are you trying to get points, but your opponents are too getting some points themselves. So as you have mentioned, they are still currently on the lower half of the leaderboard. So even if they do win this, and as I mentioned, it is really important that they do win this, given the fact that Onic is one of the, you know, the 3rd one really on the leaderboards. They have to win this if they want to catch up at the very least into, you know, the half-ish of the leaderboards. Because again, other teams are still playing, other teams are still getting points, and if they cannot get any points now, well, playoffs might be a little bit blurry into their hands.
Yeah, definitely is. So that's just really important for them to gain a couple of points. But in totality here, Miraen Sejong still has 3 games, or well, rather 2 more games, if I can recall correctly. They're battling up against Talon later on at the 4th series or 5th series of the day, and then they still have another series coming down next year in January 11th. So they still have 2 opportunities, but I don't think they could, like, safely bank on that if they want to secure that top 8 position. They really have to win this series.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, again, as I mentioned, very important. Look at that though. Wow. What just happened?
Things happened.
Why was the Urshifu going down into the team base of Miraen Sejong? Anyway, going back to the game.
Going back into the game here, Sejong has secured himself a massive lead. I think that's just a summary of it because we weren't able to see like the in-between that occurred from that pause. But now Miraen Sejong in a really good state. We called upon this already, how Metagross, when Jaejong reaches that level 9 into that final evolution, that is where MSJ starts to ramp up as well. And they get the Regieleki on top of that. If you're going to look at the map, they got the tier 2 goals on already on top side. So really, really strong footing that Miraen Sejong was able to find.
Sorry, there's a lot to take in. Because of the pause that happened, we weren't able to see a chunk of the match, and Miraen Sejong here immediately had the lead, and now we're going to go back into another pause. That is the second pause of the game here. I think this is still onto the side of Onic Rise. We have to wait for an update once again. And again, as we have mentioned, there only can be 3 pauses per matches, so this is going to be their last one for this time. So let's see if the issue earlier, the disconnection issue, would be okay. Never mind, it is fixed now. Gonna go back into the game.
We're still back into the game already, just very, very quickly there. But Snorlax starts up the fight here. Trevenant deals a huge amount of hindrances up against their opponents, but Miraen Sejong still holding forth here, goes in for the retreat, doesn't want to fight up against Onic.
Wow, and here you have it as well. As I mentioned, putting up and fortifying their walls into the side of Miraen Sejong, that is going to be 150 point here up top. It's not going to be enough to take it down, though, unfortunately for them. But again, I guess that's one of the good things as well for still having the first score goal for the opponent. Because if you can get the Rayquaza earlier, at least you'd be able to score in your points as early as possible in comparison to, starting off the second tier score goal. But with that being said, though, 156 to 97 is still a pretty huge lead against that of Onic Rise.
It is. It definitely is massive because that would give Miraen Sejong the capability of just playing, once again, the goalkeeper that we keep on mentioning time and time again into the Rayquaza pit. Wherein they don't necessarily have to force out this fight up against Onic Rise. They don't have to force out the objective and start it up. They could just wait for Onic Rise to start it first before they pounce.
And another thing, right? Another option that Miraen Sejong can do here is just getting some points, give the Rayquaza to Onic Rise, and points themselves while they're taking the Rayquaza or while they're trying to score it. They already have the lead anyway. So even if they can take the Rayquaza, if they do have enough points, Onic Rise would still not be able to have as much points as possible to go over the score of Miraen Sejong. But with that being said, though, Rayquaza, shiny Rayquaza is now up.
Yeah. And now it's Onic Rise who's thinking about what they can do at this point, because Miraen Sejong, we called it, right? They don't have to force anything. They don't have to force the fight. They don't have to force out the objective. They just wait for Onic Rise to move first.
And, Miraen Sejong, Onic Rise is the one that needs to force the issue, but they are having a hard time here. But we have to remember, they are currently still in an equal footing in terms of XP, not in terms of points, though, but they still need to take them out one by one. If they want to take it out, Play With Me is going to be popped up here into into that arena, but it's not gonna be enough. Quintessence is gonna be popped up as well into the egg bomb. There you go. Another one, Infinite Cyber is gonna be popped up as well, but not a lot of damage into the type of Onic Rise, though. But look at them. They are currently low, mid HPs right now. It's still not a lot to be taken out into the side of Miraen Sejong. They're not going to be putting up, they're not going to be putting up top kick, but instead goes in for Glash Rise. Going to be able to take down 2 as well. That is going to be the MQ and that of the, Mega 3. 3 into the Miraen Sejong, Onic Rise. This is the opportunity that they're looking for. The LD Goss of MQ and that of the Metagross are now down 2 into the Miraen Sejong is still up, though. Onic Rise, though, is going to be able to secure that Rayquaza for themselves. Going to be able to take down 4 in the process. And look at that, Sabine. Sabine is the only one left into the Miraen Sejong. Now going to be able to stop Onic Rise from scoring in another hundo here for Onic Rise. And just like that, despite having the lead, Miraen Sejong is going to be the one submitting into Onic Rise for game number 1.
Yeah, and just that one objective, Onic Rise now takes back the lead up against Miraen Sejong. I don't know what the calculation is so far as we see it, but considering the fact that there is 4-tier goal zones or 4 goal zones that was removed by Onic Rise, they definitely will take game number 1 in their favor. Such a formidable finish coming in from Onic from game 1.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with you. And with that being said, though, I think we have to talk about a little bit of what happened here. There was a lot of pause in the game. I'm not saying that a pause was what made this game like this. I'm just saying that there's a huge chunk of the match that we weren't able to see. How Miraen was able to get ahead of Onic Rise, was able to control the match as well. And what we only saw at the very least was Onic Rise being patient, waiting for that moment to take Miraen one by one, starting off with that of the Metagross going into the Mimikyu as well. And the moment that they were able to take down all the threats into the team, that is when they really went in and took down Miraen and the Rayquaza for themselves. But with that being said, I think we're looking a little bit of the replay here of what happened really among the while it was on pause. Ish. Ish. I don't know. I can't say.
Yeah. We really didn't know what happened, but all of a sudden coming down into like a 100-point lead into what?
200, really?
200-point lead. It's crazy.
And
but
then, Shifu going back into the base of Miraen Sejong. What was up with that?
It's a super invade.
Yeah, dude. Pokemon out of context, dude. Honestly. With that being said, though, here we have it going back into our Ray Pit fight. As you can see, immediately they really targeted down the Mimikyu and what calls the Metagross as well, and then the Eldegoss, so that they won't have any more sustain. And from there on out, they just pushed away the Mewtwo rather, because it is the Mewtwo that can provide a lot of damage to the Onyx. And from there on out, just try to take in that Rayquaza and score for themselves, and from there they were able to turn the tables around.
Yeah, it's just quick maths, right? It's simple math here.
Yeah, right?
Doing the Rayquaza objective, just going in, double the amount of points, just dunking a couple of tier 1, tier 2 goal zones that enabled them to reach like a 400-point lead up against Miraen Sejong. Although a really, really good effort there. I have to still tip my hats off to Miraen Sejong on how they performed all throughout that early mid-game, even up until the late game there, wherein they have sustained a 200-point lead all throughout and just losing because the Rayquaza went into the side of Onyx.
I mean, really, going to game number 2, Miraen Sejong is a really strong team. It's a really strong team. But I guess one of the things that I really noticed against that of Miraen Sejong is that they tend to have a bit of a how would I say it, overconfident going in on Rayquaza, and that's one of the things that I have noticed as well on the previous matches that they've had. That's why their opponents can, essentially take them out, put a bit of a spot, a very small hole into their team, and their opponents can take advantage of that, and that's what happened into Onyx Rise and the Rayquaza fight earlier. But this time, I think if there's anything, they have to be more formidable into the Rayquaza so that it wouldn't be stolen away from them.
Yeah, so we'll see what the adjustments are going to be. Of course, Miraen Sejong is still going to stick to the purple size selection just because it gives them that priority pick advantage onto picking out the Mimikyu. But Onyx Rise, still going for the same pattern here with our Shifu and the Blissey coming out first. But Miraen Sejong going in for, I believe, like a similar route still. Going in with a Mewtwo Y and a Snorlax following Mimikyu.
Yeah, Onyx Rise might change their composition here just because of the fact that sure they might have won last game, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they were in control of the match. For the most part, it was Miraen Sejong that has control. So honestly, Miraen Sejong does not have to change anything. But as we can see right here, right now, the first 4 Pokemon instead of Onyx Rise is still the same as earlier, just missing the Espeon. And now we might be able to see the Metagross here, because again, if it's not broken, don't fix it. And just like that, Miraen Sejong is going to be putting up the same composition as game number 1. Really strong composition.
Bit of a shocker actually, because I was thinking like Miraen Sejong would change shifting up, but they're sticking onto the same composition here, which I think still is okay. They made it work. Miraen Sejong was in the lead all throughout that game, so why fix what's not broken, right? And now Onic Rise are the ones who will make a difference coming through with the Ninetales in addition to their composition for Onic Rise.
See, okay, so what do you think about this? You know, earlier they went in for the Espion Aster backlane attacker. Now this time it is going to be the Alolan Ninetales. Obviously, this is going to be a utility Alolan Ninetales. Mainly because of the fact that, you know, they already have this Arena and they already have their sheep as well. And of course, the frontliner that is, of course, Illuna with the Trevenant. Now, this could definitely be an Avalanche Blizzard. I don't see this being a Dazzling Gleam Aurora Veil, despite it, you know, it cannot be a DPS, not in this composition. So definitely could help out a lot in stunning opponents. But do you think this is going to be enough? Ninetales is one of the one of the very squishy Pokemon into the side of the game, but it could though provide a lot of utility into the side of whoever has this Ninetales. So the question is, what do you think would the difference that Ninetales can bring about into the side of Onic instead of Espion?
I'm really thinking about it as well on how like Ninetales would fit in coming into this composition, but I do agree with your statement. I think it's more towards that utility side. It will not be that damage. I think the dependency here would be your Shifu and Serena with Trevenant going to the set place, or will be the ones who's engaging onto those team fights. So I think that will be more of what they want to do, and I think Ninetales will be the one who expectedly would be shifting around the map alongside with Urshifu. That could state a little bit more utility, because that is what lacked a while ago from Onic Rise, right? All throughout that 30 mid game, it's constantly MSJ who's taking the lead, who's taking full control of the whole game.
But at least this time around, you know, Onic Rise is the one securing all the wild Pokemon against that of Miraen Sejong, not allowing Miraen Sejong to get anything at all. As you can see here, you know, Jong and you know, the what do you call this? The Gossifleur still hasn't had it points at all. Where, you know, it was stolen here by what do you call this teeny up top as well. But here we go. Eeyore now currently at level 5, now has access to Wicked Blow. Definitely can put up a lot of damage.
Now you have Snorlax as well going onto the bottom side. This will be a bit dangerous for Illuna on what they could do here, but on top side, it's just a battle between these two teams for the lane birds. Pretty much Onic Rise, at the very least, is not on a huge deficit now in compared to game.
Oh yeah. Here we go though, and as we mentioned, that is going to be Avalanche, going to be popped up here by you know, the Alolan Ninetales. Definitely a utility Alolan Ninetales this time around, just to try to help down and put up a bit of a what we call it, crowd control inside of Miraen Sejong, so that they can put up a lot of damage later down the line. And at the same time, you know, we have its what we call this passive ability as well, which can, you know, essentially put up some snowflakes up top, and if you know, feel that snowflakes, then you can what call this, stun your opponent, and it could go over the what calls, if you're seen by the Alolan Ninetales first before you go to a tall grass, you'll still be seen. That's a lot of information into the side of the Alolan Ninetales. But with that being said, though, Onic Rise is currently low on HP, as Miraen Sejong was able to secure that central birds to themselves.
Yeah, for sure. And that will give them a lot of XPs and a lot of levels. And now Ward. This is the power of the Alolan Ninetales, having that utility, having that hindrances. That gives them enough capability to just finish and clean up. And now Miraen Sejong can't go in for the defense just because of the pushback and the freeze that Alolan Ninetales have.
Oh wow, look at this though. Alolan Ninetales is going to be able to take down 2 in the process. They'll make that 1 for 2 though, as Mimikyu is going to be taken out, and the Trevenant and the Alolan Ninetales as well. But what's interesting here is that, you know, Mimikyu here is being used not as a, you know, what we call this, 100% attacker here, but instead goes for the Trick Room as well, just to put in a little bit of a slow effect into the side of Onic Rise once they go through the Trick Room. But I think they are going to be getting in for the play rough. Still, if not Shutter Claw, obviously, for the other set of the attack. But look at that, though. Even Fist gonna be popped up as well just to take down that Mewtwo, and they were able to do so successfully as they secured this Reggie Eyes with Wicked Blow as well. I don't think we're gonna be seeing a bit of a handshake here, given the fact that there's a Serena up top, but Onyx is now putting down points to destroy the first year Squirgle down bottom, and there's not a lot of attackers up top for Miraen's to secure this Reggie Elecki. But I think we're going to be seeing a bit of a steal here. Never mind, it's not going to be stolen here. It is going to be player rough here. Never mind, that's going to play with me into Cell and going to be able to secure that Reggie Elecki as well. Look at that. Cell, try to get away. Going to be able to get away for another day. Going to be able to go into Eeyore, but unfortunately misses the Wicked Blow. And look at that. Triple Axe is going to pop up and it creates tendons, and finally going to be able to take down that Mimikyu as well. And they're not going to be stopping here. Here comes another Wicked Blow into another one that's going to be Ward with the Snorlax. It's not going to be enough though. Computer and Crash getting popped up here. Another one here just to contain them inside the walls. But unfortunately not going to be enough. And Fliss is going to be able to take down that Metagross. And just like that, another Evil Fist is getting popped up as well into the Wicked Blow. Miming Mewtwo is out once again. 3 down Ward as well. Going back into the Pokemon Center along with the Eldegoss. That's 4 down into the side of Miraen Sejong.
Yeah, and Onyx was able to stand their ground all throughout those fights as well. You have a lot of utility. You have a lot of Trevenant coming in from even Urshifu as well on top of the damage, and the Alolan Ninetales, and they were just able to really just stay their ground with the sustain coming in from Blissey, with the amount of damage coming in for the likes of Urshifu and Serena all throughout that battle.
Dude, I was really skeptical of the Alolan Ninetales earlier, but it seems as if I was proven wrong here by Onyx. Alolan Ninetales definitely is helping a lot into the side of Onyx, especially on team fights. You know, they were able to put up a lot of those snowflakes, those avalanche into the blizzard as well. You know, pushing down opponents, putting them onto the walls as well. Look at that Infinite Cyber's getting popped up as well. They want to take this Reggie Eyes. They're gonna be able to take down the Metagross as well. There's going to be another one here. Onyx currently in control of the map here and in control of the Reggie Eyes now as well, as they were able to push away Miraen Sejong. And just like that, you know what? I might be able to give you a bit of objectives, but not this time, not in this matchup, is what Onyx has said. And now they are getting ready to go up and take the Reggie Elecki. Now Cell putting up a bit of damage, poking into the top side. But look at that though, Spirits almost taken out here, almost picked off here by Onyx if they weren't careful enough. And just like that, Jong here could be seen here by Cell as well.
Yeah, Onyx going in for the Reggie Elecki, just buying time here, but Ward comes through. Who takes it down? It will be Onyx.
Onyx gonna be taking out that Reggie Elecki. Paranoid gonna be popped up here by Ward, but still not gonna be enough. The Paranoid is not gonna be enough for you to sleep, but it's gonna be enough to sleep to go back to the Pokemon Center. But look at this though, another attack here coming from Eeyore. You know, you might be the one and gonna be able to take down 2 in the process. That's going to be 2 in the side of Miraen Sejong, but they are not done yet. Even if it's gonna be popped up once again, but here we go, another diminishing. Oh my goodness, all the adjectives now for Onyx as they were able to wipe down Miraen Sejong, put the Reggie Elecki into the second tier Squirgle, and destroy that as well. Pick that, leaving just 1 point down the second tier score goal and getting in a lot of overcap as well.
And Onyx was able to really just put in this Alolan Ninetales and see so much of a difference, a night and day difference here, with them taking away 212-point lead in 2 minutes and 50 seconds. This is just full control for Onyx. Now coming down into the objective here, this will be a bit difficult for Miraen Sejong considering the amount of utilities and hindrances that Onyx has in their composition. And on top of that, Onyx also has the level of experience with their Shifu already at level 14.
But with that being said, though, you know, they they already had the position advantage, right? I'm going into the Reggie bottom, but the moment that they saw Miraen Sejong to short the first goal, just to alleviate a bit of the the gap that they have against that of Onyx Rise, immediately they knew, you know what, they're going down into the China Ray phase, that we have to position ourselves. We cannot take this Reggie bottom anymore, and now Onyx Rise is just waiting for them to catch up. But now with the twister coming in from that of Rayquaza, they know that someone is hiding their ward, now forced to retreat and go away from the tall grass.
Mm-hmm. Now Miraen Sejong still waiting for the opportunity. The Onyx Rise will start up this fight first. Unfortunately enough, Onyx Rise has a massive lead. They're just waiting and buying time here. And Miraen Sejong, you only have a minute and 30 seconds left, and you have to do something pretty soon.
And here you go. The initiation is going to be starting up, coming in from Cell. And look at this. They're going to be able to get, and Pincer's Pierce uses their Unite move. That is going to be Play With Me, going to be popped up into the Trick Room, rather, just to get away. But they're currently low here, as Ear is now still here. They still do have their Unite moves up, though, as Onyx Rise still has all of their Unite moves. 1 minute is left here for both of the teams, for them to secure their win. But look at the Infinite Cyber is going to be popped up, as well as Protocol Crash, just to put a bit of sustain here. Onyx Rise is currently low into the Trevenant, but Paranel is going to be popped up. Mewtwo Y is going to be popped up as well. That's going to be a 1 down into the side of Miraen Sejong, but it's still not going to be enough, though. Cell, despite having a 2v1, is surviving all day, all night. Onyx Rise still has the lead here. 35 more seconds for Miraen Sejong, as Trevenant Ilona is putting out 82 points down bottom. Gonna be able to destroy it? No, not quite. It is gonna be enough. They're gonna be able to take down 2 again into the side of Miraen Sejong. They'll make it 3. That is 4, and it is going to be a ward up left for Miraen Sejong for Rayquaza, and just like that, it is not gonna be enough. Snorlax is not going to put up a lot of damage to take down this Rayquaza. And just like that, Onyx Rise didn't need no shiny Rayquaza. They already have a shiny of their own, and that is the win. And just like that, 2-0 in favor of Onyx Rise.
Yeah, fantastic showing there by Onyx. And what happened there to conclude that battle is that it was Miraen Sejong who was a little bit puzzled. He was split apart. And Onyx Rise just took that opportunity because MSJ was the one who started that battle, right? They were trying to engage, they were trying to force out the issue, they were trying to force out the fight. And then Onyx Rise knew how to answer it. Cell was going in for the chase into the back line. Spears was trying to go away. J-John was trying to go away. Subin was trying to go away as well, but Cell was there. But thing is, Ward was left alone. There were a couple of Pokemon players left alone on the Rayquaza pit, which Onyx Rise just turned around and picked onto those Pokemon and sent them back to the base. And with that said, Onyx Rise now has a number advantage onto those team fight, and Miraen Sejong can't do nothing going down into the Rayquaza fight, in addition to being delayed because they only have a minute left to take that objective.
And as I mentioned, right, like Cell being there, Cell was a huge bait. It was a really huge bait, and unfortunately for Miraen Sejong, they bit the bait. And from there on out, Onyx Rise was able to take them out 1 by 1, and Miraen Sejong wasn't able to answer anything at all against Onyx Rise. And again, as you have mentioned as well, I have to reiterate, there's quite a huge difference between the game number 2 to game number 1 of Onyx Rise. Miraen Sejong had the complete control of game number 1, but game number 2, day and night. It was like someone used a reverse Uno card, and now it was Onyx Rise that has had the advantage and control of the map all throughout, from early game to the mid game to the late game, into Rayquaza, and going into the end of the match.
Yeah, and we're seeing the replay here how Onyx Rise was in complete control time and time again, and just putting that pressure, and even putting down the Regieleki to go forward into the tier 2 goal zone. And that's the thing, right? Snorlax just going forward, and I get the theory. He wants to push back the Regieleki, so it's not going to go in for that 20 points. It's not going to go forward for that instant dunk for the likes of Onyx Rise. But with that said, if you're going too far on the front and on the back of your opponents, you're going to leave your backliners open. With the likes of Mimikyu, with the likes of Mewtwo Y not having any front lines aside from Metagross, it's going to be a bit difficult for them to survive.
Oh yeah, for sure. And again, as I mentioned, it is Onyx Rise doesn't need is not needing that Rayquaza as well. So really all they need to do, and this is what we've been saying since earlier, right? With Blacklist and Talon, if you're already in the lead, and you get notified 3-minute mark as well if you are on the lead, if you have a huge lead, or if you're just like the match as well. You know, knowing the fact that they are in the lead, they just waited. You know, they became patient and waited for Miraen Sejong, and you know. That has been what we have been saying, you know, since Talon and Blacklist International, and that's what Onyx Rise did for game number 2, leading them to win the game.
Yeah, and yeah, I just can't say anymore. It's just too good with how Onyx Rise in game number 1 just changed things up with just one objective, and then game number 2 really dominating it with the adjustments of the Alolan Ninetales. And I love this. Keep it going. These unorthodox picks coming into these composition, making it work. I love to see that happen.
And with that being said, though, this is not going to be the last of, you know, Onyx Rise and Miraen Sejong, because we're going to be seeing them have more matches later down the day. But, you know, for the next one, it's going to be Evos, Onyx, and of course we have the ever so favorite in this matchup, in this tournament nowadays, it is going to be Full Send. So with that being said, make sure you take your break, you know, drink your water and hydrate and all that, as we're going to be going back here, only here on Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. you hydrated? Because if you haven't, then you're going to have a hard time watching the awesome, hot matches here at Pokemon Unite Asian Champions League. Once again, we are back here. My name is JJ, and this is Infinity. We're going to have more matches here. This time around, it is going to be Evos, Onyx, going against that of Full Sense. So, what do you think about this, Infinity?
Yeah, I'm really excited because the thing is, like, we are now going, and it's between Evos and Full Sense. And now, Evos and Full Sense, I think right now it will be really important for both these teams to win it, because Full Sense at the moment is winner.
Wait, they haven't won yet. Hold up. They haven't won yet. Hold up.
But yeah, anyways, going back, like Full Sense is currently already at 3-3 in terms of series wins and losses, and Evos Onyx is in a 3-4, equal with Alter Ego. So really, this series is important for these teams to be able to really have that security of the top 8 positions. If any of these teams loses this, it will be a much more difficult time for them to be able to really have to push back or work harder to reach that top 8. So yeah, this series will be important.
Oh yeah, and at the same time, just like earlier as well as we mentioned, Onic and MSJ, this is not going to be the last that we're going to be seeing that of Full Sense for today. But for Evos Onyx, though, it is going to be their only one match for the day. So, despite this, though, we're going to be seeing a lot of amazing matches for Full Sense as well. We have the predictions as well, but the key player here, we're going to be showing you guys, Full Sense marked God as a really amazing team player as well into the side of Full Sense. But going now into the next team, we have Evos Onyx as well.
Yeah, for sure. And now you have Mark Gods as one of the key players for Full Sense as the all-rounder. You have the likes of Saralege, Garchomp, and Lucario. Lucario, I don't think we have seen as much often anymore. Saralege as well, not really having to be one of the priorities, is no longer coming down into the all-rounder pools. So that is not something that we could expect, but it can be a pocket pick coming in for the side of Full Sense. For Evos, you have ALR with Blaziken, Garchomp, and Mickey.
Yeah, I mean, for the earlier days of the tournament, yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Saralege, but still an amazing Pokemon even to this day. But there's a lot, definitely more viable Pokemon in this kind of tournament, and especially that since everyone is using Saralege anyway, everyone knows how to counter the Saralege as well. With that being said, though, it seems as if there's only 2 teams favoring that of Evos Onyx. That is their fellow country people, their fellow region man. The Indonesian casters, we have Luckless Lau and Shaggy, Shaggy, big boy here, going, favoring that of Evos. But everyone else, though, is favoring Full Sense to win against that of Evos. Honestly, though, like Evos Onyx, they haven't shown us quite a while, but honestly, Full Sense has been in full control of all their matches thus far.
Yeah, but that's the reason why we have predicted like Full Sense for this one, and I think the performance in the first weeks were really good. They were able to win up against the likes of Alter Ego. They were able to win up against Talon Esports as well on day number 1, and really just snowballing the matches in favor for them. Unfortunately, they lost up against Blacklist International and Buriram United Esports, but I reckon they could still come back and make it back in terms of a win up against Evos Esports today.
Oh yeah, I mean, really, Full Sense has been showing us. It's not only them, right? It's not only Full Sense, but also the entirety of Thailand. We have VRU as well. Buriram United Esports has been showing us quite a lot of their prowess or practice, their trainings into this tournament in comparison to the tournaments prior to the Asia Champions League, where they are mostly in the middle to the lower half of leaderboards. This time, though, it's a different take. It's 2024. They're not going to enter 2025 with not proceeding to the playoffs. But with that being said, though, here we have it. Starting game number 1, the first draft of this match. Full Sense versus Evos Onyx.
Yeah, Full Sense versus Evos Onyx, game number 1. We have the bans coming through already. You have the Blissey and the Dodrio removed. I think Dodrio is one of the priorities and one of the likes of Evos. And then you have the Psyduck and Zacian removed as well.
First pick, that is going to be the Mimikyu. Is going to be answered back here by the Miraen. And Jinkies, well, going to have a priority pick into that of what call this? The Urshifu. Obviously, really strong Pokemon. You cannot not prioritize the pick into the Urshifu because, well, you don't want to give it back to the. You don't want to give it to the other team.
Yeah, for sure. Now all the Gauss going to be hovered by Full Sense. They'll want that extra utility, especially on that Unite move later down the road, but they're still lacking on that attacker. So expectedly, the likes of Mewtwo Y can be that option here by Full Sense. Still could also be that Leafeon if ever they want to go for that route. Will still be open considering they already have that Umbreon, the double EV, but put them in a good state at the early game. However, Evos answers with a Garchomp and a Snorlax.
This kind of composition from Evos Onyx is quite familiar. It's quite reminiscent of the earlier match. We call this Onic, right? It's quite reminiscent of Onyx composition against that of MSJ.
Yeah, but they're not going in for the defender, but it's Porter, which I think if they really want to go for like a bearer type of composition,
Yeah.
they're gonna go for like a double defender, double all-round, single attacker. But nevertheless, I think this is really good still for Evos. Going for a balanced type of composition for Full Sense. It's really been a while since we've last seen Buzzwole coming through into the picks, and even Greninja as one of the under-prioritized Pokemon in terms of the compositions.
Honestly, okay. Buzzwole, I can still understand. Greninja now in this meta, I'm not entirely sure. Given the fact that there's definitely a lot more viable Pokemon than a Greninja, but if they can make it work, then why not? And especially if this is Full Sense that we're talking about, they can definitely make this work. It's going to be the backlane attacker, where the frontliner is going to be obviously the Bruiser, that is a Buzzwole, alongside with that of the Mimikyu. Now, the thing is, Greninja really cannot be hit here. Not by the Garchomp, not by the Miraidon, or not by the Urshifu, not anyone into the side of Onic. They really need to be careful here, mainly because of the fact that, Greninja is alongside, just one more Pokemon, but it's Greninja and one more Pokemon that has the lowest HP in the game at level 15. So, at only, I believe, 5250 total HP before items. So really, sure, you might be able to utilize this, might be able to put up some damage, but definitely you cannot let it get attacked here by Garchomp, Miraidon, or Urshifu, because definitely perhaps just one hit is all it would take for them to take down this Greninja.
Yeah, 100%. And I was thinking, this is the reason why I was, I mentioned, right? Like, there's a possibility of the Mewtwo Y, there's a possibility that the Leafeon coming through for Full Sense. But it's at the Greninja, and I think that still comes down into like the comfort, and I guess like Full Sense wants to be able to utilize Greninja much more. In terms of mobility, Greninja is still superior amongst like a Pokemon in terms of the Pokemon pool in the current selection that we have, Pokemon Unite. So I think that is what Full Sense wants to capitalize, especially considering that they have the likes of Mimikyu as well. That really is wonderful in mobility.
Perhaps. And again, as I mentioned, at the very least, right, like they have some Pokemon that could be the frontliner, where, Greninja is being used as their backlaner. Definitely not going to go in for the serve. I don't think they're going to go in for the serve. But instead going to be going in for Water Shuriken and Double Team, so that they can push out some damage while being able to, as I mentioned, be mobile enough to get away from team fights, and while at the same time, putting out some damage.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Evos Onyx, you have just the Urshifu and Garchomp combo alongside with the Snorlax has been so good, rather. But Evos now finding on that fight, just going into a brush check. I've met someone, but just the mobility of Garchomp, just going in and out of fights very quickly.
And again, once you get this level 9, then that is really when it's going to wreak havoc. But then again, we have to remember that Buzzwole here could serve as a substitute for a Mamoswine, really, especially with its submission. RKO out of nowhere. Well, it's not it's not Machamp, but still, with Smack and Superpower rather, not submission, superpowered that can definitely put up this reposition opponents into the side of Evil's Onyx. But even if they're gonna go in for Leech Life at the very least, right? Like they can still stun them and get in some HPs along with it.
Yeah. So we'll see if ever.
Oh,
they
the
could reach-
QR code is up as well. So for the
Yeah.
code, QR code. Come on, go. You want some rewards? Yeah, just scan this.
Yeah, a lot of giveaways. We are giving away, I believe, 5 keychains. You have two or three puzzles, and 2 or 3 merch. So
Yeah.
a lot of stuff in store for the viewers watching at home at this point. But both these teams, Full Sense and Evos Onyx, really playing it closely amongst each other in terms of point accumulation, and in terms of levels, it is Evos Onyx who is a little bit of a cut above Full Sense. So I think Full Sense has to catch up a little bit, but the Reggie bottom and the Reggie top is now up already, and I reckon Full Sense has the priority over the Reggie bottom.
Right, and here we have it. Full Stance really trying to be, careful here, not to be taken out. Especially Sunsage here with that Greninja. But now they're gonna be able to secure that Reggie bottom for themselves as well. And look at that though. That is a bit of a handshake as Evil Onyx is able to secure that Reggie like up top. Sunsage is gonna be able to destroy this bottom tier first roll here. Down bottom though. Onyx though still not stopping as they push down the Eldegoss into that of the back lane of the sector's score goal as they score in more for themselves.
Yeah, Evos Onyx is able to take down the tier 1 gold zone already and just put a little bit of that pressure. Considering that Full Sense went in for the Reggie bottom, it's Evos Onyx that just capitalized onto that numbers advantage that they have, and no one guarding the tier 2 gold zone on top side. And Evos Onyx now was able to stack up a lot of point lead up against Full Sense. So far right now, it's all about just playing time here. It's Full Sense now reaching that level 9 that you talked about a while ago, and Evos Onyx doing the same thing as well for Garchomp, Miraen, as well as Urshifu. So those damage is going to start to hurt and ramp up for both sides.
Oh yeah, and here we have it. Sun's Age trying to get away, and that's what I'm talking about, right? Like, man, even if it's not that strong, it seems to be a very strong move when used against that of Greninja. But with that being said, a play with me is going to be pop up. That is really bounded here. Even if you're using your Night move, if you're not on bound status, then you're going to get overwhelmed here. You're not going to be overridden by a Pokemon with bound, just like slow beam from slow growth. With that being said, there's going to be 2 down instead of Full Sense. Because Onyx now answering back down and another 40 down bottom.
Yeah, 250 points already for Evos. Of a dominating start here for the likes of Evos. You really have to think about like what they could do here, especially considering that in terms of that team fighting down the road, it's still Evos Onyx, I reckon, that has the better edge, that has the lead in terms of that team fighting capability, just because Greninja doesn't really speak a lot of volume in that 5v5 fight. Its strength comes through individual and isolated surprise attacks.
Right, and here we have it. Another one here. The Regieleki is trying to be taken out here by a Full Sense, but Evos Onyx not going to have a bit of a space here to try to steal this one up. And now Full Sense still trying to get a bit of a grasp here as to how they're going to try to answer back instead of Evos Onyx. They're going to be able to take down the Fable as well, into the Water Burst Shuriken as well, into another KO. It's going to be 3 down into the side of Evos Onyx, maybe 4, but limited hours are going to be used just to get away from that of the team fight, not making sure that they are not going to be another casualty into the side of Evos Onyx. And now, just like that, Full Sense almost there to catch up against that of Evos Onyx. Only 18 points. Sorry, no.
18?
No. 30,
38.
30. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, see? I can do the math too.
Yeah, 20 plus 18. Woohoo! but yeah, it's Full Sense who's able to at least stack up a bit, because a while ago the difference was a lot bigger. If you're gonna think about it, and Evos Onyx right now still has to stand for it. Coming down into the Rayquaza fight, both these teams will be on a very close battle, and I believe they will be the ones starting the Rayquaza. Like both of them would want to start it up.
Oh no, yeah, I mean, Evos Onyx definitely does have the advantage into that of the team fights here. As we can see here, Dinky is gonna be taken out though by that or Greninja. But even if that's the case, the moment that they were able to like take in that over Rayquaza, right? Sorry, that they were able to take out some of the damage from that of the team fight. At the very least, right? Like after using block, Evos Onyx was able to put in some damage, and I think that's what we're gonna be seeing for the Rayquaza later on as well.
Yeah, and now with that, Full Sense taking the win into the bottom side of the map. They take Regice, and Evos Onyx will just opt to go for the Regieleki on top. However, this isn't really a big factor for Evos Onyx, considering that they have already taken down the tier 2 gold zone on top side, which means that this will just put out extra pressure when Rayquaza comes up.
Look at that. Evos Onyx is going to be able to secure that Regieleki this time around. And the Rayquaza is now up. But another team fight here up top here. It seems as if Evos Onyx is leading the pack here. There's going to be 2 down into the side of Full Sense. And Evos Onyx only 1 down to make up 3. And the Umbra is going to be going down as well. But Mark out S, you're no longer a god because you are now immortal as you're going to be taken out here by 2v1 here. Kane tries to get away as they try to get their cooldowns out. But Markout S is still not done. He still wants to put into damage. But look at that beautiful block here coming from down at the Snorlax as they try to secure the Rayquaza for themselves. And they did with a blow. It's going to be the end of the game here for Evos Onyx.
Yeah, and this is what we mentioned, right? Coming down into the final fight, coming down into the final team fight, Evos Onyx definitely has that bigger edge just because they have the capability to do so. They have the Urshifu, they have the Garchomp, they have the Snorlax, alongside with the Miraidon. So in terms of defensive capability, in terms of damage, and in terms of like prolonging their life and their HPs across that fight, they're able to do so just because of their composition.
Right, and like what I really like about Evos Onyx this time around is that at least they are not. In comparison to the previous 2 matches that we've seen, they are not taking their chances. The moment that they are in the lead, they make sure that they, put more pressure into it. Sure, they're already in the lead. They're not going to take their time. We are going to gun it and run for it and make sure that we, widen this advantage that they have. And that's what they did. The moment they were able to take in the Regieleki at the very last moment, right, they took down Full Sense. And from there on out, answering back, Livid Outrage into the Water Burst Shuriken, though, going to be used, and everyone is going to be popped up here. Ladies and gentlemen, and all traders alike, Evos Onyx is on a different role for today.
And now Evos Onyx will be able to hold their fort, will be able to hold their tier 2 gold zone, and Full Sense will not be able to go for the points to even out the playing field. And with that said and done, Evos Onyx will come out on top and gain number.
Oh, definitely. And Full Sense, Evos Onyx did have the complete control of the match here. Full Sense wasn't able to do a lot here. While they were able to answer back against that of Evos Onyx, it was really Evos Onyx that had the the objective, had the team fights as well, especially even at the early game, right? Even at the early game, and they just brought it down to the late game as well. And I guess I would say that I wasn't really a fan of what happened on the Rayquaza fight, mainly because of the fact that Evos Onyx, sure, they got in the Regieleki, but what Full Sense did was they tried to force it in, tries to force the issue against that of Evos Onyx, and not position themselves into that of Rayquaza. See, the thing is, it is riskier than just waiting for the Rayquaza, mainly because of the fact that you got notified, they're already in the lead anyway, and obviously they're going to be taking in that Regieleki just to put in more pressure. Option select, you're going to be forced to option select, but then again, you still have the option to just wing it into that of the Rayquaza. So definitely initiating the team fight here before the Rayquaza, I'm not entirely sure I'm a huge fan of that decision going from that Full Sense.
Yeah, but it's really difficult for them, right? Greninja is very squishy if you're gonna consider it. fights are going to be drastic,
Mhm.
especially considering the amount of mobility the Pokemon has in a T for Evos. Just having the capability to jump into the backside, especially with Garchomp being available for themselves, it is an easy access to the backline. So if Mimikyu is gone, if Greninja is gone, there's no more damage dealer left for the side of Full Sense to be able to be on par up against Evo.
Yeah, for sure. But with that being said, though, this is the final stand here for what do we call this? For Full Sense, for them to be able to try to score in. But unfortunately, they were stopped here, by the guard comp with that up a little bit outrage, knocking them all up as well, and not giving them the opportunity to answer back against that Evos Onyx. So with that being said, though, again, there's only 2 casters that predicted Onyx to to win, against full sense. It is
And that is not us.
yeah.
That is not us.
One of the Indonesians, right? Indonesian casters that we have for today. So that's Shaggy and Luckless Lau. So
But you know what?
Good for
There's still an opportunity for
that's no opportunity. I know.
the Full Sense to still come back. Let's still have game 2. Let's still have game 2. Might be
Let's
game
just
3.
let them celebrate as early as now, because they're still game number 2. They're still game number 3. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Game 4? Maybe game 5?
Hold up.
Oh, I'm kidding.
Hold up.
Okay. Chill. We have 8 series today.
Yeah.
Game 5 for each and every single series will take up
Wait, no. No.
hours and
no,
hours
no.
planned.
So with that being said, though, game number 1 was taken in by Evos Onyx. Full Sense, they need to change things up here. They need to adjust going into game number 2. Obviously, Evos Onyx being able to control the map, being able to control the game, definitely has them onto the palm of their hand. And now, if they want to win against that of Evos Onyx, they have to. I guess the term here is to be more careful, I guess, against that of Evos Onyx. Going the fact that even the minuscule opening that is available into Evos Onyx, they just take it. And at the same time, as we can see on the game as well, Full Sense, they're always spread out in the map, and that is just an advantage for Evos Onyx for them to take them out one by one. And the moment that they are able to take down one, they're able to pick out one. That is the time that they outnumber. They try to win by numbers as well against that of Full Sense.
Yeah, for sure. So, in terms of like Miraen said wrong, in terms of like Full Sense, I believe they could do here is to pretty much just have like a little bit of the adjustments. I think Buzzwole is still a really decent Pokemon if you're gonna consider it in terms of the composition, but I think Greninja will not be enough in terms of that damage, in terms of that safety, and in terms of that team fight overall.
No, I totally agree with you. As I mentioned earlier, what are the reasons why Greninja is not being paid right now? Not even in ladder, not even in online lobbies. Is that there's a lot more Pokemon that is more viable to that of the Greninja. Sure, we definitely saw the potential of what Greninja can do, but then again, being able to survive more on the team fights really diminishes, right? It really diminishes Greninja to nothing.
Well, actually, this is very interesting in terms of site selection. I was expecting a full site selection just because it gives them like the high priority pick advantage, but instead they let it through, and Full Sense is going on to the orange selection.
Oh yeah, it's Evos Onyx still on the left side, where Full Sense still on. Wait, no, sorry, no, it's the other way around now, right? Like Evos Onyx is now on the left one.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like
Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, Full Sense just let go of the purple side selection priority,
Which is really interesting because we're finally going to be able to see the Psyduck, and man, like Psyduck into the hands of Evos Onyx. Oh wow. I have no words. I'm speechless, and I think this is going to be quite detrimental on the side of Full Sense.
Yeah, for sure. So now, in terms of this composition, I love the changes so far. Yeah, Idon coming as the attacker for Full Sense. They also have locked in onto the Dorio. So in terms of that damage category, they're already having a sufficient amount of damage in their composition. So they need one more frontliner. They need someone to be able to get those damage through with not having to budge quite a bit. So it's either an all-rounder or a defender coming down for full sense. For Evos Onyx's side, they went in for the side dock, not plural, and Snorlax along with Garchomp and Espeon, but Absol would be the game changer here. A very early game centric Pokemon, which I think could definitely lead Evos Onyx to a successful win or an unfortunate defeat.
Oh no, yeah, I totally agree with you. Again, really strong in the early game, but it doesn't necessarily translate, right? It doesn't necessarily translate into that of the late game. And now, I guess that's the reason why they have the Espeon. They have the Espeon, the Garchomp, and of course the Psyduck, just to alleviate the power gap of the Absol by the late game. So, but the thing is, that will still allow them to get that early lead that they're looking for against out of full sense. And I'll go into the side of full sense though. I think they're gonna be changing up their composition now, right? Obviously they did. They're gonna be changing up their gameplay is what I mean. Instead of like forcing in issues as Evos Onyx is going to be doing, I believe for the rest of the game here. What they're gonna be gunning in here for this time for match number 2 is just try to score in as much. We have the scoring comp essentially for full sense for this one.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see how the difference would turn out for full sense, because they definitely changed things up. We talked about a while ago how Greninja is not working for full sense. So now they brought out the Miraidon, they brought out the likes of Serena as well to be a little bit of that pseudo damage dealer alongside with the Dodrio as well. So this definitely is a lot better as a sight to see for full sense. But for Evos, this will still be a huge threat full sense nevertheless, because they still have that access to the backlines with the Garchomp. They have Snorlax still that can possibly go in for the block, and also the heavy stamp that could start up those fights.
Right. But here we go though. Game number 2, Evos Onyx versus full sense. Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. This is Pokemon UNITE with Absol into that of the central area. Again, just to get its level 5 as early as possible, and of course be able to, overwhelm full sense as early as possible.
Yeah. So we'll see how the difference are going to be done here for full sense and the Evos. But so far, having the purple side selection for Evos Onyx gave them a lot of these priorities locked in already. They went in for the likes of even the Espeon as well and the Absol for that early game pressure and for that early game advantage up against full sense. So this is what we have to look at, right? The first 3-4 minutes after the game, what will full sense do in answer to Evos Onyx's power in the early matchup?
Here you go though. Evos Onyx still on to that of still a bit of a lead in terms of points, still not enough. Again, this is still just the early game. But then we can see here Market as already on the low with the help of the Absol, and of course the Goodbye is going to be able to put them down as well. Now ALR here still trying to get away. Psyduck, just trying to gonna be taken out here off cam down bottom, but still not gonna be enough here. Miraidon sure currently at level 5, but then again Espeon is now going down bottom as well just to respond and help down that Psyduck.
Yeah, and into the bottom side, I think this would be enough, right? Like Evos Onyx right now, I think he's just not doing any explosive fights, which is a bit surprising, but Absol is taking his time to be able to stack up on those XPs and to be able to stack up on those levels right now. Having the Gabite at level 6 already is a good sign. And with Absol going into level 7 soon enough, they will start up these fights. They will start to ramp up up against full sense and find those attacks and battles forcing away full sense attack.
Right, and here you have it. Again, Absol going to be able to take down 1. No, make the 2. That is going to be more good as again. 2 down to the side of full stance. Evos Onyx now in the lead with only 3 more points to destroy the first score goal up top. But with that being said, only Psyduck is up left, down bottom just to defend this one. And again, it's already enough. Psyduck is already enough. Psyduck, you're enough. You don't need to, because you didn't need to do a lot more, but you are enough, Psyduck, just to defend the score goal.
Yeah, and it definitely is. He's able to stand his ground there for Psyduck for the side of Evos Onyx. Sands is still on a massive deficit here on a 31 point disadvantage at this point. But now they're answering back. They're fighting back.
Look at that. Midnight Slash gonna be popped up as well, coming in from that of Kane. Gonna be able to take down 2 as well. They're trying to make a 3. And just like that, currently still in the lead. Jinkies trying to get away. Are they gonna be able to get away? No, not quite yet. Heavy Slam's gonna be popped out as well. Gonna be able to take down. That is the Serena down, and we'll make that 2. Umbreon is down as well, and Evos Onyx is now going to be able to take this Reggie seal for themselves. Yes, we have that Garchomp taking down that Reggie Elecki alone up top. So definitely not gonna leave any objective for Full Sense. Currently at 140 to 57 is gonna be the name of the game here. 23 down as well with the Reggie Elecki. Now with the help of the Snorlax though, still not gonna be enough. Gonna be taken out here by Full Sense. Now gonna be able to score in, just try to survive a little bit more, but that's gonna be 3 down to the side of Evos Onyx. This might be the time of Full Sense to answer back. A team wipe for them is going to be the reward.
And now Full Sense has complete control now. They're going in for those dunk points, at least on the top path. They want to come back from that huge deficit, but with Evos Onyx securing so much of a lead with 2 goal zones down on top path, it's going to take some time for Full Sense to be able to make it back. And we mentioned this a while ago. In terms of that early game, with how Evos Onyx drafted their composition, they will have that advantage.
Right, and here we go though. Full Sense just waiting for that right moment. Again, I know Shaggy, you're casting, right? With like this loud, we're seeing the change right here. Full Sense gonna be taking. But then Evos Onyx still not the end of the game here. Drag odds here. Just waiting for the waiting the tall grass here with Spoo. Waiting for that Reggie bottom. But it's not gonna be enough though, as the Reggie like is gonna be coming up in just a moment. 80 more seconds as objectives rising up once again. 30 more seconds before the Reggie bottom comes up.
Yeah, and I think they all want to go in for the Reggie bottom, at least for Full Sense. They want those buffs to come through. Evos Onyx, if they want to go for Reggie Elecki, sure, it's going to give that extra pressure, but it's not going to affect it that much. I think it's Full Sense who wants it more for themselves, for that tier 2 goal zone pressure, so we'll see what they could do.
Oh, it's gonna be popped up here, coming in from that other side up, and there you have it. They're gonna be able to secure that that Reggie Elecki. They don't really care if Full Sense is gonna be taking out that Reggie bottom, because they are still not done. They're gonna be able to take down one more, and just like that, Meteor Storm gonna be able to take down the Psyduck in this instance. 1-for-1 trade, but the advantage is on the side of Evos Onyx, as they were able to take down not only Reggie Elecki, put them some scores down bottom, and now gunning in for that Reggie bottom as well. Two alone, Tychus Holowear going to be able to be taken down into the process, and Mark God S though was able to go away, but it's still not going to be enough. There's only one Pokemon, one player trying to steal away this Reggie Eyes, and not going to be allowed to do so.
Yeah, and Evos Onyx still able to really just match it up, and this is very surprising, right? Like Full Sense, we keep on talking about them on how they want to do things and how they're able to adjust on to this position of a disadvantage in the early game. And so far, Evos Onyx, yes, it may be a coin flip, it may be a disadvantage for them to go into a very centric comp for that early game, but they're able to make it work. Garchomp's already at level 13, everyone's closely reaching that level 12, level 11, and so far the level difference is not big of a matter at hand here, but how much Evos Onyx has able to stack up in terms of the points that would give them a huge beneficial advantage in Rayquaza fight.
Right, and speaking of the Rayquaza fight, there's only 1 more minute left before that Rayquaza comes up, and with that being said though, both objectives is still going to be up here for any team to take really, but Full Sense does have the positional advantage into that of the Reggie Elecki, and I think they're going to be gunning in to take that one up just to alleviate some of the pressure that they're taking in from that of Evos Onyx. But with that being said, the Dream is going to be taken out into the side of Full Sense, and now does have access to their Unite. Everyone does have access to their Unite move, and they're going to be ready down into, for the take of the Rayquaza. Now, just giving away this Reggie Elecki allows Evos Onyx to, position themselves and ready themselves up that of the Ray Pit. Really, even if they can score in, it's still not going to be enough for them to go over the score of Evos Onyx, not this time around.
Yeah, and now you have 2 seconds left. Full sense now going through. They have to force out the Rayquaza at this stage, but Evos Onyx won't be batting it up against them. 5v5.
And there you have it. Triple Chapel is getting popped up as well. And here we go. Midnight Slash once again. Ladies and gentlemen, Ultra like Kane has been putting up the work. Gonna be able to secure that Rayquaza, taking down Market as well in the process. And now, wow, Shaggy and Blacklist now really happy for their own fellow man. 2 out of 10 casters predicted this to happen, and now they are happy. Evos Onyx on the lead against that of Full Sense.
Yeah, it's amazing to watch this, how Evos Onyx is able to really take a lot of those, was able to really dominate this competition, or well, at least this series thus far, on how they were able to adjust coming in the first few weeks into week number 3, into the group stages at this point in day number 5. And so far, Evos Onyx with more than double the amount of points of Full Sense, they have secured that amount of advantage to secure that win. And just a while ago, JJ Kun, we were talking about this, how Evos Onyx has to win this, because if they do, they will now be on the 4th or 3rd position, which is really fantastic if you're going to think about the leaderboards moving forward here in the group stage.
No, I think it was Evos Onyx that is. Oh wait, no. Yeah. I was sorry. I was thinking of Onic Rise. They're currently in the 3rd place, but again, as you had mentioned, really important for Evos Onyx to get them, because that is just going to allow them to jump up even further into that leaderboards, and now currently at 800 points. I think we're going to be seeing. Are we going to be seeing 1,000 points here? Oh wow! The dominance here coming from Evos Onyx. I believe this is the first. I think this is the first one. First 1,000 points in the tournament, is it?
Yeah, and I think it's the first time that we reach 1,000 points, if I can remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean, for anyone really in this tournament, because it's very, especially after the Rayquaza, update, it was only very rarely that we can get over 1,000 points, and now we have finally seen one as well in the tournament, the first one for Asia Champions League 2025. Quite a dominant fashion here coming from that of Evos Onyx against that of Full Sense. Unfortunately, I don't think this is going to be the day for Full Sense, but at least for Evos Onyx, you know, their one and only game gets them 2-0.
Yeah, for sure. Right? And yeah, I think Evos Onyx was just able to adjust. Even yesterday, where their dominance up against Elevate as well, which amazing to watch with how they went in with a full clean 2-0 sweep. And even I believe last week, this was you and PKOs that were casting it. They had the match back to back with other Ego in Miraen Sejong, and they won it 2-1. And this is just really good and a statement to make by Evos coming down here into day number 5.
Oh yeah, and you know, really amazing match for both the teams. Unfortunately for Full Sense though, it's 2-0. So, but then again, you know, they still have one more match later down the line. That is going to be up against Onic Rise. So really going to be an amazing match that we're going to be seeing later on. But with that being said, though, congratulations first to Evos for winning their one and only match, one and only game for today.
Yeah, and Evos Onyx really, I don't know what else to talk about them, because it's just too dominating. They were playing towards their winning condition, which was their early game with the Absol, and also the Espeon that's really strong in the early stages of the matchup. And they were able to just capitalize on that. They were constantly going in for those roams. In the first 2 minutes, we didn't really see much, right? Absol was keep on farming all throughout that early stages on the first 2 minutes. But after then, when he reached that level 7, when it reached that 3-minute mark into the game, that's where he started to roam. That's where he started to look for those surprise attacks and with taking those objectives left and right.
And that's what I'm talking about earlier as well. Like, you know, I always point out that Absol is really strong in the early game, but really what do you call this, falls off at the late game. Unfortunately for me, fortunately for me, I was proven wrong here by Kane. Kane was able to deliver and use Absol to his absolute best, to his absolute potential, making sure that it doesn't fall off, and it did not disappoint at all. Kane was the key player here for Evos Onyx, from the early game into the mid game and even in the late game, especially even taking down the Rayquaza and taking down Markot S in the process all together at the same time. Really amazing stuff for Kane here. So really huge prop. If I'm gonna be being allowed to choose MVP of the game, it's definitely gonna be Kane.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see what Kane can do in the following days and the following weeks, even in January, for the group stage to come into the playoffs. But that's it for now. It is Evos who dominates. We'll see who can dominate further in the following series. As we're going to take a short break. When we come back, PUACL will return.
Pokémon UNITE!
Welcome back to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, where we're currently on our fourth match this time around. And as you've seen on the graphics earlier on the countdown, this time we're going to have Buriram United Esports, the #1 on the leaderboards this time, and the one on the, quite unfortunately, the one on the number 10 spot, the last spot of our leaderboards, that is Elevate. So really, this is going to be quite a detrimental play match for Elevate, mainly because again, BRU, Buriram United Esports, they can make some mistakes, they can lose this match, but not Elevate. Elevate cannot lose this match whatsoever, because if they do lose this match, then that's just going to give them more gap, provide them more gap for them to catch up into the other teams in terms of leaderboards.
Yeah, and at this point, it's just really strong for Buriram United Esports, but we have to give our introduction, of course, to Zeta Division that will be participating in the esports scene as well. So really exciting stuff. New teams coming through, and also actually a very recognizable organization overall.
Oh yeah, the Zeta Division has been doing a lot of has been doing a lot of work, especially with Pokemon Unite, and some of these players, they have been recognized under a different banner, a different team name rather, and then they got acquired here by Zeta Division. Now they are going to be one of the teams that we are going to be seeing all throughout the tournament. And now we have Revenant Export. Before they were just called Revenant Esports, and now they are Revenant Export. So we have Zesol, we have Ruben, we have Volcan, Tensei, and Crowley. Another thing here is that I know that you were able to this is from India first and foremost, and number two, I know Infinity. You introduced, I believe, that was Seoul Esports, right? Before. So the thing is, some of their members are actually they have just shuffled through with Revenant Esports as well. So definitely really strong teams here, really strong players coming in from India as well, and they have been proving themselves again and again onto this tournament as well. So for those who doesn't know as well, we have a different live stream links for India, because India has their own qualifiers, and Japan has their own qualifiers as well, in comparison to what we have right now, that is the Southeast Asia League. So as we can see as well, here are the teams that are going to be fighting off and battling today. This match rather, that is Elevate and of course Buriram United Esports.
Yeah. So yeah, Buriram United Esports, we touched on it already a while ago. Like, they are currently one of the top one team in the tournament thus far. So it will be a huge mountain for Elevate to really hike upon and win over the series. But of course, Elevate, you have Miva as one of the key players as well, having to play the likes of Blaziken, Dodrio, and Leafeon, a very versed pool of Pokemon that he has on his team.
Oh yeah, and it's Miva has been doing a lot of work as well, doing a lot for the side of Elevate. But Buriram United Esports, I believe it's not only one player that's doing some work for Buriram United Esports, but everyone into their side has been showing us quite the progress, especially with a very sad story. We have Rainy Day as well. Everyone is making sure that everyone gets their highlight plays into this tournament, and that is why, as we have mentioned again and again, that they are currently the #1 in the leaderboards. With that being said, here are the customer prediction. Only one, that is Shaggy, my favorite boy here. My boy Shaggy from Indonesia is the one predicting Elevate to win this one. But as for us, we know that these are our fellow Filipino men, but objectively speaking, Buriram United Esports has been showing us quite amazing matches and dominating matches as well, that we cannot we really cannot dismiss we cannot really discredit Buriram United Esports, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, for sure. I think they're just really strong. Elevate, despite being in the top 9 or top 10, they're still capable enough as a team, individually speaking. And yesterday, at the very least, they were able to put in a little bit of an effort, just being swayed up of a win because of our Rayquaza objective, and I think that is one of the key points that we have to take note of. That Elevate was having a bit of a hard time into closing out these battles, in closing out these matches. So I think this time around, if they can find a solution to that, if they can find the key to that success, then I think they have the chance to win up against BRU.
Oh no, yeah, for sure, for sure. And with that being said, Elevate now going to be starting off with a Psyduck, and now with the Mimikyu as well, and Tempest now hovering into that of the Snorlax, rather. And with that being said, that's going to be the final match here, where Buriram United Esports starting off very strongly with the Urshifu and of course the Umbreon. That is not to say that Psyduck Snorlax is not good. They are really good. It's just that Buriram United Esports with these two Pokemon, man, they can steamroll over from the early game.
Yeah. So we'll see how the adjustments are going to be made here. But Buriram United Esports in a very good situation, actually picking up the Inteleon for such a first time in, I believe, this week.
And as I have mentioned earlier, this is one of the biggest things that this Pokemon can provide, along with like Infinite Cyburn, Sableye, and Griden Combat. With Azure Spy Vision, it's one of the Pokemon that can provide a lot of information for your team, especially on Rayquaza. That just means that you cannot, for whatsoever reason, stay on tall grass near the Rayquaza, because you're just going to be seen here by that of the Inteleon, and you're going to get snipe shot here by that Pokemon, and everyone else in your team would know where you are.
Yeah. And now Elevate is just double downing onto that early game potential, right? They have the Leafeon, they have the Espeon, and even Mimikyu. If you're gonna consider Mimikyu, he's very strong even at level 4. Gonna go to the likes of the Shadow Claw route, because that's so far that has been one of the norms, that has been one of the patterns here, that Mimikyu has been always going in for the likes of the Shadow Claw. The second skill could be Trick Room, could still be going towards the Sneak. But so far, the damage aspect of Mimikyu has seen so much norm.
Yeah.
In terms of like movesets.
I mean, Shadow Claw definitely does provide more of a team-based composition advantage in terms of the team fight, because before we see a lot of play rough Shadow Sneak, definitely, right? But we have to remember, by its very nature, it's only a single targeted move in comparison to Shadow Claw, which can be an AOE kind of ish clev. What do you call the what was the term here? It's a cleaving effect. There we go. Essentially, a kind of move, and at the same time, Trick Room has a very huge radius for its attack, which can slow down opponents as well. So really, a very huge utility for the team that's going to use that as their Mimikyu.
For sure. So I think that would be one of the aspects here for Elevate, for the side of Buriram United Esports in overall perspective of their composition. Really, this composition is a little bit more balanced, right? You have that power coming in from Garchomp and Urshifu in terms of tanking capability and being that bruiser for Buriram United Esports in their composition. You have Umbreon's utility and tankiness with possibly even a mean luck. I feel like that would be one of the priorities here instead of the foul play. And then you have a little bit of that sustain and damage coming from Clefable and Talon. So overall, I think Buriram United Esports
that is one of the things that they have to take note of, because one of the key factors here is at the very least, Elevate just needs level 4. We have the Espeon, we have the Leafeon. As I mentioned, Mimikyu is already strong. Again at level 4. Even Psyduck only is at level 5 as well, just to be useful in team fights. So really early game of Pokemon here for the set of Elevate. What they need to prevent from happening is Buriram United Esports getting in their XP, because sure, they might have the Umbreon, but at the same time there's still the Garchomp, which would require them a little bit of babysitting, and at the same time Urshifu though, level 5 already enough with the Wicked Blow. But then again, there is still the there's still the Inteleon, which could still then provide them a little bit of time to go online.
Yeah, for sure. Now, Elevate at the very least is starting to reach that level 5, level 4, reach that early game power spike that we talked about a while ago. So now they're able to really maneuver around the map, look for those surprise plays, look for those surprise attacks. However, they have to capitalize on this because sooner or later, it is Buriram United Esports that will start to scale. They're just waiting for Inteleon to reach that final evolution as well as that guard chomp. And once they do, it will be game time for BRU.
Oh yeah, for sure. You said it. And here to have it. Game time. Not quite yet though, but it's still gonna be enough here. We're gonna be seeing some Shedinja shells here. Gonna be popped up. Shedinja doll rather gonna be popped up here, just trying to survive. But unfortunately, there's a lot from Elevate here into the side of the central area, and they're gonna be able to take down the table as well. But of course, that allows Papaza survive another team fight. But as I say that, they're currently on the low as well, going in for the Moonlight as well. But here you go, another attack here coming from the Elevate. Unfortunately, going to be able to take down a lot instead of Buriram United Esports, but at least they can put them down on low HP and put down their points as well.
And now Buriram United Esports just holding their ground. At the very least, what I'm loving for the side of Elevate is that they are on a level advantage for Leafeon, for the likes of Mimikyu, and also Espeon. So in terms of that damage output, at the very least, they could be on par with BRU for now.
Oh yeah, and here you have it. Another snipe shot here going to be in from that of Inteleon, but they're going to be able to answer back as taking down that Umbreon. And now Elevate currently going to be able to secure that Registeel for themselves, as Buriram United Esports is taking down that Lucky up top for themselves solo without any contest. And now Elevate Esports, Elevate is going to be able to destroy the first hold down bottom, but they're going to be a little bit too late here to take down the Lucky. A little bit of a handshake here for both of the teams, but at least Garchomp is currently at level 9 now, really going to be ready to help down the teams on the team fights. And now, here we have it. Central Burns is going to be the start of this. E1 Fist is going to be popped up as well, as SGCZ is going to be helping down as well, but Disable is going to be popped up here. The Leaf is going to be taken down as well. And now, just tries to, go back a little bit, take down the Birds, and defend the first search goal up top.
Yeah. Now, Buriram United Esports, shockingly enough, right? We mentioned this a while ago. When Garchomp reaches the final evolution, when Inteleon reaches that point, that final evolution comes through, Buriram United Esports will start to hunt. And now they did. They get that tier 1 goal zone. But fortunately enough, Elevate with BRU focusing down in the bottom lane, they still find the tier 1 goal zone on top side as well.
It's quite a, what do you call this? Like a huge thing that the Mimikyu was able to use Play With Me into that of the Garchomp just to stop it. And then as Garchomp was trying to go a little bit closer because, I can't beat them if I don't go any closer. And, Espeon using Psyshock just made sure the Garchomp eats every single orb. And from there on out, you'll take them out as well in the process. But look at that, though. Unfortunately for Rainy Day, they're not going to be able to take down the Mimikyu. It was very close, though.
Yeah, it definitely is very close. For Buriram United Esports, they're still at the lead in terms of point system, but it's very minute. It's only a difference of 12 points in favor for them. So now they still have to keep on fighting. They still have to be on par up against Elevate here, as Tempest has that info that they're going for the red GI.
All right, Gravity. Oh, look at that. Another one here. Sky is going to be popped out as well into that of the Moonlight Hands as well at the Snipe Shop. Again, look at the damage into, what do you call this? Into that of the Leafeon. Almost going to be taken out. Never mind. It's actually going to be taken out here by Ayaka with that of the Snipe Shop once again. And Side are going to be able to take down that Garchomp as well in the process. 2v1 though in favor of Buriram United Esports, as they were able to take down that Reggie Bottom. And of course, forced to pull back Elevate.
Yeah, for sure. So now, Buriram United Esports just holding their ground so far for now. And I think I'm loving what I'm seeing. He's thinking about going for that sneak dunk into the bottom path. However, you still have that slide dunk that you have to think about. BRU, though, and Elevate has eyes on the Reggie Alecki. So that is still also something that can give them that bit of an edge later down the road if ever they want to go for that objective, if ever they want to go for that pressure up against each other.
I just noticed as well that the Mimikyu is not actually running in Trick Room, but instead is running in Shadow Sneak, just to be able to, be on the front line, I guess, just to try to initiate some team fights as well. But with that being said, though, we're gonna be seeing, Leafeon gonna be able to take down that Garchomp, which is, I guess, one of the biggest threats here for the side of Elevate. But with that being said, though, they're gonna be able to answer back with a KO of their own. That is gonna be Espen going down as well, and again, in JR absence, Psyduck is really an annoying one for the side of Buriram United Esports, especially that it keeps on using Disable. And the thing is, Buriram United Esports is always together, with the team. So, like Disable is being used to all of them, or I guess passing through all of the teammates because they're all together.
For sure. And now we'll see though what Elevate and Buriram United Esports will do, because right now Reggie Rock will be the priority here by BRU, with the Reggie like he's still pushing on top side of the map. So really BRU is not giving anything from Elevate, is not giving any opportunities for Elevate to pretty pincer and pierce down Buriram United Esports' composition and their foundation of maneuvering around the map. 20 seconds left though for Rayquaza to come up, and Buriram United Esports already have a good position.
Right, and here we have it as well. Rayquaza, as I mentioned, only 50 seconds left, as Buriram United Esports is currently in the lead in terms of XP because, like level 14 currently, that is Urshifu, and I believe Garchomp is almost there as well to get that level 14. So maybe one more KO or one more wild Pokemon is going to be enough for them to take them out. And look at this, Ayaka currently have access to that of Azure Spy Vision. Elevate does recognize this. That's why they are a little bit too far away from that of the Rayquaza. And that just gives a bit of an advantage. A position advantage is that of Buriram United Esports going to this Rayquaza and now guessing the Moonlight here. Ayaka as well, trying to try to get some information without using its Azure Spy Vision. But with that being said, though, as they are using a Snipe Shot, Tempest already half HP. Almost taken out. Alright, now he's getting popped out as well.
Very low already, but they're still going and regenning his HP for Tempest. So far, so good. But Buriram United Esports is able to access the back lines here. It's a 5v5. Umbreon is very low, so they have to be wary of that.
And there you have it. Playmaker is getting popped out. Minute Press is getting popped out as well. And just like that, going to be able to take down 3 in the process, as Miwa is still nowhere to be found. But now is on the team fight, but it's currently alone. It's going to be 4 down to the Elevate. And just like that, Buriram United Esports team wipe. That is Elevate, and now securing that Rayquaza. I don't think it is quite the good risk that they were able to take. Miva scoring in, sure, it was a good thing, but unfortunately, Miva was a little bit too late to join their team to take in that team fight against that Buriram Esports. And just like that, knowing the fact that one is not in the field, not in the Rayquaza pit, Buriram United Esports are able to take advantage of that and make sure that they will take down Elevate, and just like that, taking them all out except that of Miva. And when Miva came in, well, they're alone. We have 5 of us. They're gonna be able to take down that Leafeon.
And now Buriram United Esports, with the Rayquaza being taken away from themselves and taking that objective, this will put them at a massive lead. 600 points gained already, and BRU will take game 1 of the series.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, all churches alike. It is Buriram United Esports taking the win against that of Elevate in, honestly, a very dominating fashion all throughout the match. Elevate really needs to elevate their game match going into game number 2 if they do want to get a win. As we have mentioned earlier, even if you win 2-1, you're still going to be able to get in 3 points. And this match is very detrimental for them as well, because again, like Buriram United Esports, we have to remind everyone, is currently at the top of the leaderboards, of the rankings, so they can make some mistakes here. Obviously, they're not going to do that. They want to, increase their points, but Elevate, though, currently at the last place, they still need some points here to catch up.
For sure. And now Buriram United Esports having the first win of the series enables them to take that point advantage, bringing them into a match point up against Elevate. We all know how this affects Elevate's chances to reach the top 8 position, to go into the playoffs and have that chance to reach the grand finals next year in Tokyo. which will be very important. I know we're speaking too far up ahead, but
Mm.
that is just how much stakes are on the line here for Elevate. If they do not win this, they're going to miss so much chances into reaching the top 8 spot overall here in the group stage.
Oh yeah, I mean, as we've shown everyone right at the start of the live stream, only the top 8 teams, only the teams that will be proceeding to the playoffs, will be getting a piece of the pie of the prize pool of more than 20k USD, or in Philippine peso, I believe that is about a million pesos, a Philippine peso. So that is quite a huge sum for everyone. Really, and again, the finals is going to be on Japan, and I think a million pesos is a lot, and you can go to a lot of places in Japan with that kind of money.
For sure. I mean, you can do a lot of stuff in Asia with a million pesos for sure, right? You have definitely a lot of opportunities to be able to roam around and do a lot of stuff,
Yeah.
as you have mentioned. But the thing is, we're still here in the Philippines.
Yeah, that's true.
We're still
Not yet.
Come on, Japan. Oh, we're talking too soon. We're talking too fast.
Yeah, definitely. We're gonna go to Japan, right? Yeah.
Okay, anyways, going back into that
What about the game?
BRU was able to take that first game out of this series, which is phenomenal, coming in from United Esports, which brings them to a really, really good advantage. If they win this, I believe they're already secured so far in the top 8 position. I don't think they're even going to go down at this point in time in their rankings, except if they lose like every single match from this to the very end up until next year. But I don't think that's going to happen, especially how strong Buriram United Esports is.
Yeah. I mean, at the same time, right, like, if they do win this, right? If they do win this match, and they lose all the matches, obviously, I don't think it's going to happen. We have less matches for day number 6 as well, because we're just finishing all the round robin as well. So I believe we only have like 6 or 5 matches for day number 6. Currently, it's day number 5, right? So, as you have mentioned, Buriram United Esports is definitely going to is currently already secured, I'd say, of the top 8 spots, regardless of what happens for the remainder of the days, which is like today and let me check my calendar. Hold on, I'm checking it out. January, right? January 15, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think is day number. I think.
It's January 11. I believe.
January 11. There we go. January 11 for day number 6, because that's going to be the last days of the qualifiers of the group stages. Again, this is the last day of Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League for December 4th, 2024, and then day number 6 on January 11, and then only then will we be able to determine those players for those teams proceeding towards that of our playoffs. So again, Buriram United Esports being at the top of the list here. If they do win this, they will definitely be guaranteed top 8 spot for the playoffs.
Yeah, and at this point, I think you really have to win every single one of your matches, especially part of the latter half of the leaderboard. If you're a part of the top 6 to top 10, you're still not safe to reach the top 8 position, because anytime, if you're going to think about it, Miraen Stadium would still come up into the leaderboard because they only have like 2 wins in terms of series, they have 4 losses. But if any of these teams coming from top 5 to top 8 loses their series respectively, even one, this could shift things around. So it's really important to win every single one of the matches in every single series that you have from today onwards. Actually, every single one all throughout the group stages is important.
Oh no, yeah, I totally agree with you. But this time around, though, we're gonna be seeing a bit of a change, a switch up of the positions here, as Buriram United Esports is going to be the one of the first pick this time around, and Elevate is going to be on the one on the right side. So definitely a big advantage into the side of Buriram United Esports for the early pick. But then again, Elevate does have the last lap here for that off the draft.
Yeah, and now we're seeing the Umbreon as a priority. So now this will give the likes of Serena open. In terms of Garchomp, that's really strong as well. We saw how much impact it does. The Snorlax, it will be open as well for either BRU or Elevate to pick up. But so far, Elevate prioritized the Blissey alongside the Mimikyu.
I think we're going to be seeing a bit of the same kind of composition as earlier, just adjusted a little bit, seeing how we still have the Mimikyu. But then again, into the side of Buriram UNITE Esports though. First time for today, that is the Blaziken that we're going to be seeing alongside very prioritized pick for the day. That is, and yesterday really, that is the Mewtwo Y.
Yeah, Mewtwo Y is still very strong. The Blaziken fits in really well as well as one of the boosters, similar to how Urshifu works. Blaziken has that capability as well to deal sufficient amount of damage and to be a little bit tanky all throughout that fight. We mentioned this a while ago that Garchomp will still be open, and since Elevate has not picked it up, BRU will have that option and have that opportunity to pick it up for themselves.
And now, Buriram UNITE Esports just needs one more bruiser, I'd say. Yeah, the one more bruiser and one more support, and that is going to be the Garchomp. And so yeah, there we go. Clefable is going to be the name of the game here. Definitely a huge support here into the side of Buriram UNITE Esports. Moonlight, and allowing this Garchomp still become the Garchomp that it is. SCGSGC is the Garchomp earlier, and now it's still going to be wreaking havoc in this game.
Yeah, for sure. And just having this type of setup, I think I'm liking at least how Elevate is adjusting things. Right, Mamoswine, we saw its effect, its capability to go in and bring isolated fights to your teammates is very strong with that Ice Fang. And then you also have Machamp, which is not really that strong coming down into the early game, but it scales really well. So Elevate is banking on the capability that Mimikyu and Espeon could buy time coming into the first couple of minutes into the matchup, wherein Matchup will need to go and farm consistently for the first few minutes. And once that occurs, that is when they could start looking for those plays, looking for those surprise attacks.
I mean, honestly, I don't really think that Machamp would be able, as what you mentioned, I don't think they're going to be able to do a lot of damage. I think it will still boil down to Espeon and Mimikyu, mainly because Machamp, right? Sure, it has close combat. It does have dynamic punch, but I think where it lies, the maximum potential of this Pokemon is when you use submission. Just like Ice Fang, it can reposition an opponent, right? Allowing your teammates to fully do their attacks. But then again, Cross Chop isn't as strong as it used to on day one. So we might be able to see close combat. And another thing that can be and should be utilized here from Machamp is Barrage Flow, its Unite move, which can push down opponents and provide a lot of damage. But then again, for them to be able to do that, as I mentioned, they need to farm a lot. They need to take out a lot of catch down wild Pokemon so that they can get their Unite charge as early as possible.
Yeah. But what I mean with the matchup as well is the capability of the utilities, right? So it's just really strong in terms of that suppression and hindrances that it can provide for the whole team. And that is the reason why I mentioned reaching that final evolution. It just enables them to really just roam around the map and just look for that engaged place. But yeah, I do definitely agree with you. Mimikyu and Espeon would still be that main damage dealer dependency for the side of Elevate in this specific game. And pretty much, I think it's all eggs in one basket this time around for Elevate. If they do not win this, well, BRU is already on match point.
Oh, no, yeah. And, they are also the one who has the first points, and it seems as if Elevate is going to be pincered here by Buriram UNITE Esports. Look at that, Pupaza came out of nowhere, gonna be able to take down that what we call this Chansey, still in the Blissey, a Chansey, there we go, and gonna be able to put in some scores. 5v4 it's gonna be the name of the game here, as the Mimikyu is now trying to get their seal away central area. But the thing is, I think they're gonna be caught up here. But then again, there is the Pilot one still ready to action up. Neva was able to steal away one, make that two now, as they were able to get down that violet buff here down bottom, coming in from that of GSSGC. It's really hard to say his name.
Yeah, it's a mouthful, but nevertheless, Buriram UNITE Esports at this stage is now just roaming around the map looking for capabilities onto engaging up against Elevate. Is very dangerous for Tempest, brings him down for a KO. And
Mhm.
Buriram United Esports, this is what they want coming down from this early game, especially considering that they already have that Blaziken, they already have B2Y and a significant XP level already in Umbreon. Expectedly having that main look at this stage would be really sufficient enough to make those plays happen.
And I do like the fact that Elevate knew that they have to delay Buriram United Esports because the Garchomp, once become the Garchomp, is was the biggest threat in their team, even in being number one. So taking away their resources, their what it calls their central area buffs, is allows them to buy them a bit more time against our Buriram United Esports because again, the more that they can delay them, the more that they can answer back against them. But now Elevate does have the lead in terms of points, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they do have the lead in terms of the objectives. As we can see here, Buriram United Esports not only was able to take down Reggie, gonna be able to take down Reggie Electri, but also was able to take down that Reggie bottom as well. And there we have it. Buriram United Esports, just like what happened in game number one, is now putting up the pressure against that of Elevate, and we have a pause. I'm not entirely sure why yet.
I love
But
how
that's not part of the moves, dude. Is that a part of the move?
I love how you're ramping up in terms of the cast, and then you have a pause. No,
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not a part of the game.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the what do you call this? The update as to why there is a pause. And again, pause rules. Only okay. Never mind. We're going back. I don't have time to say the rules. Okay, I see.
But yeah, you had the Reggie Electri now pushing forward in favor for Buriram United Esports on top side, and now Garchomp, with that said and done, is now able to really roam around the map and trying to go into either the bottom side and help his teammates out, or deny the Mimikyu onto that defense. So we'll see, because this is a 5v4 if ever Garchomp comes through.
Oh yeah, and here you have it. The Garchomp, as you have just mentioned, that is going to be a 5v3 now, and the Piloswine is going to be taken down as well. Piloswine still at level 7 at 6-minute mark, and the Blissey as well still does not have Bliss assistance. Unfortunate for the side of Elevate because they wanted Buriram United Esports to be the one delayed, but instead they are the one delayed. Even the Machamp Blank is still at level 8.
Yeah, and now Elevate is still lacking that behind. Only a 6-point difference here, so not as big as we could see from the prior game, wherein Buriram United Esports was definitely able to really just push out a little bit further of an edge up against our enemy team. But that is what we're talking about. Matchup already reached at final evolution, so in terms of the utility, it's a little bit too much for BRU to handle, so they have to take note of where matchup is.
The Infinite Cyvern was used as well. Bliss assistance into Blank at this time at the very clutch moment, the very clutch timing. Elevate was able to get their power spikes as well at level 9 and level 10. Just enough for them to get their Unite moves up as well. So really amazing play here coming from that Elevate Esports was able to see their resources up and running and counter attack Buriram United Esports as soon as possible. But with that being said, the Buriram United Esports does have the positional advantage against the Reggie Ice, and Elevate won't be able to answer back as they are now heading up top for that Reggie Electri.
Yeah, and Elevate is having full control over it already. So United Esports, I don't think they have enough time to be able to contest this. They have the Espeon already with it alongside with the matchup. So Reggie Electri will be in favor for Elevate, and this will put a little bit of that pressure against Buriram United Esports. But so far, it's still 4 minutes into the matchup. Rainy D in danger.
Oh, rainy day indeed. That is the weather coming into the side of Buriram United Esports, just like that against that of the Mimikyu. But with that being said, though, it is going to be the Garchomp going to be able to repel away that Reggie Electri alone, mind you, because it can and it will. And just like that, Elevate Esports, Elevate rather, is trying to look for more ways for them to catch up against that of Buriram United Esports, and taking down as much resources as possible against BRU. With that being said, though, Buriram United Esports trying to do a lot here, trying to do a little bit of what do you call this? A stoppage into the side of Elevate as they try to look for more Pokemon to take down and get their XPs. As we can see here, Elevate does have the lead in terms of XP in comparison to what happened in game number 1. And just like that, Papaza gonna be almost taken out here by Miva and Blank, but still was able to live another day.
Now Elevate a little bit in danger here, but they're still able to fight back. Garchomp will be KO'd by Elevate. And at this point, this is what we fear for the likes of Buriram United Esports. Matchup is just dominating and shredding away every single team fight that Elevate is currently starting, and Buriram United Esports still not able to find any course to be able to alleviate some of this point disadvantage that Elevate was able to secure.
Now, Buriram United Esports currently on the deficit. Mimikyu already now at level 14 as well. But at the same time, on BRU, we have a level 13 Pokemon. But the question is, would that be enough to answer back against that of Elevate? They're going to be able to secure that of Reggie Ice, as the Reggie likely is going to be coming up as well. But the thing is, would they be able to have enough time to take it out? That is the big question. But Blank, though, trying to take down the Reggie Lucky for themselves, for their own team alone. Now Blank is joining them up top.
And now Reggie Lucky will be taken down by Elevate. This is really massive because if Reggie Lucky reaches tier 2 goal zone, it means that Elevate could just sneak themselves into that tier 2 goal zone and gain another 100 points. So Buriram United Esports has to stand someone to defend here, but Elevate can't start up their Rayquaza.
Now Elevate, because they have the Reggie Lucky, they know, it can see on their minimap that the Garchomp is taking down that that Reggie Lucky. But now, with that being said, they are now going to try to initiate a team fight, going to be able to take down the Blaziken as well. And look at that, there's still no Livid Outrage. And they are now going to be using Livid Outrage just to catch up into the team fight, but unfortunately not going to be enough. And now they are on the lead. They need to buy a lot of time here for their teammates to get back up into that other Rayquaza pit. And now Blaziken is now up again, but Rayquaza currently at half HP. The question is, would they be able to answer back? Would they be able to steal this away from Elevate? Look at that, Twister's going to be popped out as well. Play with me into used by the Mimikyu, but here we go. The final hit. Buriram United Esports. They were able to buy some time for the team, and now they were able to answer back against Elevate, taking down Tree in the process, and now scoring in them points.
A wonderful takedown by Buriram United Esports on that objective. And I think there was a little bit of that hesitance coming in from Elevate that really dissuaded them onto taking that Rayquaza. Because the thing is, Umbreon was already down and there's not enough damage. It was only Mewtwo that has that threat up against Elevate into that Rayquaza objective takedown. So it's really unfortunate that they were a bit hesitant all throughout on that fight and just looking and focus fired their priorities onto the Umbreon instead.
I'd say that both of them actually did a bit of we're a bit hesitant going to the Rayquaza because we saw how Elevate was able to diminish the HP of of Rayquaza, right? Going into the half health, but then after getting into the half health, they kind of stopped. As you said, they kind of hesitated, both of them really, because they didn't know whether to, would we attack the other team first, or would we burst down the Rayquaza? Both of them had a bit of a lag, had a bit of a delay into thinking which decision they would take. But at the end of the day, though, Buriram United Esports was able to take down the Rayquaza, then take down Elevate as well, gaining them 2-0 in the process.
Yeah, it definitely is. So the wonderful finisher coming from Buriram United Esports. It can go either way, honestly. Elevate was Elevate was sustaining their lead, even if it was only by a couple of points, 6 points. But nevertheless, it could have been anyone's game. Elevate was in the nick of that opportunity already, was on the precipice of taking that Rayquaza, but Buriram United Esports, oh my word, it was so good how they bought enough time for themselves, bought enough time for Garchomp and Mewtwo to find that angle to pierce through onto that objective.
Can I just say though, in the defense of Elevate, I definitely like the combination of Blank and Miva and Blank. There you go. I definitely do like their combination because they really brought the team into their feet and making sure that they pick off a lot into the side what call it Buriram United Esports, and that just allowed them to be on foot on equal footing with BRU. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't quite enough for them to go into that of the Rayquaza. It was, but the decision, the hesitation that you have mentioned, really just put them a bit behind and allowed BRU to punish them for it.
Yeah, and at this point of it, it's really a sad time for the Philippine fans, the Philippine region fans out there in support for Elevate as well, because that this is a
See,
very
that's the point.
crucial and critical series for them. Yes.
Yeah. See, that is the moment. Sorry, that is the moment that I was talking about earlier, right? Like they were already bursting down the Rayquaza. But then again, it's a moment of high risk, high reward kind of thing. Mainly because of the fact that they already saw Buriram United Esports on the tall grass. Now they were forced to select whether to burst down the Rayquaza, have a huge risk, or take down Buriram United Esports. Unfortunately, again, the hesitation, cost them the game.
Yeah, for sure. And it really is very important. Like every second counts in terms of that Rayquaza fight, and every objective, especially when Rayquaza's HP is already down below 10%. That just means a win or a lose.
Oh no, yeah, and unfortunately for Elevate, it didn't go to game number 3, and that was a loss on their end. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all change alike, we're gonna be seeing Miraen Sejong once again going up against another team that was played earlier today. That is Talon. So if you want to see them in action, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike. We are now currently at the second half of the stream of the tournament of the live stream of day number 5. This time around, we're going to have Miraen Sejong up against Talon. These two teams have already played earlier. They already, they have amazing matches earlier, so that's what I was going to say. But what are your thoughts about this, Envy? That is, Miraen Sejong and Talon.
Miraen Sejong and Talon. I think this will be kind of like a coin flip, because I believe that Miraen Sejong had a really good matchup yesterday up against the likes of Full Sense, and then they are on a little bit of a decent situation right now. So I feel like this will be a chance for them to have a chance up against Talon.
Right. I totally agree with you, and I have the same sentiments. But with that being said, though, viewer giveaways, we've already had, I believe, like 2 codes earlier. So we have already 2 letters that were shown. We have the first letter, I believe, was A, and then the second letter was C. And then while you're watching, we also have, the QR code on the upper right of the screen. So make sure you stay tuned for that. And you'll be able to have the chance to win all these prizes. Every day we're going to be giving out, Pikachu Unite keychains, official jerseys for Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, and of course we have anniversary original puzzle as well. And then for the grand prize, we're gonna be giving away 2 ACL finals ticket. As you can see, there's a boarding pass as well. So I am inclined to believe, because I think this is only the flight tickets to Japan as well for the ACL finals, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's very exciting. I mean, the person who's able to win like the grand prize of 2 tickets onto the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League finals. It's so fun. It will happen in Tokyo, in Shinjuku Sumitomo Building, Triangle Square, in March 29th and the 30th.
And again, just like before, we didn't have the same venue for the last winter tournament. But as shown on the screen and was said by Infinity, it is this time around PUACL. ACL last year was held in Bangkok, Thailand. This time though is going to be held in Japan. That is in Shinjuku Sumitomo Building, Triangle Square, Tokyo, Japan, on March 29th and 30th next year. So make your plans now. Make sure that you can you'll make some time, do your schedules, so that you can attend ACL Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League finals. But with that being said, though, we now have again APAC West for winter tournament. Before we have everyone in the Asia, Southeast Asia, and year 1 of your winter tournament was just Japan, and then a bit of a qualifier for Asia. But this time though, we're going to have everyone APAC West first and then APAC East. For APAC West, we have Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand. And the winner, there's going to be a 5,000 USD prize pool, and the winner of this tournament will be proceeding to the Asia Champions League. Again, only the grand champion will be proceeding to the Asia Champions League. So even if you fall off for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League qualifiers, you still have a chance to go back up to the finals with this.
Yeah. And now it's for APAC East. I think you mentioned this already a while ago. Like APAC West and APAC East will occur right in between the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 during the group stages, the playoffs, and then in between that of the grand finals as well next year. So really exciting stuff. A lot of tournaments and a lot of esports Pokemon Unite action for the viewers watching at home.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, it's not just the players, it's not just the participants that has some chances to get some prizes, but it's also the viewers at home. I really miss the players, because like year 1, right? We were in Malaysia. So that's year 1 PUACL finals that was held in Battle Arena of Malaysia. So I really wish to see all the fans and the viewers once again cheer for the teams, right? Live, just like what happened in year 2 as well in Thailand, and this time in Japan. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of attendees as well. And I know you, Infinity, you have had your own fair share of live tournaments as well, offline tournaments, and I'm pretty sure that kind of experience cannot be substituted by like an online event such as this. It's a different kind of feeling, right?
Yeah, it drastically is different in terms of like the crowd, in terms of the players, like everything's so much different. You're there.
Right. With that being said, though, here are the key players of our tournament. We have Sabine first, and then of course now we have Mike, aka Micross, which we haven't seen played phenomenally earlier today. They were able to win against that of Blacklist as well, gunning in for that Leafeon as well. That is the first match of the day. That is a 2-1 win as well. But here we are. Right now we have 4 casters right now predicting that Miraen Sejong is going to be winning this one. But this time though, we have 6 of us along with us, because we got to represent. We got to represent Philippines. Going to be going on for Talon, right, against that of Miraen Sejong.
Yeah, and I think Talon really does have the capability on beating Miraen Sejong, and the reason why I mentioned a while ago that Miraen Sejong had a chance is because of their performance in the past few days, right? In the past few days, in the past few weeks, they were able to beat Full Sense, and they were a little bit of match up against a lot of these teams in the first couple of weeks. So I think they have that chance, but Talon is still with that foundational experience and knowledge and information about the game.
And now, speaking of knowledge of the game, we're going to be seeing how they're going to be putting that knowledge into test, as we're going to seeing the first set of picks here. The bands Miraidon, Sarina, we have Psyduck, and the the Zacian. But the first week is definitely going to be the Umbreon priority pick on any region, really. And Talon now going into Mewtwo Y and Micross's Leafeon. Again, one other thing here, another Pokemon that is missing here for the side of Talon is Eldegoss. We're not going to be seeing the Hoopa here. Definitely not the Hoopa, not without Hyperspace Hole. Eldegoss, though, into the hands of Kai really does a lot as well.
Yeah, and Miraen Sejong going in for the Umbreon and Mewtwo is really strong coming down at the start. But Talon Esports, as you all know, that Leafeon as well going on to Talon is so good just because of how much comfortable it is for the Philippine region teams that has played a lot of these evolutions in the past. Very comfortable already. And then you also have the Hoopa for Kai in addition to that, which would be down the road.
So they're not going to be going in for the Eldegoss this time around, but instead goes back to the Hoopa with Trick. And of course, as you had mentioned, Rings Unbound is definitely going to put up a lot of pressure against that of Miraen Sejong. But again, we can't dismiss the fact that Miraen Sejong is a really strong team as well. So definitely they're going to put Talon run for their money as well.
Yeah. And now you have Miraen Sejong locked in already with her composition. I think overall, in terms of the general look of the composition, Miraen Sejong has a really good comp that has its pros and cons. Really strong coming down in the early mid game, and even the possibility to that late game as well, with Garchomp being the forefront of it all, and alongside the Mimikyu. As for Talon Esports, a well-balanced draft to say the least. You have one of each category. You have a front line, you have a bruiser, you have an attacker, supporter, and even a speedster in the mix.
I have to agree with you. Like Miraen Sejong's composition is quite balanced, and they're ready whether they have to attack from the back lines or the front lines as well. In comparison to like Talon, where a little bit of setup is required for them to go online and to be able to punish down Miraen Sejong. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is it all boils down to how Talon is going to be able to pick off Miraen Sejong when they are open.
Yeah, and it will be really interesting how these two teams perform. How Miraen Sejong will be able to find, the loopholes, will be able to find opportunities up against Talon Esports, considering how I believe Talon has been always consistently playing aggressive, similar to other PH region teams as well. If you're thinking about like Blacklist International, if you're thinking about Elevate, these teams in general has always had that innate characteristic of playing aggressively, and I think that is what Talon has to come forward into the series up against Miraen Sejong, and Miraen Sejong has to find a way to be able to alleviate that pressure.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with you because like in Southeast Asia, right? The teams the teams in Southeast Asia is very chaotic, and that is where Talon is honed into, right? In comparison to like Korea, where Koreans and Japanese players are more I wouldn't say not calculative, but rather methodical. There we go. That's the term that I'm looking for since earlier. They're both methodical as a region, right? In comparison to Southeast Asia, where everything just goes, and I guess that just puts Talon in the position where the advantage lies that they are prepared for anything. In comparison to Miraen Sejong, where while they are prepared, they have to consider a lot of stuff first before they can get methodical, before they can get before they can dissect the other teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. So we could expect that how Talon Esports would be playing a bit aggressive into this game, into this matchup. But Miraen Sejong, with this early power spike of a composition, having like the likes of Aspion, having the likes of Mimikyu, and even the Umbreon, they have the capability to match that aggression as well. It's all about how you execute your comp, and Miraen Sejong definitely has that capability with that type of composition to also play aggressively.
All right, and as of the moment though, early game, a minute and a half into the game, we have Miraen Sejong currently leading, putting up a bit of a stacking points as well in comparison to Talon, where Phantom still a Phantom, Combusken still a Combusken here, but at the very least, we already have Micros into that of Leafeon as well. But here we go, gonna be putting up some damage here. That is gonna be 2 down into the side of Miraen Sejong immediately up top, and that's what we're talking about, right? Like Miraen Sejong here, methodical. They need to wait. They need to observe their opponents. Unfortunately for them, Talon is just ready, up and running immediately as soon as they go online, and just like that, they're gonna be able to take down 2 in the process. And Dylan tries to get away, and gonna be able to get away as well with the side strike.
Yeah, and now Talon Esports, what are they gonna do? Because it's a 3v1. Wardle a bit aggressive there, and Kai will still be safe, and Talon will get a KO, and now they are setting out a point lead.
Right, Trick is gonna be the trick here is to use Trick into the side of Kai, putting them up a bit of a a sustain here, and of course movement speed as well. Gonna be able to take down 2 again up top, and now they're just waiting for some points here to put maximize the stacking moments that they can get before they destroy the first Skull Gold, while they're waiting for that of the Reggie Lucky. But now they're going to be destroying it with a lot of overcap here, and while waiting for them to again take down Reggie Lucky and defend the first Skull Gold again down bottom. Unfortunately for them, we cannot use the elevator, so they are just going to be running down, get instant diets and exercise. But look at that though, Emerald 27 is going to be stopped here by playing with me of the Mimikyu coming from that of Spirits. But then again, it's still not going to be enough for them to take down anyone inside of Talon. Talon's going to be able to take down 2 in the process. That is the Reggie Lucky, that is the Espion and the Umbreon as well. And they're going to be able to take down not only the Reggie Lucky, but also the Reggie Steel for themselves. And now they are pushing in the score goal down bottom.
Yeah, and Talon Esports already having a foresight of a lot of points coming into their favor as well. 106 now, compared to a while ago with only a difference of 40 points. Now drastically ballooning it into a huge difference, and this is the aggression that we're talking about for the side of Talon.
Yeah, and if we're gonna be seeing some aggression coming from that of Miraen Sejong, it's definitely still going to be on game number 2. Again, as I mentioned, it's like it's like Miata going against that of Ipo, just waiting for the first round, in a boxing match, observing your opponent before you, bring upon your fangs. And as Miraen Sejong is waiting for that, the Talon is just putting in the damage, and just like that, gonna be able to take down another one into the side of Miraen Sejong. Emerald 2-step to take down the Umbreon as well. And now no more is going to be the tank here into the side of Miraen Sejong, as Talon is freely allowed to push in and dish out the damage. But Kai here is just being carefree, tries to get its XP, wants it to get into level 9 so that they will be ready to teleport anytime, anywhere, any day of the game.
And now Miraen Sajong will start to try and go in for those fights. Uses up the Unite move as well, but that's Trevenant that we're so a little bit too tanky for them to be able to bring it down that quickly. And as we all know, Talon Esports securing these massive lead of 104 points and playing very aggressively into the early game netted them so much benefit and advantage.
Wood Hammer, ladies and gentlemen, coming in into that old Trevenant. My goodness, that was beautiful. Dude, that was a highlight of the game. That's a highlight. That's a highlight right there.
You have the I believe it was like the Wood Hammer eject button or Wood Hammer or rather Horn Leech eject button. It's either one of those two. That's really well coordinated by Talon Esports. But now to fight on top here, you have Kai going with the rings and bound, trying to fight this up. Sync 1 goes down.
Oh my goodness. But you know, at the very least, right, like Miraen Sajong now is gonna be able to answer back against that of Talon after taking a lot of casualties. They are now able to put in some scores as well. Reggie likely gonna be taken out as well, and now gonna be able to score the first goal of the day. Of the game here for Miraen Sajong. But then again, it's already 4-minute mark, and now it's still not gonna be enough for them to destroy the first goal down bottom, as Mike is back tapping 50. But you know, there's a jump pad as well. But there you go. They're not gonna be jumping down bottom, allowing Mike Cross to put it in 50 down below. And now Kai is just playing around, he's trying to go away, gets in some phantom force as well just to get away.
And now Talon Esports, you know, despite having that massive lead, still sustaining it up until this point as well. Miraen Sajong trying to find out opportunity. Garchomp going in front, but still turn things around.
Livid Outrage wasn't able to live a Libella Loca into that, going back to the Pokemon Center, restores his HP as Talon was able to take down 3 into the side of Miraen Sajong. And now Ward here wants to be the Ward, but unfortunately for them, they might have been able to get in the information, but they got in the damage as well.
And now Talon Esports, if you're looking at the map, they have full control, even the respective forests of Miraen Sajong. This will be a very hard time for them to gain XPs and points coming through in the last 2 minutes into the game, as we are swiftly approaching the Rayquaza down in a couple of seconds time. And look at Talon Esports, they're poised in precision already to go for the Regieleki to put a lot of pressure on top lane, and Miraen Sajong wants to contest.
Oh yeah, for sure, but here you go though. Talon is doing its best to put up a wall so that Miraen Sajong would be delayed to go into Regieleki, and they did it successfully as well. Now Talon just needs to go back. They don't need to push in, but Miraen Sajong wants that pressure, wants that issue against that of Talon so that they won't be able to do anything at all going into that Rayquaza. But they have to remember, Talon not only leads in points 100 to, never mind, that is only a 98, right? 98 points lead, but the XP lead is quite drastic against that of Miraen Sajong, so they would still have a lot of issue here. But look at that, Tactics Slayer is going to be popped up as well into the Livid Outrage. Infinite Cyber is going to be the combo here. But look at that, they're going to be able to take down Micross as well, but Rings Unbound is now popped up.
And Talon Esports was able to come through in a huge amount of possibility here with the Rings Unbound. They're going to go for it, but Miraen Sajong is just keeping up the pace with a 4-5 KO.
Miraen Sajong wipes out Talon, you know, after a very beautiful lead by Talon. They didn't care. You know what? They are just preparing for the Rayquaza. They didn't care if Talon was in the lead in terms of XP. They didn't care if they were in the lead in terms of points. They were methodical, and that's what I'm talking about. They are dissecting them one by one, take them out, take the Rayquaza, put in the points, win the game.
And that's just the formula, right? Going in for the... That is what we mentioned a while ago, right? But the performance of how Miraen Sajong has done this in the past day, in the past couple of weeks here, Miraen Sajong definitely was able to adapt into that situation, adapt into Asia Champions League here in 2025. And if they are able to match the aggression of Talon Esports coming down into the early game, in mid-game, if they're able to sustain not big of a difference rather, in terms of points, they're able to really take down a win. And that is exactly what we saw Miraen Sajong taking game number 1 of this series against Talon.
Wow, Kai here just playing around, trying to survive as much as possible. They're the only one surviving in this match, and unfortunately for them, only 30 seconds. It's not going to be enough for them to answer back. Kai even only has 1 point here. He's able to successfully go back to the base, but the thing is, it's not going to allow them to win this time. So if they want to win this, game number 2 is the only one thing for them left to answer back against that of Miraen Sejong. Game number 1 goes to Miraen Sejong.
A fantastic start of this series as Miraen Sejong is able to take a win up against one of the favorites as well. If we're looking at the predictions, right, a lot of people have predicted towards Talon just because of their dominance over the past few weeks and what a great of a start that they have done in week 1 and week 2 of PUACL. But at this point, Miraen Sejong acting up really, really well and doing a great job in taking game 1.
All right, and oh wow, excuse me. Miraen Sejong definitely, is just waiting for that. Is essentially how would I say it is like, in essence, is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Just waiting for the right time to lounge into that of Talon, and they were able to successfully do so in the Rayquaza pit. Even when Talon was the one leading from the early game into that of the late game.
Yeah, and for Talon Esports, I still have to tip my hat off to them as well, because Ultra at the beginning of that matchup up until the very end, they were sustaining like 100-point lead at the very least at any given time. And despite, Miraen Sejong gaining 200 points, look at Talon still having the 300 points as a difference. So that is just something that I can still commend for the likes of Talon Esports to sustain that massive of a lead before Rayquaza occurred.
Right, and what I guess one of the biggest thing here coming from that Talon is that they were really together. When Miraen Sejong attacked them, especially with the start of the guard jump with the Livid Outrage, right? Livid Outrage definitely knocked everyone up, and that just allowed Miraen Sejong to follow up with more damage against them, being unable to move at all, being unable to maneuver themselves away from the attacks of Miraen Sejong. And from there and out, that was just the start of the team wipe of Talon, allowing Miraen Sejong taking the Rayquaza and overcoming the score that they were. Well, Talon was on the lead against that of MSJ.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I'm really excited. Like, well, I keep on saying I'm really excited, but I really am throughout the day in terms of like what these teams are going to pour out in terms of their capabilities to match up against each other. Because the thing is, we are already reaching near conclusion of the group stages, and as we all know, 2 teams will bow down, only 8 teams will proceed into the playoffs, and I think that really hurts to think about. That teams are going to fall down in terms of the leaderboard, but that's pretty much it. Like, these teams really have to put their best foot forward, moving towards the group stages, moving towards the conclusion of the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, this is the penultimate day, right? The penultimate day of the group stages, and they only have like 1 more day left, which I believe, again, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches. Oh, there we go. That's not 6, but 5 matches, and that's wow. This is there's at least one team that's no longer going to be playing on day number 6, I believe. I believe. Oh wait, never mind. Actually, all of them are still going to be playing. There's still 5 matches, so 10 teams, 5 matches. Okay, so everyone's still going to be playing on day number 6. But then again, in comparison to like this day where there's only like there's 8 games, only 5 games are going to be played. 5 matches are going to be played onto that of day number 6. So again, today is a really detrimental day for everyone to gather as much points as they can. One of those teams, definitely Elevate still has a match against that of Paper Rex, and even then, that is quite a huge wall to climb.
It definitely is. It definitely is still a huge wall to climb. Despite, Talon Esports losing this game number 1, we also have to consider their strength, right? They have secured a constant lead of 100 points from the very beginning up until the very end. And I think this states a lot of volume as well. That Miraen Sejong needs to, at the very least, match that coming down into the next game for them to be able to take this series away from Talon Esports. Also considering that Talon is now on the purple side selection for that high priority pick advantage.
Right. And with that being said, same set of bans, I think. Psyduck, Mimikyu, Miraen. Oh, Bliss is gonna be banned this time. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm.
So we still have Urshifu, we still have Umbreon, we still have the likes of Leafeon, Snorlax.
Yeah. Wait.
Are some of the options available.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, I thought there's one missing ban because Mike was hovering into the the Zacian. My bad.
Yeah,
Never mind.
but that's like some of the Pokemon that we could expect. Yeah, Umbreon or Shifu going to Miraen Sejong, Talon with the Zacian. They could opt to go for the Mewtwo Y. This is something that they could really bring up, and then the Serena would act absolutely well for this composition as well. So yeah, a lot of options for them. They could also go for a defender.
I'd say, what do you call this? Them gunning in for that of the Zacian, right? Just allows Talon, or at least Mike at the very least, to be far more aggressive than they were in game number 1. Because if you remember, right, this was the same composition that Talon did as well for game number 3 against the Blacklist earlier in the day, allowing Mike to be far more aggressive and just go in as much as possible. And the Eldegoss is going to be coming back as well into the side of Kai, essentially sustaining them as Mike just goes in and rams everyone into the side of Miraen Sejong. And I think this is the solution that they have found, as an answer against that of Miraen Sejong.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see how this will turn out as you have the Mewtwo. This is what we mentioned, right? Mewtwo Y going into Talon Esports' side. This is working really well with the Zacian and Serena pickup. Now for Miraen Sejong, this will be good for MSJ. If you're gonna think about a double defender, the double all-rounder, and then the Aspion to follow through, this is an amazing composition if they want to go all in. And so far, Miraen Sejong knows well how to play into this composition. With also the Umbreon and the Aspion, they could play around that early game and match that aggression with Talon Esports at the early stage of the matchup.
Right, but that also means, right, like they have to go through Dylan and Mike as well. Rubik's being on the front line as well, just to tank in some damage. I think one of the biggest things here is that Chogo with that of the Umbreon, gonna in for that what we call is mean look, is definitely gonna be the player of the game here, just to counter that Zacian, not allowing it to go in, especially with its Metal Claw going in the team fights.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see. I'm definitely looking forward to how this matchup will conclude, considering that Talon Esports is on a huge deficit right now. Miraen Sejong only needs with one more time to be able to fully secure this series away for themselves. And MSJ definitely has a good composition to achieve that goal.
No, yeah, for sure. I totally agree with you. And with that being said, though, Talon currently on the first pick this time around, compared to earlier where Miraen Sejong is the one on the left side. But, it is going to be a switch up this time. And now, as we say that, we're going to have an enormous time here as Kai is, with the XP share, allows Mike to get in as much XP as possible.
Yeah, for sure. So they really have to try and think of a way to be able to achieve that goal. And for MSJ, this will take some time, right? Because you have to wait for Garchomp to be able to reach that final evolution. You have Mamoswine that takes a lot of time and XPs as well, and level to be able to achieve that final evolution. So really, MSJ has that balance of a comp wherein they have the Umbreon and Espeon to have the early game state, alleviate a bit of that pressure. But this will be a difficult time for them. Talon could definitely just take that opportunity and utilize that advantage that Talon has in that early game, especially with Zacian, especially with Mewtwo, that could disrupt how Miraen Sejong wants to play this out.
Right, and speaking of disruption, we're going to be seeing a bit of some poking matches here as Kai tries to get away with the eject button, allows itself to heal with the Spore. But with that being said, though, sorry, Pollen Puff rather. But with that being said, though, as you can see on the right side of the screen, we now have our third our third QR code. So if you want to scan that as you are watching the matches, make sure you do so and try to win yourself some prizes for you at home watching.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. So now, if we're gonna look at the state of the game, it's all about playing for time at this stage. Talon and Miraen Sejong doesn't want to put up a lot of risks moving forward here. It's all about gaining those XPs and just waiting for those Altars and Swablues to come up, especially coming down into the 8-minute mark. You're looking at how Talon is rotating towards top. MSJ is rotating towards top as well.
Right, and here you have it. Miraen Sejong currently on the point deficit. Kai tries to get away, going to be able to be taken down here, though, by that of the Espionage. There's going to be two of them to the side of Talon, as Miraen Sejong slowly but surely answers back into that of Talon. Rubix now tries to defend this, but there's going to be four players into the side of Miraen Sejong, and they're going to be able to successfully put down their points. But now here is the reinforcement coming from that of Talon, going to be able to take down Ward. Are they? Yes, they will. Yes, they will. Rubix, though, instead of going for Skull, goes in for the Surf just to put up some knock-offs into the side of Miraen Sejong on team fights. But now we're going to be seeing another action here as Mike is now ready into the top path. But unfortunately for them, they were able to push away Miraen Sejong a little bit too much for Mike to put down some damage.
And Talon Esports, Miraen Sejong still very close in terms of that point accumulation. These two teams are really just finding ways to be able to keep themselves afloat in terms of XPs and points. They're battling it out. Reggie Aleki will go into the favor of Miraen Sejong, so that will put them at an advantage on top lane.
And here you have it. Another team fight here. Up top, Miraen Sejong securing that of the Reggie Lecky definitely pulls a lot of pressure into the side of Talon. But then again, Talon is being able to secure, Mike was able to secure that Reggie Rock for themselves as Miraen Sejong is nowhere to be found. But with that being said, though, despite that being given away to Talon, at least they were able to remove a bit more resources into the side of Talon into that of the central area.
Yeah, and Miraen Sejong at this stage, if we're going to look at it, still on par with Talon Esports. Not big of a difference in terms of points here. Kai being chased down by MSJ, just trying to buy time here with Talon trying to act and respond towards top side. But you still have Chobo that Talon Esports has to face before they reach the top lane. So it's all about dunking those points. Has to force out the Unite move here for Dylan to deny those 30 points coming through, and Serena comes up.
Right, and there you have it. They're going to be able to take down two in the process coming from the Miraen Sejong. This might be the renaissance that we're looking for Talon. They're going to be able to take down not only 3, but 4. Make the 4. Chobo now down as well. Sync 1 has synced up as well into their team. Going to be able to take down a lot on the side of Miraen Sejong and put down some scores as well. Doing some quick maths here. They don't want Dylan to put in the scores because they're going to be able to destroy it without overcapping that first year goal. But now, look at that. Telekinesis is going to be the player of the game here for Rubix as well, just to try to stop all those frontliners coming from that of Miraen Sejong when the team fight happens.
Yeah, and Talon Esports right now has sustained their lead once again. This is constantly what they do in terms of game number 1, and here in game number 2, they know how to manage their lanes. They know how to manage their rotations and be aggressive to a sufficient point of time. And now Miraen Sejong trying to defend.
Yeah, Moonlight Prez has been stopped here. That's what I'm talking about since earlier. If your Unite move does not have the status of a bound, then you are just going to be, overridden by moves with bound. That is a play with me, that is slow beam, and Quinn Ascendus as well. But with that being said, though, ladies and gentlemen, as that happens, Miraen Sejong was able to take down 3 into the side of Talon, and they were able to destroy the first skull down bottom as well. But with that being said, there's the handshake. Talon was able to secure that Reggie Lucky up top, and they're going to be able to secure that Reggie X as well down bottom. Jong is now out of the play as well.
And Miraen Sejong now being pushed back here. Very difficult time for them as they have the Reggie Aleki pressure on top lane with Espion going for the defense. So Miraen Sejong has to stay put with 4 people defending the tier 1 goal zone into the bottom lane. But so far, they are puzzled out. Talon Esports has dominated them, and there are 3 people KO'd, and that will open up the tier 1 goal zone for Talon Esports to take.
And that's what we're talking about, right? Like, you know, a Talon is ready for any chaotic things that might happen. They have now adjusted against that of Miraen's schedule. They are slowly but surely answering back in team fights. Sure, they may still not have the lead in terms of the points, but definitely on team fights, they are able to pick them off one by one. Now, the question is, would Miraen's schedule be able to answer back against that of Talon going into that Rayquaza? But now, both of them have no first to Skogel. So Psychic Sludge is going to be popped up, but nobody's going to be hit as well. That's going to be Sync 1 going to be going down in the process as Miraen's schedule wants to push down. Gets a telekinesis into ward as well, but not going to be enough. Not going to be enough for them to take them ward. But here comes the Surf. Not going to be hitting a lot as well. And just like that, disengage. That is the good thing. That is a good decision. But Rubik's, though, still wants a bit of a pokes here.
And Miraen Sejong going to go through and keep on farming. They're now having their sights onto the Regieleki to put pressure on the tier 2 goal zone. Still a bit of time before Rayquaza comes up, so this will not suffice in terms of putting that extra pressure. But Serena having to meet 4 people immediately, but able to back away. Very methodical playstyle here, but Talon answering back.
Oh, wow. Beautiful play coming from Talon. Miraen Sejong was forcibly, you know, had to go back. And now Talon was able to steal away the positional advantage that Miraen Sejong had. You know, at first, you know, Sync 1 was alone. You know, they weren't expecting that almost everyone from Miraen Sejong was there. But this time around, at least for Miraen Sejong, they were able to get a bit more time, right, to push down the Regieleki. But unfortunately, wasn't able to finish the job. And now, what do you call this? Like, Regieleki was able to go down Sector Skogel. But look at this. They're going to be starting the team fight before Rayquaza comes out. Second Sludge is going to be popped out into the Minder Prance as well. But look at that. It's still not enough. Quintessence is going to be popped out. The Sync 1 is going to be able to take down that Umbreon as well. It's going to be 2 down to the side of Miraen Sejong. There's going to be 1 down as well. That's a Slow Bro going to be taken out, but still not being able to use its Unite move. So it still does have its Slow Beam as well. But into the side of Miraen Sejong, there is still the Even Fist. Even Fist, though, not going to be able to do the KO, but still was able to do the Wicked Blow as well. Spirits tries to get away, though, but unfortunately, Kai was there, you know, catching up. Going to be able to take down that Urshifu as well. And now Talon does have the advantage, numbers advantage into the Rayquaza, but they're not going to be able to take that out yet. They're not going to be able to take it out yet just now, as they still want to take down a lot of the side of Miraen Sejong, as they have the advantage to walls up to this shiny Rayquaza. And now they don't need to go to Sky Pillar to take this Rayquaza, because this is on their side. But never mind, Sabine from the back was able to secure them for themselves. You know what? If you're not going to be climbing up the Sky Tower, I will. And that's what they said. But unfortunately for them, they're going to be eaten up here by Talon. But the question is, would they have the time to score in? There's only one more Pokemon into the side of Talon. That is Mike. And it is being defended. Jong, though, despite having only 1 HP left, is now the one putting in the score, putting them the lead against that of Talon.
Now it's all about playing those defense at this point in time. They already had a 100-point lead here, along with Spirits dunking more points at 68 further up for MSJ. And this is all about playing defense. You still have the Umbreon trying to sneak his way onto the home base to be able to dunk more points, but at this point, it does not matter. It's playing on defense. It's playing on their own goal zones instead for MSJ to fully secure the win. And this is what we're talking about, how MSJ has the capability to win against Talon.
Man, this is the top 2 team, the second placer, the runner-up of the 2024 World Championships in action, winning against that of Talon 2-0 fashion. Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, Miraen Sejong wins 2-0 against that of Talon Esports.
Yeah, wonderful finish there for Miraen Sejong. Game number 1, clutching it up with the Rayquaza fight, as well as game number 2 to close it up. But game number 2 was a lot closer than we could expect in comparison to game number 1. But in totality, Miraen Sejong, what a way to finish the series up into taking the win and pushing yourself more further up in the leaderboard, now equating into an equivalent position with Evos Onyx, with Alter Ego.
No, yeah, for sure. And you know, I actually I don't know. Actually, I don't know.
It's a serious wins and loss.
Yeah, obviously, but you know, again, Miraen and Sejong, definitely an amazing match here going into that Rayquaza. I'm not sure. Like it was a back and forth really for Talon and Ren Shajong going to Gainer 2, but as you have mentioned, I have to reiterate that as well. It was a closer match than that than game number 1. Especially in the Rayquaza, but it could have been anyone's game. Really, Talon was already in the lead. They were on the advantage with the Rayquaza, but unfortunately for them, it was stolen away by Sabine.
Yeah. And at this stage, I don't even know what to expect. Because if you're going to look at it, right, in this 1 minute, in the final stretch, the only difference is, 12 points in totality, an advantage for Talon Esports. And the Rayquaza was a bit of a clutch there as well for MSJ, because there are 3 people in the Rayquaza pit for the side of Talon. And just 4. And Desmond just sneaking himself way into the Rayquaza pit and stealing it away from Talon was just a huge surprise.
What are the chances, right? It was very close. Sabine really at the very right moment pressed that move. I believe it wasn't Side Shock. I believe that was what do you call it? It was the other one. Sword Power. There we go. Sword Power really hit Rayquaza at the right moment, allowing them to get the KO. Despite Sabine getting taken out, at the very least, what's important was that they were able to get in the Rayquaza, wait for the right time for their teammates to respond back, and from there on out, allow their teammates to get some of those buff from the Rayquaza and score for themselves and get themselves the win, and getting it 2-0 against that of Talon.
Yeah, it is very close between these 2 teams. So we'll see what the next teams and what the next series will have in store for us, because we have 3 more to go for today's matchups. We're just going to take a short break. While we come back, Asia Champions League will return.
Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, we are now at the 6th matchup of the day. That means to say that we have like 3 more matches, including this one, before the end of the day. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we are again back. This time around, it is going to be Full Sense versus Onic. Onic Rise. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, Onic Rise versus Full Sense. The performance rather of Onic Rise so far has been so dominating. If you're gonna look back at yesterday's matchup up against PRX, which is the former top 1 team at least here in Asia Champions League 2025 last week, it's Onic Rise who just dominated that series 2-0. And then right after that, a while ago, Onic Rise as well dominate the matchup against Miraen Sejong. So Onic right now is in tip-top shape.
Right, and speaking of top shape as well, you know, a Full Sense, they kind of like, well, they lost earlier, right? In comparison to other previous days, we do have Onic though, which has had an amazing time as well. But with that being said, though, you know, Full Sense here, you know, going back into Market S, been punished a lot. So, you know, going into this game, I think I wish they have had their break. They have had their what do you call this? Their practice, or at least warm up going into this match. Onic does too as well. So just so that they are going to be ready going into this matchup. Unfortunately, though, what is going to be interesting here would be the predictions of the casters, mainly because of the fact that we have seen quite a landslide from earlier, but this time not that much. But now, here we go, going back here, Cherledge, Sudrio, and Urshifu.
Yeah, it's Eeyore coming from Onic Rise, and so far I think the prio pick so far in this week is Dodrio and Urshifu. So I think that is one of the expectations here for Eeyore to pick up instead of Cherledge. Cherledge has fell down quite a bit in terms of the priority picks. It has not seen quite a bit in terms of the pick rates and even the ban rates.
Right, and here we go. As I mentioned earlier, right? There's been quite a half here. You know, half of everyone has been, you know, predicting that Full Sense, even you, are part of it. Looking at Full Sense winning that one, and what call this? For the rest of the half, it is going to be Onic Rise. What do you think, Full Sense? What did you predict Full Sense winning to win this one?
Underdog story.
Okay, I see.
No, I'm kidding. So I feel like Full Sense has a bit of an underperformance recently up against Miraen Sejong yesterday, and even up against the likes of like Blacklist International in week number 2. But I feel like, you know what, Full Sense, they still stand a chance. You know what, if there is a time for them to be able to find their footing, it's against the best of the best. Yes,
okay.
yes.
But you know what? You know what I'm gonna say though. One of the players coming in from Onic though. Well, they're not playing this time though. Solo, Solo from Onic Rise has some messages. Has a message. Join in the rewards program that we've had. You know, the giveaway, saying that Evos is his goats. You know, not even their own teammate, but Evos. You know, so really amazing to see how, you know, these players are what do you call this? What was the term? Supporting each other. There we go. That's the term.
Yeah, and that's wonderful. Like, the support system is definitely well accepted with open arms. But jumping in game number 1 here, you have Zacian, Aldegosa, and Finn by Full Sense. And for Onic Rise, a very well drafted, at least balanced composition thus far. Having the Miraen, having the Urshifu, and then the Garchomp. I would have expected like a Snorlax more if they want to really go for the likes of the Urshifu and the Garchomp, because it does mend well with these 2 Pokemon. But nevertheless, Trevenant gives a lot of utility and gives a lot of hindrances in those team fights.
Oh yeah, and you know, Trevenant, as we've seen earlier, has been quite helpful, especially at the right time, to the right timing as well. Especially with its what do you call this? Woodhammer and Hornleech as well. You know, allowing the other teams to just really do some hits as well. But as we say that, it seems as if it did not work earlier, but it seems that they're going to be trying it out once again. And this time, though, for the first time in today, we're not going to be seeing the Mewtwo Y, but instead goes in for the Mewtwo X with Spoo.
Yeah, and it's very interesting, right? If we're gonna look at the draft, I think yes, they have enough of that tanking capability with a Zacian available into their lineup, but not having a defender, just full centric around, like having like Mimikyu, having Mewtwo X, and Zacian as damage dealers along with the Greninja, this is going to kind of crumble their composition quite a bit because there is no like innate tank and innate defender to be in their composition with the likes of Snorlax that can do a lot of setup, that can do a lot of engages, and that can tack a bit of damage into a composition. So we'll see how Full Sense will be able to do things around because Greninja has been picked up once.
Right. I mean, I guess the main key thing here, the main and key thing, it's already redundant. Anyway, so the key thing here for Full Sense is that I think what they're trying to do here is, as I mentioned, they have no innate tank, defender Pokemon, but at the very least, right, like Zacian and Mewtwo X, if and only if, here's the thing, if and only if it gets its Unite move, its Mega Evolution rather, that is when it becomes a tank, attacking tank. There we go. Into the side of a Full Sense. I guess that's also the reason why they went in for Mewtwo X instead of going for Mewtwo Y, because if we're talking about backlane damage, they already have the Greninja anyway, right? So despite it being squidgy, it still serves as a backlaner, as a mage, how they would say it, right? For the composition of Full Sense. With that of the Zacian as the frontliner and Mewtwo X as being the tank. But again, it's a huge if, and it's very situational only when it gets its Mega Evolution. But into the side of Onyx, though, they have Miraen on the back, Charge being really amazing move as well, and they have some form of hindrances as well, with Mr. Mime being the support, and of course having access to Showtime, knocking up Pokemon instead of Full Sense one by one. If they do so get hit by the radius of Showtime, it's going to provide a lot of annoyance into the side of Full Sense, and perhaps and possibly allow Onyx to take control of the match later on.
Yeah, and Onyx right now is on a good state. They're really just holding their position. Thing, not as much aggression that we see so often coming down into the early stage of the matchup. Because the thing is, these two composition doesn't really speak and doesn't shout early aggression, early fights, early team battles. Not exactly. It still takes time for these teams to be able to reach that point of power.
Yeah, I mean, it's both of them really, and we're gonna be seeing definitely a very slow match here for this one in specific, provided that they have a mid-game startup kind of competition for both of the teams. We might be able to see some poking here and there, but not a full-fledged match, or at least a dominance. Not quite yet. Still the early game, and as we can see here, there's one KO, sure, a bit of a score here, levels 7 points here for the side of Onyx, but nothing major just yet.
Yeah, definitely nothing major. Onyx going with the 7 points. That's not that drastic, right? And just getting a couple of KOs in, that is really good coming from Onyx's side. But these points is just giving a little bit of that XP lead for the likes of Onyx temporarily in the early game. But for now, it's very important to take note where Onyx is rotating, especially right now.
Oh, look at that, though. Oh, my goodness. Miraen's going to be taken out into the process, but at the same time, we have the Zacian out as well. 1-for-1 trade in favor of no one. Both of them was able to get something off of that bit of a skirmish. As we've mentioned, like, there's definitely going to be some attacks here and there, but nothing too major. Not just yet, not until the first huge objective comes up. But here we go. The Mega Evolution, Mega X, Mega Mewtwo X is going to be popped up as well, and this is the time when it becomes an attacking tank. But even then, right, the thing is, it doesn't have any reinforcement. It doesn't have any Pokemon to back it up. It's alone. So it's not. They're not going to be able to make use or fully utilize Mewtwo X without anyone in their side. So just like that, you can see how Onyx was able to, use numbers to power through the Mewtwo X.
Yeah, for sure. And now Onic Rise, Full Sense, going for the handshake here. I believe Full Sense was able to take down the objective onto the top pad, and Onic Rise going in for the bottom pad, Reggie bottom as well. So far, 1-for-1, and Full Sense gains a huge lead just from that Reggie Alecki.
Oh, well, it's not going to be Charge Beam. It's going to be Electro Drift, and they were able to drift through the Mewtwo. And just like that, Onic Rise, still has the lead in terms of XP, but Full Sense is the one leading in terms of points. As you can see as well, a little bit of backup up top there. That is going to be the Garchomp with 39 points now at level 9 as well, ready to take on that Mewtwo. See, that's the thing. That's the biggest equal fighter against that of Mewtwo X. That is the Garchomp. So if it goes 1v1 against these two Pokemon, I have no doubts that Garchomp is going to be the one winning, especially when it has its life steal with the cleans of its attacks. But as we say that, we are going to be seeing a bit of some skirmish here, a little bit of poking here with that of Zacian and the Garchomp.
Yeah. And now Onic Rise just going through and just finding opportunities. I think the biggest opportunity here for Onic Rise would definitely be the tier 1 goal zone in the bottom side and even the top side as well. They haven't brought down anything yet. And despite not taking any tier 1 goal zone at this stage of the game in 5 minutes, I think this will play very well later on if this keeps up. If this type of point system matches up until the late 2-minute mark, because it's an easy access for Onic Rise down the road.
Oh, I totally agree with you. But with that being said, though, we're still going to be seeing a little bit of poking here. As we can see, it's quite slow of a match for this time. Nobody really wants to push in. Well, considering their composition isn't really for going in on a team fight, it is really going to be a slow one. Electro Drift is going to be popped up here, followed through by that of the Urshifu, but Talon Cloud Crash is going to be used just to get away from those attacks. But the Bright Future Meteor Storm is going to be popped up as well. Going to be able to take down that Greninja, the very squishy Greninja at 50. It's not going to be enough to deal a lot of damage, as Onyx was able to secure that Reggie Rock for themselves. Handshake.
Yeah, it is. And Onic Rise right now just going into play defense on top side, dissuading the Reggie Alecki to reach the tier 2 goal zone. And then you have the Trevenant just dunking in 6 points into the bottom pad, closing in the gap. Only of a 2-point difference at this stage. But once again, you're seeing a lot of pressure now from Onic Rise in top lane.
Right, and look at that though. Onyx Rise wants to destroy the first score goal, and they did. But just going back to what Trevenant did, as you mentioned, there's like what 5-6 points. I believe that just gives us the information, us and Full Sense information that Illinois here with the Trevenant still doesn't have full stacks. That's why they want to score in even the sliver of points here, which puts them in just like what 2 points behind. But this time, as they were able to destroy the first score goal, they are now currently the lead with that like 62 points, right? Yeah, 62 points. Yeah, I'm confident. Yeah.
Quick bats coming in from JJ Kuhn. But yeah, it's around, exactly 62 points. Onic Rise. Currently he's just playing in for defense. Now you have the Reggie top going on in 20 seconds. Without Reggie Alecki, I believe like both these teams want to go for it at the very least, just deny it out from each other, because it's still a lot of pressure if we're gonna think about it. And then you have the Reggie bottom, which I think is something that Onic Rise would want as well.
Oh, Electro Drift. Trick Room, Shadow Claw is not going to be enough for you to handle Electro Drift into the Wicked Blow. But at the very least, Full Sense was able to punish them through, going to be able to take down two Urshifu and the Miraidon in exchange for taking out their own Mimikyu. And just like that, Full Sense is now going to be able to secure the Reggie for themselves and to provide a bit of a pressure up top for Onyx Rise, giving them a bit of some time, some space to get ready for the Rayquaza.
Yeah, and definitely is the Reggie Rock being taken away by Onic Rise gives him a huge advantage here, as you have the Rayquaza coming up in 10 seconds. So it will be a moment's time before it comes up. But what I love coming in for Full Sense here is that they're really just pouring in every XPs onto Greninja, already sitting at level 14. So this will be the key here for Full Sense into winning the battle up against Onic Rise.
Oh yeah, and now Onyx Rise might not doesn't have that huge of a lead, so they have to really defend this Rayquaza because if it gets stolen away from them or if they get taken out, then that's going to provide them such a huge deficit. But with that being said, Phantom Force is going to be popped up as well into Psychic Cyber, but they're going to bring two down into side, so they make that one rather into the side of full sense. They'll make that two, now no three, no four, and now only the Eldegoss is up left. Still not a team wide, going to be putting down 80 points down bottom, but then again, Onyx Rise has the advantage, does have the secure into that of the shiny Rayquaza without anyone stopping them. They are now just going to be running for the points.
Yeah, and with that said, having the Rayquaza gives them a massive advantage, going in for those dunks, and now more than double the amount that Full Sense currently have, and this will pretty much just play for the defense from Onyx Rise from here on forward, and Full Sense, even then, is still lacking in terms of points accumulation stacked upon in each and every single one. Huge amounts of damage coming from Sidon. That's insane.
Yeah, that is definitely insane because there's what 3-4 Pokemon into the side of Full Sense, trying to push through, and only two into the side of Onyx Rise. That is, of course, the sorry, not Urshifu, but the Miraen and the Garchomp, and still was able to take down one. But to be fair, that was the Greninja. That is already too squishy for its own good. But with that being said, though, Zoe is going to be putting in another 100 points in it, just to finally guarantee and secure the win. And here we have it. The Urshifu still has a Rayquaza buff. They're putting 56 points. There we go. Never mind. 100 points
Quick math.
to put them at 700.
I can't calculate that fast. You're the mathematician. I'm just like
I wish.
I'm just like a side lane, a trainer just catching Pokemons. But yeah, Onyx Rise taking that game number 1, fantastic win. With a little bit of a close matchup at the very beginning before Rayquaza. If we're gonna look at the graph, it's very close between these two teams. So at the least, we're tipping our hats on to Full Sense on keeping that pace, right? Only a difference of around like 50 points at the 8-minute mark before the Rayquaza was taken away. Wherein Onyx Rise just jumped up in terms of advantage.
Yeah, and after that, it's just scoring and scoring and scoring all day, all night for Onyx Rise. But with that being said, though, Full Sense still has the capabilities to, get back up against that of Onyx Rise. Especially, we're still going to be approaching game number 2. But before we head into that, let's take a look at a replay here of what happened in game number 1, and see how Full Sense is going to be able to go back against them and get the revenge in game number 2.
Yeah, for sure. And I think there's still a possibility for Miraen Sedong, for Full Sense into the next matchup. If ever they want to make it back, I feel like they definitely still can. Not because I predicted them that they're gonna take a win. Okay, I'm gonna stop capping. But yeah, Onyx Rise definitely has showed a huge amount of dominance in game number 2, and it is it's just a little bit more balanced, to be honest, right? It's a really good composition if we're gonna think about it. The amount of coordination of these Pokemon and how it can stack on top of each other, especially those Unite move, works hand in hand for Onyx Rise.
If there's anything really that I would want to know, right? I want to be able to ask I want to be able to ask Full Sense, what's the idea? What's the thinking behind using Greninja? Because obviously it's okay, to be frank, it's not really working out. It's not really working out. So I really want to know the idea. I want to know the plan behind Greninja, because earlier they already used this, and then after the Greninja lost, they switched it up and removed the Greninja. But now going against Onyx, and especially against Onyx, that's one of the biggest thing here. Against Onyx, you can't really be complacent in a Pokemon that is squishy, if I so say so myself. Especially with the Greninja, we have the Mew as well. There's a lot of options really that it's more viable than that of Greninja. If we're talking about year one Greninja, sure. Shengdi from Alter Ego has been using that a while, especially with Surf, but it has been nerfed down a lot that it's no longer viable. So really, I just want to know what's the idea behind this. But other than that, like Mewtwo X and Zacian being the frontliners, I think it's a very good pick as well. Eldegoss and Mimikyu as well is there, but it's just like that one piece of the puzzle that doesn't fit. That I believe for me is the Greninja. So I really want to know what the idea is behind for this.
Yeah, sure. I think that's still like a mystery at this point, and I think one of the points that I want to take note of as well in terms of the composition, I want to solely talk about objectively in terms of what we saw in terms of innate composition for both these sides. I think full sense. If we're gonna look at the Unite moves, they don't really have that massive Unite move that could set up the play.
No.
Unlike for Onic Rise, that they have the likes of the Phantom Forest, they could really set up the plays really well. Even the future Meteor Storm coming in from a Rhydon can act up as a set engage for Onic Rise for those fights. Now for full sense, if we're going to consider it, it's all about just play with me onto a single target.
Right.
Hot on Cloud Crash that takes time to be able to go down and go for those hindrances, which also takes time. So yeah, it's something that has to be changed. It's something that has to fill in terms of those team fights, and especially if you're having that huge dependency on the Rayquaza down the road.
And at the same time, like just to add into what you said, they might have Sovereign Sword coming in from that of the Zacian, but the thing is, Zacian, you still have to charge it. That's one of the moves that you have to charge as well. And Zacian being one of the Pokemon that requires you, just like Ho-Oh requires you to have a lot of points for you to fully utilize. It's one of the only AoE attacks that they have, and even then, for the side of sure, there's the Infinite Cyber and whatever Shuriken, sure, but at least for Onic, it's not only damage that they're putting up, it's also the the crowd control, right? The hindrances, as you had mentioned. Even Fist, Livid Outrage can knock off. Even Fist can knock up as well. Phantom Forest can knock off, and Showtime can stun and knock up rather opponents as well, allowing others to push in a lot of damage, even more so than just pure damage, I'd say. But the thing is, you can use full damage if you can make it hit. That's a key thing, though. If you can make it hit.
We'll see what the adjustments are going to be here. Onic Rise now going in for a similar look, but with a change of Sarah Ledge instead, going into their graph with the Miraen as well as the Garchomp. As for full sense, I'm loving this a little bit better, right? They went in for the Crustle. They need those setup plays. The Rock Tomb is definitely going to help them a lot better in terms of tanking the front lines and having the damage go into the likes of Mimikyu and the Sylveon. Now for Onic Rise, this is very different. This is one of the first times that we're going to see Blastoise coming into Asia Champions League 2025.
Right, and I mean, it's one of the reasons why is that there's I keep on saying this, there's more viable option, but in this composition in particular, I'd say Blastoise is a really good pick here, especially with its the Surf. I'm pretty sure it's going to be going in for the Surf, not Rapid Spin. Water Spout, mainly because of the fact that they already have the Garchomp, they already have the Ceruledge, which by the way you're going to be seeing for the first time for today. Blastoise, I believe, is the first time for the entire tournament of Southeast Asia Champions League. But then again, it does provide a lot of pushbacks, a lot of crowd control, not crowd control, like just pushing them back with Surf. And Hydro Pump as well, pushbacks into the side of the just like block, right? But this time though, it's just one-time thing. That's the thing, and just pushing back opponents allows Ceruledge to have a bit more breathing room as well in comparison to what's needed by Garchomp, because Garchomp, that's the thing. That's the clash between the two. The Blastoise pushes away opponents. Garchomp needs to pull in the opponents. So they really need to time this right, but that then still allows Ceruledge to have a bit of a breathing room for it to put down its Reverent Rend without getting stopped.
Yeah. Though honestly speaking, initially I was thinking about like Spin Toys, coming in for
In
Blackstone.
toys, really.
The water spout
Yeah.
rapid spin just to stack up on that AoE damage in those team fights. So yeah, but I definitely do understand what your point of view. The thing is, it's only Blastoise that's going to be the defender, so having that
Right.
extra utility with Hydro Pump and Surf definitely makes sense.
Well, yeah, I mean, if that is going to be the case as well, right? Like, if Blastoise is going to be water spout rapid spin, kind of like move that, then that only means that they wouldn't have a tank. If that makes sense. I mean, sure, they still have Hydro Typhoon, but that means that they have to wait for their Unite move, right?
Yeah, that's fair. So yeah, it's just a food thought, right? This still
Yeah.
could go either way. Just because it's the first time that we're seeing Blastoise coming
Yeah.
through into Asia Champions League 2025, because in the past there's just a lot of viable options. Typically we see that spin toys occur in terms of the move sets, and even the Hydro Pump Surf options as well is there, but that is into consideration of a double defender setup in those in that meta before. in the
Not even when Paper Rex, right? I believe that was day number 4. Wait, no, 3. Yeah. It wasn't even when Paper Rex went in for the full defender. They didn't even use Blastoise. So really, it's not just in Asia Champions League. It's not just in Asia, but for the rest of the world as well. Honestly, we haven't seen Blastoise for a huge number of patches.
Yeah. So right, we'll see how this less. Like Onic Rise is on a good start here. You have 37 points already for Onic Rise, and then you have Gabite already reaching that second evolution. And you also have War Turtle already set as well. So it's still gonna take time for them to be able to reach their full power potential, and Full Sense should capitalize on that as well. Mimikyu overextending though, that's a bit of a surprise.
Now this is going to be a problem now for Full Sense. Eeyore with the Serial Edge now at level 7 does have access to Psycho Cut and Flame Charge if they choose for Flame Charge, or Phantom Force. But regardless of which, they now have both of their upgrades in terms of their moves. So really, they cannot they cannot be too careful around Eeyore with that other Serial Edge. With that being said, though, Full Sense still wants to get their XPs. Terra Rock B here does have a level 6 into that of the Zacian, going to be able to push down the first score goal instead of Onic Rise. And just like that, that is going to be the first one down for this match. AXQ, though, wants to push in some points, and they would. Nautizad, though, is going to be taken out by that of the Miraidon with the help of their teammates into the Electro Drift.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see. But Full Sense definitely still acting up here, and 90 points already. It's just a lot of these back and forths. We talked about how Onic Rise needs to buy time here. Reaching that level 9 for that final guard trump still is something of a necessity as one of the conditions here for Onic Rise to reach that pinnacle of power in this matchup up against Full Sense. So Full Sense really just capitalizing their advantage here in their game.
Now here we go. That is going to be the Surf Blastoise, as we mentioned, into the Hydro Pump as well. But still not at level 9. Still not going to be able to put down as much crowd control as possible. Not without Hydro Typhoon, but it doesn't matter. They're going to be able to take down 2 in the process. Full Sense with that of the Crustle. And of course, their Zacian is going to be going down, and now outnumbering them as well. Onic Rise finally takes down one more Mimikyu down as well. And look at that, another 7 points here for that of the Blastoise. Just a little bit more XP before it can have access to its, a Hydro Typhoon Unite move. And that is what they're trying to do. And I guess that's one of the reasons why Blastoise hasn't been picked a lot as well. Just like Garchomp, it takes a while to get its level, and we usually see Blastoise gets its level 9 at 5-minute mark, and that is what's happening right now. It's still at level 8 here, still doesn't have its Unite move ready.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the problems as well before, right? And even then, it was a lot further to be able to reach the final evolution in the past. Now it has been a little bit better, but still the same thing. It takes a bit of time. I think that is what Onic Rise has to bank on. But nevertheless, despite this disadvantage, they're still on the lead of 11 points up against Full Sense.
And at the same time, right, it's not only that, it's also the XP lead as well, and that's what I'm talking about. Hydro Typhoon, but unfortunately, they were able to inject one out, and the Chrono Cloud Crash just essentially dissipates any damage and knockups coming in from that of the Hydro Typhoon. Beautiful play, beautiful micro decisions coming from that of Full Sense, but still was able to was still able to take down that Mimikyu and just push away Full Sense despite it not doing a lot of damage. Ilona with the Hydro Typhoon was still able to repel away Full Sense and making use of Hydro Typhoon not as a knockup, not as a crowd control, but rather as a utility to push them away.
Yeah, now you have Blastoise going for the serve into the bottom side. You have the Hydro Pump as well to push them back. That's really good coming in from Onic Rise, and this is what we've mentioned. Once the Garchomp reaches the final evolution, once Blastoise has the Unite move, this will be the time for Onic Rise to find so much value in return.
Oh wow! Now I can see the combination here, Ilona. And you see that? That was beautiful. That was beautiful. See, for those who doesn't know as well, that kind of interaction, Surf coming from that of Blastoise, if you hit your opponent with Surf, right? And then it hits a wall, it actually stuns the Pokemon in comparison to when it does not. So with the combination of Zoe with what we call Barrier, and of course Surf, it makes a temporary wall for you to essentially
denied.
Denied as well. There we go. Another one gonna be a Mimikyu. Gonna be taking out again. They are always taking out that Mimikyu for themselves, and just like that, the Blasters are gonna be taken out as well. 1-for-1 trade for both of the teams. But as I was saying, it creates a temporary wall for you to push your opponents away and stun them. And Mr. Mime with confusion does the same thing.
Yeah. And it's a wonderful interaction. It's an incredible job Onic Rise has done this. But a while ago on that team fight, did you notice like the Hydro Typhoon, I believe, denied by the Mimikyu's Unite move as well, which is really unfortunate because Onic Rise was hoping for that win on that team fight. But nevertheless, now Onic Rise still sustaining their advantage with 76 points. I think. Yes.
Yeah.
76 points lead up against Full Sense. I'm not that good in math. I think JJ Kun is the.
I tried.
Yeah, JJ Kun's the brainiac here.
But then again, that's what we're talking about, right? Like for those who doesn't know as well, if your Pokemon Unite move has a bound status, you can essentially overwrite any Pokemon. And as you have mentioned, right? Like it essentially countered Hydro Typhoon because Hydro Typhoon only puts Blastoise in unstoppable status, but since playing with me Unite move is bound, then it's definitely going to be cancelled.
Yeah, really unfortunate. We'll see. Rayquaza now being started up. Sticker and Onic Rise will lock it in.
You are going to be able to secure the Rayquaza. That was very quick of Onic Rise. Now they can just score in all day. There we go. 101. They're leading by 222. We'll come later. But there we go. As we say that, 200, more than 200 points are going to be on the lead here into the side of Onic Rise. They just need to defend this, or at least try to maintain this lead, because Full Sense still does have one more full minute to catch up.
Yeah, although it will take some time. If we're gonna look at the stack points of Full Sense, they have nothing. They only have like 13. You have 3 points. So really, it will be a difficult time for them, despite not having like a bit of time to be able to make it back. There's still 150 point difference between these two sides.
And look at that, though. We have HQ as well. Cell rather, going to be able to score in another hundo here. But even if Full Sense is going to be able to, put in a little bit of score down bottom, still not enough for them to catch up against that of Onic Rise. And now another one here, you're back capping another hundo points here, essentially guaranteeing them the win for this match. Man, it's quite a huge deficit for Full Sense. There's a huge gap against these two teams, and Onic Rise just shows how much they have been rising up from the ashes from the last few days.
Yeah, 627 points to finish it off. To close it off for Onic Rise, a massive point lead that they were able to attain, and add that extra 27 points. to further up the lead here for Onic Rise to close up the series, winning game 2 in a 2-0 sweep against Full Sense.
There you go. Once again, congratulations to Onic Rise for winning this match against that of Full Sense. Unfortunately for Full Sense, though, well, they not going to be winning anything for today because they also lost against Evos. Onyx earlier in the day, so unfortunate for them. But then again, they still have one more match to catch up by day number 6. But with that being said, though, Onic Rise quite a dominant fashion, winning game number 2.
Yeah, they won it, and I think Onic Rise is just sustaining their massive amount of lead up until this point, which is fantastic, and they're just still sitting at the top 1 position, I believe.
No, not one.
Yeah,
They were third, right?
Yeah.
Plus
They're on in third place, so pretty much just a
second, third place.
Yeah, second, third place.
Yeah, because Buriram United Esports won their match as well earlier, which puts them at 90. Was it 90 points or something like that? But regardless of which, they're still at the top, which puts Onic at like second, third place this time.
Wonderful stuff. From the side of Onic Rise, what a play coming in from them, actually picking up this Blastoise and Mr. Mime combo. A very untraditional, very unarched block, but they were able to make it work with the coordination of these two Pokemon's movesets. Now I'm really looking forward and accelerated to look at the following 2 series, right? Because you have 2 more right after this, and it's still going to be big hitters coming down into the last 2 series.
Oh, for sure. And it's not just that, that may be the last 2 matches, but the players, the teams that are going to be participating, or at least playing for the last 2 matches, is going to be Paper Rex, number 1, Paper Rex, Elevate, going to be playing back again, Blacklist International, and Alter Ego. So definitely some heavy hitters, as you have mentioned, of some teams going into this match. Again, that has just been match number 6, Full Sense versus Onic, and we're going to be going back pretty soon. Going to be going into the break, and we'll be back very soon for more amazing matches only here at Pokémon UNITE Asia Champions League. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Here we go, the penultimate match of the day. It is going to be Paper Rex versus Elevate. We all know for a fact that there's a lot of Paper Rex and Elevate fans here, especially for those who are putting in their votes or their voices as well in the messages when they are scanning the QR code. There's a lot of people here, players who are showing their support to Filipino teams and to Paper Rex as well. So really amazing for you guys as well. So make sure you stay tuned for the next QR codes as well, for you to be able to have a chance to win some of our giveaway items, merchandise from Pokémon UNITE. So with that being said, we are back once again. My name is JJ, and with me is Infinity.
Yeah, we're back at it again. We only have 2 more series left. Woohoo! I'm having like PRX versus. But why are you laughing? What do you mean? It's just a meaning of like concluding onto today's matchup, right? So we have 2 more series. It's gonna be PRX versus Elevate and Blacklist International up against Alter Ego.
No, I haven't seen my boys yet. My boys, they're gonna be playing last. That's going to be on the next one. But this time, though, again, as I've mentioned, we're going to be focusing first into Paper Rex versus Elevate, for which is going to be quite an amazing match here. As we can see here, Elevate here, same sort of, Filipino boys here, going up against Paper Rex, which we know for a fact are named as MY asked before and is a fan favorite in the tournament.
Yeah. And Paper Rex has been the top one for a bit, right? In the first 2 weeks of the tournament before yesterday, they were the top ones, and then you have Buriram United Esports just behind them, and now the things have been switched just because of the matches yesterday in day number 4. So we'll see if they can win up against Elevate and take back their spot at the top 1 position. But here for Elevate, we have the key player, which is Miva, having the Blaziken, the Dodrio, and the...
They have been showing, even earlier, right? They might have lost, but they still showed up a lot of prowess earlier, especially, Miva and Blank, right? So really amazing stuff for them. So, going into the side of Paper Rex, it is going to be Aishin being the key player here with Urshifu, Charledge, and of course, we have that of Zoroark. But this is the first time that this has ever happened in this tournament where everyone is voting for the same team to, prediction to win the game. So, even for us, me and Infinity, we're going to be going in for that of Paper Rex. Again, this is more of not because we don't want to support our own Filipino teams, but this is more an objective take, really. An objective take, especially with how much, prowess that Paper Rex has been showing us quite a while. And, they are one of the top contenders. Not only one of the top contenders, but also one of the top teams in the leaderboards for a reason.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the first times that we have like a complete prediction across the board.
Yeah, that's what I said, right?
Yeah, fantastic way to have this prediction set up for the casters. But this time around, you have the picks and bans already for game number 1. Wherein Elevate has prioritized going for the Miraen, which opens up the Urshifu, the Snorlax, the Serena, the Umbreon for Paper Rex to pick up, but instead opting to go for the Umbreon and Eldegoss.
And sorry, before I go back into the draft, this is going to be quite a crucial match for Elevate because, since especially us, right, we are predicting, all of us, all 10 of the casters for the day are predicting or saying that, Paper Rex is going to be winning this one against them. Elevate, if they do win this, is going to be a slap in the face for all of us, especially to us, to the both of us, really.
Well, what does that mean?
I mean,
what do you mean? What do you mean?
Like, all of us, right? All of us has voted for Paper Rex, all 10 of us, and we're both Filipinos too, so you know what I'm saying. It's gonna be a slap on the face. Especially...
No, I don't get it. I'm kidding. I get it.
Anyway, going back into the draft though, Elevate here gunning in for that of the Miraidon, Mamoswine, Garchomp, and we're still waiting for the last one though. Absol definitely a top pick now as well. But they're going to be gunning in not for the Eldegoss, but instead goes in for that of the Hoopa. Now, into the side of Paper Rex, it's going to be the Umbreon, the Gyarados, the Eldegoss, the Dodrio, and perhaps the Mewtwo Y as they're hovering it.
Yeah. And so for the composition of Elevate, it's balanced, right? You have Absol as the early game Pokemon, then you have Garchomp, Mamoswine to alleviate some of the pressure in mid game, and Miraen all throughout is decent to be played with. But I think if Elevate is going for like these early game type of setup, early game speedster, they should have went just like double down onto the early game position and early game advantage, not having like the likes of Garchomp and Mamoswine that takes a lot of time to be able to reach that point. And once that does, if Meeble was not able to capitalize onto that early game advantage of having the Absol, he would just have a hard time up against like the comp of Paper Rex.
No, I mean, I totally agree with you, but at the same time, we have to consider as well, right, that for the side of Paper Rex, they do have the Gyarados, which, as we all know, takes a while to, well, gets its expert values, right, to go up so that it can get into its Gyarados. So I think that is one of the reasons why they countered with Absol, making sure that they can get in its early lead, while allowing Garchomp and Mamoswine to have a bit of a space to get their XPs up as they try to delay the Gyarados into the side of Paper Rex. But with that being said, though, despite that, another problem here for Elevate is that the Dodrio is there, that it can just go in and out, put in some scores, and it's essentially not going to, tear away from that of Elevate, especially that they do not have Umbreon as well. If Elevate did have the Umbreon, then that would have been a different story, because then they would have access to Umbreon, essentially access to Moonlook rather, which can essentially stop the Dodrio.
Yeah, so we'll see if these things could affect how Paper Rex and Elevate will be playing this out. As you have mentioned, like the Magikarp still takes a bit of time here, and Elevate, if they get to utilize that into putting up pressure on top lane, that could definitely help them out and put Paper Rex at a decent, well, rather a disadvantageous position is what I meant, right? Because Magikarp is really strong actually when it comes to Gyarados, and if you alleviate some of that pressure, then you have enough time for the Gabite to reach that Garchomp position, and having the Mamoswine as well with a final position.
Yeah, but as a Magikarp, obviously it's not going to do a lot. And again, as I mentioned, I think that is what Elevate wants to take advantage of. But unfortunately for them, wow, a minute and a half, and it's already a Gyarados, and what they want to stop is already here.
Yeah, I believe it's just level 5 for the Magikarp to reach the Gyarados, and now you have the bounce, you have a lot of keys distance closer, and enough damage to actually put in a lot of pressure up against Elevate. So really unfortunate that it wasn't really dissuade that quickly, but now Paper Rex just going in and mincing it up in top side of the map, and just getting a lot of points, getting a lot of XPs, and going for a lot of dunks.
And as that happens, as Paper Rex is able to put down some points, we are now also going to be granted some QR codes as well at that on the top right of the screen. If you can see that, that is the 4th forms of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, make sure you scan that code if you want to get some prizes. But as we speak of prizes, Mewtwo is going to get their prize onto the hands of Pileswine, taking it out.
Yeah, for sure. And now you have Paper Rex. I mean, the difference is very minute. Like, you only have like a 6-point difference. Well, not anymore, since Paper Rex is just going for the stunts on top of the map. And just setting up for that overcap is really amazing. With only a 1 point left on the top side, just consider it eliminated, or well, rather won, with a tier 1 goal zone, and just leaving that opportunity open for Paper Rex to gain of those points. But instead, just locking it in, removing that tier 1 goal zone on the top side. Nevertheless, it's still fantastic. 128 points already for PRX.
Right. No, I totally agree with you. With that being said, though, Elevate does have the position advantage into that of Reggie. The thing is, Paper Rex is just going to be giving it away. That is a handshake as they secure the Reggie Lecky up top, while having the first tier score go up top destroyed, putting them up a lot of pressure against that of Elevate. So now, it doesn't really matter for them where they are at right now. They're just using it as a diversion as they now go down bottom 5-man rotation, and now they're going to be pushing down Elevate. The question is, would they be able to answer back? Yes, they will. They're going to be able to take down the Eldegoss, but it's not going to be enough. Minute Slash going to be popped up as well, but they're going to be able to escape and live another day.
Yeah, and Paper Rex just holding their possession here. And you still have Black going in for that 40-point dunk on the top tier 1 goal zone, which is really huge for Elevate to close down the distance. But now Paper Rex has that advantage in the bottom lane fight.
Yes, Dari, and just like that, they're going to be able to put down more points here as well. Going to be able to take down two Absol, and the Palace one is now out as well. And there we have it. Livid Outrage is going to be Livid La Loca. It's going to be enough, though, as they are not going to be able to put down a lot of damage here. But never mind, they're going to be able to put down a lot into the side of Paper Rex, but still not going to be enough for them to take down anyone at all, as they got punished through as well. That is going to be a Garchomp going down in favor of Paper Rex, as they are still trying to push down into the bottom path.
Yeah, and it's all about holding their possession here. And this is one of the untraditional type of patterns that we see, because the thing is, like, if Paper Rex or at least one team gets a tier 1 goals on the top side, what you want is that vertical mirroring, wherein you want the tier 1 goal zone into the bottom side to be taken down as an opposite value. But this time around, Elevate and Paper Rex both has the tier 1 goal zone on the top lane, so very untraditional, but nevertheless it still do happen from time to time. It's just a matter of just going back and forth and gaining each and respective values from each other.
Right, and speaking of that, though, we have the Reggie Lucky up right now, as we are waiting for the Reggie to come up. Now here comes the camera, very huge clutch, as we are now into the top path here. We're seeing a little bit of damage here. Ringside Brown is going to be popped up as well, but unfortunately not going to be enough to survive despite having the highest HP in the game after the transformation, but it doesn't matter. Two now is going to be down to the side of Elevate. That is a Hoopa and the Miraen, as Paper Rex is still not done in taking them out. Blank has been blanked out as well. And look at that, Midnight Slash is going to be popped up, but not going to be hitting anyone at all, as Paper Rex was able to punch them through. Another one here, Tempest tries to get away, and are they going to be able to get away? Yes, they will be able to get away, and Absent was able to divert their attention and made sure the Tempest survives another day.
Yeah, and now it will be Paper Rex who will still be holding their possession here, having to defend the top lane with the Reggie Alecki. So Paper Rex is a member disadvantage here, coming down onto the Reggie Steel, but nevertheless, they still have Absol going in for the farm on their respective forests, so it's still break even. Paper Rex, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna get the Reggie Steel from your forward, and PRX will secure it?
Paper Rex definitely did secure it, and also going to be able to take down Tempest as well. We're unable to see it though, but they are able to get it. That's going to be two now, in favor of Paper Rex. They do have the advantage, not only in points, but also in XP and objectives as well, as they are letting this Mewtwo just farm in for themselves. Midnight Flash is going to be popped up as well. There's going to be Andre going to be going down. Another one here, the Eldegoss is as well. HT though going to be ganked up here by Elevate, and they're going to be able to secure the KO as well. There's going to be 3 down to the side of Paper Rex, and Elevate is trying to elevate their playstyle right now against that of Paper Rex and making sure they try to survive before the Rayquaza. But unfortunately, though, they're going to be answered back by 2 KOs of their own. That is coming in from that of Paper Rex. Absol and Mamoswine down off of that extended team fight.
Yeah, and so far, both these teams are just still holding their positions. No one has gotten any amount of points for quite some time now. Elevate sticking with the 126 points, and Paper Rex still holding forth on the 133 points. So far, no one has gotten that huge amount of advantage, and Tempest is going back from that overextension, just going in and out of those fights. So no overcommittals as of yet.
Yeah, just poking each other out, just making, waiting for someone to take the bait off of each other. But here's the thing, though, nobody's taking the Reggie Lucky as well. They both want the position advantage into that of the Rayquaza, as it is going to be coming up now in just a few seconds.
It's 4 seconds. In terms of position, both of them are leaning more towards the bottom path. It's more leaning towards the bottom lane.
There we go.
PRX starts up the fight.
Midnight Prance is going to be the move here to initiate the team fight. Infinite Cybern as well, going to be hitting everyone into the side of Elevate. But there we have it. The Meteor Storm is going to secure that shiny Rayquaza for Elevate, and this might be their first win of the day here. But here's the thing, though, they still have left a full minute and a half left for Paper Rex to catch up. But the thing is, they do have a lot of points as well, and there we have it, 263 points lead here against that of Paper Rex.
Mm-hmm. And Elevate, what a fantastic way to close it out in terms of game number 1. Actually securing that 200-point lead with the Rayquaza going into their favor. And that's what we're talking about, right? The difference in terms of like the positions of the tier 1 gold zones. Typically, you have those trade backs onto the vertical mirroring going to switch in value into respective lanes. One team gets on top pad, another gets the bottom pad just because of this type of situation. So in both teams are now focusing into the bottom lane just because it's overextended.
Yeah, and here you go, HT really putting in the points, especially with its passive ability into the trio, dividing the points that it has into 3, allowing it to score as fast as possible. But here you go, though, another team fight here into the Bright Future Meteor Summon going to be popped up as well. It's going to be forward down to the side of Paper Wreck, and now only HT is going to be able to get away. But unfortunately, as it is outnumbered, despite being fast, got to go fast. It's what the trio said. You know what? It's not going to be enough. You are outnumbered. You're going to be taken out, and just like that, that is a team wide for Elevate. And Elevate, man, showing us the statement that, hey, you know what? You are discrediting us, but we are still strong, and that's why we're here, and we're going to be winning against that of Paper Rex.
Imagine the caster's curse.
Yo, it's...
Like even yesterday, like, there's just a lot of these situations wherein the predictions aren't right, and the teams are just proving us wrong.
Right? And this is even worse because everyone voted for Paper Rex. Man,
it's kind of funny, but yeah, Elevate really did a good job here. It's not what we expect, because we were expecting like having the Absol would definitely dominate them in terms of the early game, just because of the prowess that Absol has innately in the early game. But it's not that big of a difference. Elevate just played it very methodical and very patient all throughout, and just taking it all in for that Rayquaza fight.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. I totally agree with you. And at the same time, like we, I do have to commend Elevate as well, knowing and what I call this, acknowledging all the lapses that they've had and have now adjusted and now is ready to go up against that of Paper Rex. Speaking of Paper Rex, though, they also acknowledge the fact that they have to babysit this Gyarados, and they were able to get Yamu, right, with the Gyarados to be online, to be a Gyarados as early as possible. I believe that is the earliest Gyarados that we've seen thus far in this tournament, and was able to capitalize on that. But unfortunately, though, it wasn't enough. Elevator was able to punch them through into that Rayquaza, and honestly, Elevate is just winning everyone at this point.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, I think just looking back at that Rayquaza fight, it was very nick of time that you have the side of Elevate just clutching it up onto that Rayquaza fight. Overall, I believe it was Miraen was able to have that final blow onto the Rayquaza, which is fantastic at the start. So one game away, one game more for Elevate to secure the full series.
Yeah, I mean, it's it would be nice, right, if Elevate would be able to take another win here, but obviously we all know for a fact that Paper Rex is not going to allow that to happen. They are definitely going to be adjusting their game style going to game number 2. But Elevate, though, if they do win this, it is going to be a huge statement for the casters, because it's again, definitely gonna be a good one, and this might just start the again, the renaissance of Elevate going up into the leaderboards. But then again, not only do they have to win against that of Paper Rex, but they still do have to win their match not tomorrow, but rather on day number 6 next year, for them to be able to get at least 6 points. Because if they do win this, they're going to be getting in 3 points and another 1 for the next day. And if they cannot get their win today, again, top 8 going to be very blurry.
Yeah, that will be. So they definitely do have to win each and every single one of the matches. Move forward, even in that. So we'll stick to win up against the best of the best, which is Paper X right now, Buriram and Onic. So right. I'm really curious on how this series would come into conclusion. Will Elevate be able to close it out?
That is a big question indeed. And if they do, again, a huge statement for them, and to all the doubters here, just goes to show that hey, Elevate is still at the top of the games here, still at the top of the teams, and that's also the reason why they are right now here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. But with that being said, though, we're not going to be heading into game number 2 for us to be able to determine whether or not we're going to be going into game number 3, or would Elevate be able to take the games 2-0, because honestly that game was pretty close. But though at the very last moment, Elevate really showed how much they can dominate Paper Rex.
Surely. So yeah, I'm excited. Is there going to be a difference in terms of composition? I think that is one of the big factors as well that we have to consider. Is Elevate going to bring in this type of early type of Pokemon once more? Are they going to mirror just having like the Absol going into their composition once again? But so far, Miraen has done them a lot of work. Garchomp has been really amazing in Mamoswine as well, in their favor. Just having a lot of these bruisers, just having a lot of these sustain into their front line just allows Miraidon to just focus on dealing damage. Allow Absol to just focus on dealing damage.
I guess if I will be picking one Pokemon that was the key Pokemon, the key player, instead of Elevate, I would have to say that it was the Hoopa, especially with its trick allowing everyone to just go in and out. Sure, it's not hyperspatial, which can bring their Pokemon back at the base for some healing, but at the very least, with trick, it allows them to essentially reposition themselves and play around with with the other Pokemon, from allowing them to escape and survive a lot of those instances, a lot of those moments where they could have been taken out by Paper Rex.
Yeah, for sure. And I think it still does have a lot of value for Hoopa overall. You always have to consider the Unite move that constantly just provides so much utility for the team. Just having the Rings and Bound immediately just supports you and gives you that immediate response from your teammates, which always has that huge significant benefit, especially those objectives in Rayquaza fights, especially going down into dunking those points for Reggie Alecki or Reggie Bottom.
Right. No, I totally agree with you. But now, I think we are just waiting for the next match to come up. Waiting for everyone to be on the lobby before we can actually start the match. So, for those who are watching right now on the comment section, on the live streams, whether you are on Twitch or YouTube or Facebook, make sure you just check out the QR code as well for you to be able to have some chance to win some fabulous prizes, such as the Pokemon Unite official limited jerseys. We have some some Pikachu keychains, and of course some puzzles. Some jigsaw puzzles, official jigsaw puzzle of Pokemon Unite. And at the same time, if you can watch as well, you have the chance to get our grand prize of winning tickets to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League Finals in Japan for 2025. And at the same time, for those who are watching on Twitch, make sure you have your Pokemon Trainer Club accounts connected to your Twitch so that you can get our Twitch drops, which you can, get some AOS coins, AOS tickets, and of course, item enhancers, especially for those who still don't have their battle items at level 30. This is going to be a huge one, a huge help for you to level up those battle items.
Yeah, just a lot of giveaways for the viewers watching at home. A lot of events as well in terms of holiday stats, holiday Holowear for your Pokemon as well. There are a couple of codes that is roaming around the screens each and every single one of these days. So tune in onto the stream and look out for the codes.
Right, and with that being said, we are now up and ready for our game number 2. This time around, though, it is going to be Paper Rex in the first pick and Elevate on the second one.
Yeah, so Paper Rex now banning away to Absol. Actually, a bit of a surprise there, not wanting to battle that early game Pokemon anymore. So that to me sends a signal a bit that Paper Rex wants to go for a little bit of that mid game, late game type of composition as well. Just having a huge respect on the Absol that Elevate has shown us in game number.
Yeah, and a very amazing, a good and a huge rather respect ban here coming in from that of Paper Rex, because we all know for a fact that the Absol earlier really put up a lot of damage, especially with its Unite movement and slash against that of Paper Rex. So really putting it out is really just like diffusing the lights of a candle for Elevate. So let's find out how they're going to be able to cope up with this without that Absol.
Yeah. And for now, Paper Rex going for the Eldegoss under Trevenant. So far, they're still lacking on that damage output, so they could still go for the likes of Mewtwo Y. It's still a possibility for Paper Rex to pick it up. Gyarados, I'm not sure if they're still gonna go for it, if they're still opting for that Pokemon in their composition. But so far, anything could still work here for PRX. A very flexible first 3 picks here. But Elevate, the question is, without their Absol, what else are they going to pick up instead? And Garchomp definitely fits in well with having like a double defender, double all-rounder that we could expect that Elevate is going for.
And at this point in the draft, I think this is one of your questions as well, to whether or not they're going to be using the Gyarados again. I think this is a very good spot, a very good indication of being allowed to make use of the Gyarados, mainly because of the fact that there's no Pokemon that can essentially delay this Gyarados, or can invade them properly, I'd say, to stop this Gyarados from getting that Gyarados at what, like 6 minute mark, a minute and a half mark, really into the game. But this time though, Miva in the Serial Edge, this is going to be very scary.
Yeah, and this is what we mentioned a while ago, right? Having like these first 4 picks, it's already a big indication that they're going for like a double defender, double all-rounder, and a single attacker setup. So Elevate has this kind of a beefy composition that can sustain a bit of that prolonged fight, but they have to be wary, because if Gyarados is able to go in with the Dragon Current or the Trevenant's Phantom Forest, these are huge Unite moves that can stack on top of each other on those team fights.
Right, and with that being said though, let's take a look, a bit of some comments by our viewers here, going sending our messages. We have BBVPNK, saying that I hope Elevate can come through the top 8, rooting for the PH teams. We have Nightview again, Nightview Foxy again, saying go MYS. There's a lot more here. We have Pachu Kill with Let's Go Alter Ego, but that's gonna be the next match after this one. There's going to be a lot. There's a lot more here. Let's see, Aquaria. Let's get back number 1. Paper Rex win it all. Solo saying, okay, if Solo has 1 million fans, then I am one of them. If Solo has 10 fans, I'm one of them. If Solo has 1 fan, then that is me. If Solo has no fans, then that means I'm no longer on Earth. If the world is against Solo, then I am against the world. Beautiful message coming in from Solo himself. So with that being said though, going back to the game, Paper Rex versus Elevate game number 2. And there is the QR code once again. Make sure you scan that.
Yeah. Another QR code for the giveaways today. So yeah, please do check it out if you are interested. But now jumping into game number 2, Elevate is already in match point. So 1 game away for them to be able to secure it out. Ooh, just knocking away the citrus berry there, huh?
Yeah, I mean, who doesn't want a citrus berry, right? But with that being said, though, we're going to be seeing a bit of poking one again for both of these teams. Making sure for Paper Rex, at least their main objective here is to ensure that Yemu gets its Gyarados form, gets its effort values as early as possible, so that it can help down on team fights. Especially earlier, we saw immediately at only level 5, they were already able to get its effort values up and running, filled up, and it was already a Gyarados at the minute and a half mark in the game number 1.
Yeah, and it's really good. And now for Elevate, trying to dunk on those 20 points. Really unfortunate, but I think nevertheless, having that 20 points is still good. For now, you already have the Gyarados at that final option, which is good. From Magikarp, Miva's just trying to go for it, but you have the denial from Paper Rex, and now that's
Oh.
unfortunate. Losing that 20 points just because of that overextension from Elevate, just being persevering of dunking those points, which was a bit of a deficit coming from the.
Yeah, I mean, it's wanting to score some points and to help someone score a point, but to force yourself into it and knowing the fact that you are taking a lot of time already, then that is already an indicator that there's definitely going to be some reinforcement coming in from the other end of the team, and that's what happened against that of me. But unfortunately for them, they got taken out by the Sylveon.
It definitely is unfortunate. Uh, so for now, I think Elevate is going to stand still here. It's all about just waiting for time. Because the thing is, they still have Garchomp that has not reached that final evolution. Mamos doesn't have that final evolution as of yet. So it's all about just waiting for time here for Elevate to reach those perspectives. But at this point, these two Pokemon, despite not reaching their final evolution, could still do a lot of damage.
And
I mean, damage figuratively.
Right, and what I'm trying to say was that Elevate here, despite not having despite not having a bit of a the points here for Paper Rex, right? Elevate still was able to put in already their some stacks from their side. But as I say that, Paper Rex is going to be able to take down the bottom Reggie, and of course put in points of their own, as Elevate was able to secure the Reggie Electric for themselves. Now going to be putting down 20 points and securing the top path score goal. Not quite yet though, unfortunately. Gonna put down one and put down as much overcap as possible. It's going to be 28 overcap into that of the first tier score goal. As you had said, vertical mirroring is going to be taking down the first tier score goal down bottom and the first tier up top as well. As your Paper is going to be able to take down two in the process as they do so. And you get that, another extended team fight here. Charge is going to be popped up from behind, but it's not going to be enough to stop them. Not quite yet. But Sylveon here uses Variant Frolic just to get away from Reverend Rend. Beautiful decision coming in from that Sylveon, and they're going to be able to take down two as well. That is no make up three. The Miraen is going to be taken out as well. Blank tries to get away, but with Hornleash and the Wood Hammer pushes them out, allowing their teammates to put and destroy the first score goal up top. Is a very beautiful play coming in from Bocce. Now wants to get away, but even if they do get taken out, that's already fine. They already did their job. But now that they have survived, that is just a bonus.
Yeah, it definitely is just a bonus here. Paper Rex just finding their footing into the specific game with already a 6-point lead against Elevate. So now it just is a constant denial here that Elevate is currently experiencing against PRX. Although there is still an option for them. Still, since you have the tier 1 gold zone into the bottom lane, that is still accessible for Elevate to go in for those dunks, to go in for those points, to equalize the points at this stage.
Oh yeah, and Elevate, I'd say they do have the advantage in terms of XP, but then again, in terms of team fights, Paper X still has them with the palm of their hand. But then again, if Elevate just needs one good pick off for them to be able to catch up against that of Paper X. But with that being said, though, they're going to be able to secure that Reggie Elecki up top as well. A little bit of a handshake here once again for both of the teams, but I think the biggest issue here would be how they are going to initiate team fights. As we can see here, it's going to be 3v2 situation down bottom, Elevate favoring that one up.
Yeah. And now, just look at Elevate. Just going in for the dunk on top side of the map. So it's all about just playing for time here. Elevate just wants the time for Sarah Ledge to be able to dunk a couple of points here on top side of the map. Junior absent, in danger with that Shadow Sneak. Phenomenal job from Mimikyu.
Play With Me is going to be used up here by HT, and it's going to be 2v1 situation here for HT. Unfortunately for them, actually is forced to use Livid Outrage just to be able to get away. But at the very least, at least they were not taken out. And Miva, I think everything here for Elevate, they want to funnel down Miva, as you have mentioned, put down the score split of the XP, and it's going to be the key Pokemon here for their side, because again, with the Reverend Rend, it's just going to allow them to stun and put down the damage that they need against that of Paper Rex. But Paper Rex knows this and has this in the back, especially early. We already saw the Sylveon, coming from Solo.
Oh, no.
Like just to be able to get away from Reverend Ren. But with that being said, Tempest has been picked off by Paper Rex.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. The overextension once again by Elevate. They cannot do this. They cannot do these missteps and mistakes occurring time and time again. Especially that we're nearing already the Reggie bottom, Reggie top that will come up in 20 seconds. And that will be enough time for Mama Swine to still come back up into these objectives. But it's really just unfortunate onto the position disadvantage now that Elevate has to face.
Yeah, Paper Rex though does have the position advantage into that of the Regis, and Elevate is gunning in, Miva gunning in for that of the Reggie Electi, as everyone else is going to try to help down this Reggie Electi as well, just to be able to provide more pressure up that against that of Paper Rex in preparation for that. Wow! Oh! Wow! Okay, they are not going to be taking it. They're going to be waiting just a little bit. They're waiting just a little bit.
Yeah.
And to buy some time, in preparation for that Rayquaza, so that they will, Paper Rex would be delayed going into that Rayquaza. But with that being said, though, everyone is now down at the central pit.
Yeah, and now they are looking for that position. Blank in danger, however, already that those low state, and Shadow Sneak actually connected as well.
Look at that, though. Charge Beam into the Phantom Force, as though it's going to be used on Cloud Crash as well, just to get a little bit of sustained. Tempest, though, is going to be taken out along with the Garchomp and the Umbreon as well. Only 2 is left here. Miva and the Reverend Red, unfortunately, is going to do a lot of damage. Going to be outnumbered here. 4v1. Fairy Pro is going to be popped out as well. It's going to be team wipe here into Elevate. Paper Rex is able to adjust and win this one for themselves. That is going to be Paper Rex taking in that Rayquaza, putting in some force here. But then again, a minute and a half left here for Elevate. Would they be able to catch up? That is the big question. But again, Paper Rex still does have the Rayquaza buffs here. Now we do have some, back capping here, 80 points down bottom. Not gonna be enough. They still need 120 points to catch up, as HT is back capping with 100 of their own, and that's going to put them in a more huge lead.
Yeah, and that just secures Paper Rex's security of the win on game number 2. And that's really unfortunate. There are a couple of unfortunate mishaps occurring for the side of Elevate, just overextensions quite a bit. There are a couple of isolated maneuvers that sentence them to be sent back into the base and back into the Pokemon Center. So really just an unfortunate situation for Elevate.
Right, and I mean, I guess we can now see the reason why, Sterilege was, took a hit in terms of usage percentage into the tournament, because we all know for a fact that Sterilege is a really strong Pokemon, especially with Reverend and Ren. But everyone else, since everyone is using it anyway, they were able to put down the timing as to when they have to use their Unite move or eject button against that of Reverend Ren, because for Reverend Ren, it's not really it's not really an immediate hit, right? Because it takes a while, a few, half a second before it actually goes through. So that gives Paper Rex the other teammates, the other team rather, some time to be able to react into Reverend Ren. And as we saw earlier, I think that is quite a huge, a huge highlight of the match as well. When Miva used Reverend Ren solo with Fairy Frolic, they used Fairy Frolic after Reverend Ren, reacting to the Reverend Ren just to be able to get away, get that unstoppable status, just to dissipate all the damage and all the crowd control effects of Reverend Ren, which then punished Miva off of that.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, now with Paper Rex seeing the win, taking the dub in game number 2, we're now up for a 3rd game of the series.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all saw this as well coming, especially that, Elevate was able to win game 1. Honestly, I cannot discredit them as well. It was dominating fashion how they won game number 1, but game number 2, Paper Rex isn't just going to let it slide that they lost game number 1. So definitely have a bit of a change for game number 2. They were able to essentially take them out one by one, starting off the Garchomp into the Mammal Swine and then the Umbreon, as you can see here, then taking down everyone else in the process, securing the replacement for themselves. And just from there, it's an amazing play coming from that Paper Rex. So really going to game number 3, I'm pretty sure Elevate could still put Paper Rex a run for their money going to game number 3. So I want to see how they're going to be adjusting to this.
Yeah. I'm really curious as well, like what the adjustments are going to be. Is there going to be a change in draft for the side of this point? Because the thing is that their draft is there's not a wrong with their draft, right? There are a lot of there are a lot of advantages, especially coming down into game number 2. I feel like their draft didn't really isn't really that bad. We're gonna think about it. There's just a lot of strength, there's a lot of yeah. So I feel like in game number 3, it's all about that execution. They all really know how to draft. They know how to write up their composition. They know what their winning conditions are going to be. So it's all about just putting it in action, putting it into the game number 3 to try and win it up against one of the best teams right now here in Asia Champions League.
No, I mean, yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, like, Elevate here with the Garchomp Mammal Swine, right? Like, they, especially the Mammal Swine, like, this repositioning their opponents, Mammal Swine, there's the Garchomp at the back, and of course, we have the Cerulege as well, just to be able to put out some damage as well. So, really, it was more of the execution, as you have mentioned, to go up against that of Paper Rex. And honestly, both of them had amazing composition. I'd say this composition would have been able to get both of them, actually either way, the wins going into the match. But with that being said, though, into the draft, we're going to be seeing the Blitzing Band here, Mimikyu, Zacian, and what do you call this? The Psyduck. So that means we have Leafeon, we have the Umbreon, we have the Miraidon, we have we have those Pokemon, and of course Urshifu up as well, as Elevate is now back at the left side.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, Urshifu and Garchomp are not still as well. Umbreon will be open. Like, these are some of the options that Paper Rex could pick up, but shockingly enough, actually opting to just go in for the double defender does not give them that much flexibility into the first few picks here for PRX's side, because now Elevate could go in for the likes of Supporter, the all-rounders that are currently open, or Shifu is one of that big options for Elevate to pick up if ever they want to go to that route of just having that big power and damage across the board in those team fights.
Oh, Serena? Oh, it's going to be Garchomp. I wouldn't be surprised if they actually went in for the Serena, just because of the fact that it can and it would sustain itself, and it could even go one-on-one. I mean, we've seen it with Talon, right? Especially in Sync 1. Despite having a 2v1 situation, they were still able to go on top of their opponents and was still able to survive a lot of very crucial team fights, just because of the fact that Serena can't sustain itself every time it hits its move against their opponents. But with that being said, though, it seems as if Elevate wants to go back to their game 1 composition, at a composition that made them one against that of Paper Rex, with a little bit of adjustment though. But again, Absol is back in the game here, and Blastoise, the second time we're going to be seeing it for today.
Yeah, and I kind of do like it coming in from Elevate this time around, just because if we're looking at the draft, they don't have much in terms of that AoE engage tool. The only one that could set this would be Blastoise at this point. So if ever they went and opted to go for a different defender, such as the Slowbro, it's not going to be as good as the Blastoise, just because the Unite move will be single targeted. There's no other utility for Elevate to start out those plays, especially if you're considering Absol in consideration. That is very squishy as a Pokemon in their composition.
No, I was thinking, if say for example, it was a what do you call this? It was a Slowbro, right? Let's just play with the thought, right? Food for thought. If it were the Slowbro instead of the Blastoise, I think that would have been a good replacement as well for the Blastoise, just because of the fact that, sure, it might have a single targeted move, telekinesis, right? But then again, it can still go for what we call the Scald, which can, debuff attack damage from the opponents, which is again an AoE as well. Has a radius, could essentially debuff a lot of Pokemon into the side of the very bruiser type kind of Pokemon composition in the side of Paper Rex. And at the same time, its Unite move, Slow Beam as well, it does have the ability to bound Pokemon. So even if you are using your Unite move, if you're not a bound if you're not in bound status, it can just overwrite you and cancel your Unite.
Sure. Although in like the bigger perspective, this is what I'm thinking, right? If ever they went for Slowbro, it doesn't really matter. They can only go in for those hindrances onto a single target. And if we're going to think about it, you have a lot of setup coming from Paper Rex, right? You have Phantom Forest, you have the Dragon Current. That if ever it comes down to the Rayquaza fight, which definitely is something that Elevate wants to go for, considering how they have been playing in game number 1, game number 2, in terms of those advantages, constantly it's Paper Rex who's finding the better foot, who's finding the better angle, time and time again when it comes to that latter part of the game. So just having the Blastoise would net them a lot more of that team fighting power that they're looking for, which is a huge dependent in the Rayquaza fight.
Right, and with that being said, we're now going to be heading into game number 3, Elevate versus Paper Rex here. And for those who hasn't done it yet, we still have our QR code up the upper right of the screen. So if you haven't checked it out, make sure you scan it and get yourself a chance to win some of our giveaways here for this stream. But with that being said, though, going back to the game, they're still getting into XP here.
Yeah, it's very standard in this early game. Elevate still has that ability to put in a lot of pressure just because they have Miva on the Absol, and Paper Rex doesn't really have that early game power except for maybe the Sylveon alongside with the Umbreon. But at this point, we're not going to see its effect before that 8-minute mark, before we reach that level 6 and level 7. So Absol definitely decimates this early stages of the game.
Wow, Bochi there was able to steal away, that a wild Pokemon away from that of Tempest, not allowing it to evolve into a War Turtle, essentially giving itself a huge boost as well as it now evolves into a Trevenant, essentially going to be able to help down into the team fight, especially with its Horn Leash as well, repositioning everyone into the side of Elevate. But with that being said, though, Paper Rex here still finding that angle just to be able to put in some scores against that of Elevate to get a lot of XPs as well. So now Sylveon currently at level 7, waiting for one more to get its Unite move Fairy Frolic.
Yeah, we'll see what this would entail for both sides here, as Paper Rex already reaching that level 6, level 7. So now this is where they start to find those attacks and those battles.
And look at that. That's what we're talking about. Bounce going to be popped up here. Charge Beam as well coming in from the back lanes. And going to be putting down a lot of Paper Rex into low HP. But beautiful enough for them. They were able to get back up just in time before they are taken out. But again, I have to, point out that, Umbreon here is using Wish instead of Snarl here. I'm not going to go in for some debuffs against the other team. And just like that, Elevate was able to get the positional advantage into that of the Regieleki, take down the Regieleki as well, and get the handshake for themselves. But here you go, gonna be able to push down the Regieleki up top, but it's not gonna be enough for them to destroy it. Never mind, Miva with the last one, gonna be able to destroy the first score goal off Paper Rex up top.
Yeah, and so far it's really good. Coming for the side of Paper Rex is able to follow close by onto Elevate as well. Only a 4-point lead coming in from Elevate with that early game advantage. Ooh, Miva going with a Unite move already.
Yeah, Yang here is going to, hitting the walls this time around. Definitely going to be surviving for them as well, but they are absent, though, unfortunately. Wants to try to buy some time, but it's going to be taken out in the process as they try to escape. And now they don't have that sustain. They don't have that power, that the support coming from that Hoopa, as Paper Rex is slowly trying to gain advantage against that of Elevate. But still, as it is currently, we're currently in the mid game. It could still be anyone's game, really. Nobody's still dominating.
Yeah. So far, it's very tight-knit for both these teams. No one's getting ahead of each other quite hugely. And At this point, it's all about just buying time for Elevate. Now that they reach that Garchomp and waiting for Blastoise to have that Unite move. Once that occurs, they will start to rotate around the map. They're looking at the position of Tempest, which is fantastic as well, to set up the place for a pincer if ever Paper Rex decides to go for the all-in on Regieleki.
Right, but I think we're going to be seeing another handshake here. As we can see, there's going to be 4 Pokemon into the side of Paper Rex down bottom. Actually, they are mirroring themselves up. You know, we have Miva as well, waiting for the bottom pad as well with that of the Absol. There's also you know, the Gyarados up top as well, but unfortunately they're not going to be able to steal away the Regieleki up top, as Paper Rex is going to have secure that Regi bottom. But with that being said, though, Regieleki just trying to jump its way to the secondary score goal, but there is also the Trevenant waiting up as well just to push it a little bit more, just to not allow it to go down the secondary score goal. But with that being said, though, there's the Rings Unbound going to be popped up top just to buy a bit of their version down bottom. They are not going down, but instead wants to push this Regieleki up. But unfortunately for them, Paper Rex was already able to repel it away and going to be able to secure the KO on that Garchomp as well. JR Absent, though, trying to get away with Trick, but here comes Fairy Frolic, going to be able to take down Miva with a hyper voice, but not enough. It wasn't angled enough, but there he goes, still surviving here. Solo gets KO'd as well, but that's going to be 2-for-1 trade. No, never mind, 3-for-1 trade here in favor of Paper Rex. That is going to be the Miraidon, the Hoopa, and the Garchomp down, as Paper Rex only had the Sylveon as a casualty.
For sure. And now you have like Paper Rex going in with a couple of points here and there. It's very difficult for Elevate at this point, right? They're still trying to find a couple of wins in terms of those fights. 3 minutes already into this game, and PRX is having that full control over this matchup thus far, with a minute remaining before Rayquaza comes up. So I feel like Elevate would be trying to get that Regieleki on top side of the map to put a lot of pressure onto PRX onto top lane.
Right, but at the same time, you know, we have to consider as well that it is Elevate that does have the highest level Pokemon in the game right now. Despite, you know, Paper X does have you know, advantage in terms of XP across the board. It is Miva with the Absol that does have level 13. With that being said, though, they still have to be careful because of the fact that, you know, Paper X can survive longer than that of Elevate in a team fight. So they really have to be careful from here on out if they want to survive going into that array. Rayquaza. But here you go, though. It is going to be Paper Rex securing that Regieleki. You're going to be able to seal that away from Elevate, as they have now are positioning themselves into that of the Ray Pit.
And now Paper Rex positioning themselves into the top half with a Regieleki just dunking on a couple of points here. That's 50 points as well. A little bit of unfortunate because it's still not under 2 minutes for that double the amount of points, but nevertheless, Paper Rex opens up the gap here of over 100 points.
Right, and there you have it. The trick, you see that immediately allows that Blastoise to go back to where it got used its trick after using its surf. So really a huge thing, a huge utility for the side of Elevate. But with that being said, though, Miva going to try to back up, but that only gives information to Paper Rex that they are not complete. And look at that, they are absolutely going to be taken out. No more Unite moves, no more Rings Unbound, not until it gets back up. Even Fist is going to pop up into black as well. And just like that, that's what I'm talking about. The information is key for Paper Rex, knowing that they are not complete. They just disseminated them, went in straight, and take down 2 into the side of Elevate.
Yeah, and now Paper Rex slowly but surely going for the Rayquaza as a bait. Hydro with a...
Yeah, Hydro Typhoon, though, is still not going to help it out because Wicked Blow is going to be at your face, knowing the fact that it has its passive ability, Unseen Fist, is going to ignore your shields, and just like that, going to be able to, you know, get the KO as well. And now it's going to be 3 down. The Miraidon and the Garchomp is going to be taken out as well. But still, Elevate is on the lead by 6 points. Phantom Force is going to be popped out as well. They still need to take the Rayquaza, still need to put in some points here. Who's going to be able to take it? It is going to be Paper Rex securing that Rayquaza. The shiny Rayquaza goes down, and now Paper Rex just needs to score. And ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, it is and was a very close match here for Paper Rex and Elevate.
It definitely was. It was only a difference of like 6 point advantage for Elevate before the Rayquaza was taken away by PRX. But once that occurred, it is Paper Rex who just built up their advantage to a huge amount of a 400 point lead against Elevate in game number 2.
And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, all traders. Again, it has been quite a very close match against that of Paper Rex, but still getting one win against them is already a lot. But then again, still not going to be enough for them to take in a lot of points. Paper Rex though winning 2-1, getting themselves 3 points into that of the leaderboards, putting them again into the first half of the top list in the leaderboards.
Yeah, for sure. And now Paper Rex will secure themselves that win in this series, and that will push them up in terms of their point accumulation, gaining them 3 points, I believe. So now I believe it is currently already even across BRU, Onic Rise, and Paper Rex at this point, at least in series wins and losses. So yeah, fantastic.
It is definitely fantastic. But with that being said, we are now done with our 7th match of the day, of the night, wherever you are right now watching, might be on the other side of the world. But, you know, regardless of which, we are now done with our 7th match, and now we are now going to head over to our last match in just a bit. You know, that is going to be, what do you call it? That's going to be Alter Ego and Blacklist International, and we all know for a fact that we are seeing your responses into the giveaways as well. Your your comments for the what do you call it, for the match as well, for the tournament. You know, we can see all of that, and we can see as well that there's a lot of teams, a lot of players that are voicing out their support for Filipino teams. But unfortunately, you know, for this match in specific, it is going to be Paper Rex winning this one 2-1. It was a close match though for game number 3.
Yeah, it definitely was a close match, especially down into the very last minute of that game. It was Elevate who was just holding their positions time and time again, but unfortunately enough, they lose that objective, they lose their Rayquaza, and they lose the game.
And there we have it. It is going to be the viewer giveaway. You know, earlier on, we gave you the first hidden letter. That is A and C. And then I believe we already have the hidden letters, right? Yesterday, we gave out a different hidden letter, right?
Yeah, I believe that was A.
That was the first one. That was the A and then C. Yeah. And then for you to be able to complete the entire word, just to give you guys a bit of a disclaimer, we don't know SCatch, so we don't know the word as well. So we're just waiting for alongside with you what the entire word is. But with that being said, though, what do you call this? This is the second letter. The first letter is A from yesterday, and then the second letter now is C. And then, of course, if you join, as we have been mentioning, the QR code, if you scan it, you go to a form where you put in your credentials, where you can put out your comments for us to see and possibly be able to say as well, give you a bit of a shout out as well. If we do have the time to, you know, slip it in, you'll be able to get some prizes as well. We're going to be giving out 9 prizes every match day. So there's going to be 5 Pikachu keychain. We have 2 official jerseys and 2 Unite 3rd anniversary original puzzle. And at the same time, for the grand prize, we're going to be giving out 2 tickets to ACL Asia Champions League finals to Japan.
Yeah, and yesterday we already had our first batch of the people who won that 9 prizes of like 5 keychains, 2 jerseys, and 2 puzzles, and we're gonna have more today, so stay tuned and also just be active into the stream each and every single day. We're going to give away a lot of stuff for the community.
So with that being said, we are now again have just finished our 7th match of the day. We are now going to be heading into our final match of the day. It has been quite a very fast day in comparison to the previous match days. So really, it's just going to be exciting. Again, it's going to be Blacklist International going up against the first match here of Alter Ego. So I know a lot of you guys have been looking forward to seeing Blacklist International and Alter Ego being, you know, the names that rings a bell into a lot of the viewers into this tournament. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And with it, Blacklist International and Alter Ego. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, and all trainers alike, we are now back at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. And today, for day number 5, this is going to be our final match of the day. It is going to be, Alter Ego and Blacklist International. So I'm pretty sure you guys are excited. We are too as well. I am looking at a 3-game here. How are you looking at it here, Infinity?
You're looking for 3 games? I feel like this can possibly go to 0 for Blacklist International. I feel like it can possibly go for that as well, just because of the performance that Blacklist International has done recently. But I believe I predicted a different weather. Wow, that's a caster prediction. So we'll see.
Yeah, definitely. So again, these are my boys. Alter Ego here, we have been showing them up as well for quite a while. Unfortunately, again, for BKZ has to be forced to retire, unfortunately. So let's give them some love as well, some support, some care messages as well, so that they can recover as much as early as possible, so that we can we can see BKZ again into Pokemon Unite as a whole. But with that being said, though, we have Blacklist International, a really strong team again, coming from that of the Philippines, has been showing quite some action as well. And I think they really have a huge chance here against that of Alter Ego. But as you can see here, the key player that is going to be Shingdi, the trio, Mimikyu, and Zoroark is going to be the player of the game here. Usually with the Zoroark comes with what do you call this? With a comfy, there you go, when they are using the Zoroark. So that is something that we can expect as well, coming from that of Alter Ego.
Yeah, for sure. And these 3 Pokemon we have seen this time and time again, Zoroark, Mimikyu, and Dodrio, has been played out multiple times already here in Asia Champions League. So definitely some of the expectations that we can do. But here for ground for Blacklist International, I feel like Miraen is the one that gets picked most often for Blacklist, as it has that power, it has that damage capability to bring in. Also, just having that safety net into the backlines as well. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, so there's only 2 casters that actually predicted Blacklist to win against that of Alter Ego. I mean, we all know for a fact that Alter Ego is one of the strongest as well into the tournament, but for the past few days, they haven't been showing, they've shown good matches, at the very least, that's I would say, good matches, but it wasn't as like they were before, so that's I guess the to be fair kind of comparison compared going into that of Alter Ego. But then again, still a strong one nonetheless. So now Alter Ego banning into Sableye. This is more of a respect ban, so that a respect ban and of course a resource ban as well, ensuring that they are not going to be annoyed by that invisible little gremlin that is roaming around the map all day, all night. But with that being said, though, that's going to be another one here, a respect ban that is going to be the Mimikyu to respect ban against that of Shingdi. But now that also allows them to go in with Alter Ego with the Miraen. Sorry, Z-Ray is going to be going in for that of the Miraidon. I was confusing Z-Ray for BKZ. My apologies for that. But with that being said, though, I'm going to be answered back here by that of the Zacian and the Umbreon.
Yeah, for sure. And I think for a Blacklist International, good setup first. For now, for Zacian and Umbreon to be picked up first, and Alter Ego went in for the damage category, right? You have the Miraidon and Serena as well. But Blacklist International, if you're going to consider it, that Urshifu is no longer there, so Blaziken would still be an option if they want to go for that double defender, double all-rounder, and Garchomp would definitely suffice into this situation, especially considering that they also have that Snorlax available in their comp.
Right, and with that being said, as I mentioned, Garchomp is going to be chosen here along with the Snorlax, as I mentioned. Looking at it right now, double defender composition, they have double all-rounder as well. Just waiting for that one support Pokemon, possibly a Clefable in this composition, given the fact that Alter Ego already had the Blissey into their arsenal, or maybe even the Eldegoss as well for Blacklist International. But with that being said, though, wow, okay, they might be running something different here. They might be going in for a very aggressive kind of composition if they're going to be gunning in for this Mewtwo Y in this composition.
Yeah.
Which honestly is going to be highly likely, but still, you know,
Ooh, wow.
highly unlikely is what I meant. There we go.
This is a very interesting comp coming in from Blacklist International. The thing is, they don't have any backline. So, we may have mentioned a while ago or even yesterday that some of the compositions are pretty much like an all-in press go button. But this
Right.
thing coming in from Blacklist International, this specific composition, no backliners, no long-range damage dealers at all. This is literally the epitome of going just all in, just running it down into an engage, into an all-in fight.
Which is really interesting because we haven't seen this kind of composition in, well, anywhere really. Maybe during Zapdos era, sure. But then again, you know, like Zacian, Umbreon, Zacian, Garchomp, Snorlax, right? Really a bruiser kind of like composition. And then you have the Dodrio. Not even a way for you to, well, support your Pokemon. But then again, I mean, that's why there's the Umbreon. I guess that's the Pokemon that will be used as support utility, you know, coming in with, you know, Mean Look into Wish, getting it a little bit of sustain, allowing the Snorlax to be the one that's full on defender, while the Dodrio is, well, you know, the run and gun kind of like Pokemon that could put out some damage, try attack, what do you call this? Try attack, agility into, or jump kick rather, just go in and out, a triple trample just to score in and out as well. But that also means that that's almost always guaranteed to be a 4v5 kind of situation against that of Alter Ego, if that is the case.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So we'll see how Alter Ego will change things up. Okay, there we go. I was like, huh? What's going on?
They just wanted to show you who's playing. That's the thing. Yeah, just in case you forgot. It's Alter Ego in Blacklist International, dude.
Yeah, and the stage. For now, it's Blacklist International. Just trying to buy time. Of course, they have the Garchomp that takes a bit of time. So you have the Zacian dependency. You have the likes of Dodrio that could set things up for Blacklist International at least early on. For Alter Ego, I think it's pretty much the same thing for Blaziken. And then the rest of the crew would just be the ones that alleviate some of the pressure. And so far, I feel like these early game would not see like all in engages, both sides.
Right. I mean, you know, like Alter Ego here really needs to get in their Pokemon Go online first. But then again, you know, after they get their online, their Pokemon online, I think that's the time when they go all in. Especially with this kind of composition, you know, Blaziken, really a huge bruiser Pokemon. Serena is as well, and there's the crossover with the Rock Tomb as well, just to try to confine them within that Rock Tomb, and of course Miraidon charging its beam as well, just to be able to put in a lot and huge backlane damage as well. Blissey, however, is going to allow them to get a little bit of a knock up while, you know, sustaining a little bit of a, you know, HP with Soft Boil as well. Bliss assistance just to ensure that Alter Ego survives a lot of those team fights. But with that being said, though, Ikura tries their best to get you know, the Dodrio, and they did as well with the help of Ice with that of the Blissey.
Yeah, and now Blacklist International. Actually a really good stage, just stacking a couple points here. And we see how Zacian has been doing a lot of work as well, just rotating on top side of the map, going into the middle of the map, just going and finding a lot of these surprise attacks.
And there you have it. As you mentioned, surprise attack, surprise into Alter Ego. They're going to be able to take down Serena into their hands. Blacklist International tries to go in and tries to pressure them up, tries to, you know, force them their way into the first Skoggle. And there you have it. It's going to be 1 point here for the side of Blacklist. Going to be able to get a little bit of some casualties of their own as well. It's going to be 1-for-1 trade in favor of no one. But Blacklist International definitely has the lead in terms of XP and points.
Yeah, and that would give them a very good start here in game number 1 up against Alter Ego. Look at Zacian already at level 10. That's 2 levels above anyone from Alter Ego.
Oh yeah, for sure. And as we mentioned, XP is going to be the name of the game here. And if Blacklist International can maintain this lead against that of Alter Ego, I have no doubts they can win against them. With that being said, the Red Shark almost gets taken out. It's going to be stolen here by Scent into that organization away from that Alter Ego as we see a little bit of skirmish 1v1 into the top path as Serena and Garchomp are doing their best to try to get away, but Shingdi though needs to get away. Shopkins is going to be the name of the game here as Reggie like he's now into that of the top path, but unfortunately for them they don't have a lot of points here just to push in, and if they can put in some points, they need some response. They need some response here from Alter Ego so that they can get out safely. But with that being said, they're going to push in the 22 points with the a bit of a sacrificial play. But then again, they do have access to the Unite move. Still doesn't use it though, as Blacklist International take down make them 2 in the central area, and Serena up top as well. 94 tries to get away though, unfortunately not going to be enough here. With its Sovereign Sword coming from Sen, it's not even, it's even not fully charged as well.
Yeah, and Blacklist International, just looking at Sen, he's doing so from the beginning up until the end of this game, or well, at least at the current state of this game, already reaching level 11, as well as Garchomp reaching that state already in 5 minutes, cut above the rest. So I think if they keep this up, they could definitely have that edge in terms of that power, in terms of that damage, despite having these type of full bruiser composition.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's what I mentioned as well earlier, right? If they can maintain this up to the late game, then man, they have a very high chance of getting the first game against that of Alter Ego. But then again, we cannot discredit Alter Ego here. They are definitely going to try to catch up in terms of XP, and once they do be able to get that XP up and running, then I think they would be able to answer back against that of Black Threshold. But as we say that, isolated, that is the Crustle coming from Ikura with the help of Moonlook as well, not allowing to get away, get in the KO, and the XP gap just keeps on getting further and further away from Alter Ego.
Yeah, now Blacklist International looking at the Reggie steal. They want to take it down for themselves. Alter Ego has information off this though.
Oh man, here we go, another one here. And Black International once again steals that Reggie steal down bottom, gonna be able to take down 2 in the process. No, make that 3 perhaps. Yes, it is gonna be 3 down. So almost taken down as well, but survives for another day with Wish. But here comes another one, another push here from Blacklist. Quintessence is gonna be popped into Lance. Unfortunately, still not gonna be enough. Live It Outrage gonna be used here, just trying to get away and survive. Yes, they will knock up as well, but no response coming from that of Blacklist International, not just yet. And look at that. Bright Future Meteor Stone is getting popped as well just to take down Lance. And here comes another extended team fight here from that of Alter Ego. They're still not done here. Paranoid is going to be popped as well. The Dodrio is going to be able to take down Ikura once again. 1-for-2 trade here in favor of Alter Ego, but it's not going to be enough. Block into X speed again. Is it going to be enough to defend the first Skogul? Yes, it would be, but not quite enough, as they're still able to put in another score, and now it is not going to be done. Not now, not later. We still want this. We still need to answer back with our chaos of our own, but just like that, they want to destroy the first Skogul. Not quite yet. Still not going to be destroyed, but Tramp here tries to get away once again.
Yeah, Blacklist International trying to go in for the defense here, but Alter Ego will go in for the dunk. That's 45 points, a 41-point overcap for that tier 1 goal zone in the bottom lane. And so for Blacklist International and Alter Ego, the gap has closed out. But Reggie Alecki will be the handshake objective for Blacklist International.
Yeah, but Blacklist International definitely still does have the lead here. Sure, the level gap, sorry, the point gap might be minuscule, but then again, the XP gap that Blacklist has against that of Alter Ego is quite what do we call this? Like quite detrimental for that of Alter Ego, which essentially allows them to eat up a lot of the damage coming from the Alter Ego and be able to, basically tank down the damage while putting out damage of their own as well against that Alter Ego. So really, the deficit right now is still on the side of Alter Ego, and they need to be able to do something here. And definitely getting in the Reggie eyes is one to be able to, survive the Reggie fight later down the game. And here you go, another isolation into Ikura, which has been a key objective of Blacklist International since earlier.
Now Rayquaza is currently up already. Blacklist International a little bit split apart.
Living Outer is going to pop up into the Moonlight Prance as well, but it's not going to be enough for Meteor Storm's going to pop up into the Queen Stance as well. It's going to be popped up as well. Not quite yet, though. Going to be able to take down the Umbreon, and looks like the Garchomp is going to be taken out as well. And another one here, they're going to be able to put up their Unite moves once again. No, not quite yet. It is going to be the Blaziken with the change of form is going to be the one up left. Everyone has already popped in their Unite move, but it's not going to be enough for them to secure that Rayquaza for themselves, as Dramp has still 46 points, and they are just going to be leaving it up there. And here you go. A little bit spread out into the map here, into the central area, but they do have me look into that Alter Ego. They're going to be able to take down Ryu, however, into the arsenal, which allows them to put up a little bit of attacks into the Rayquaza, just a little bit of poking here, just to bait down Blacklist International. But here you go. Shingdi is no longer in the pictures, out of the picture for Alter Ego here. Blacklist International can definitely put up a little bit of a challenge here for some steals, but the question is, they need to burst this, and would they be able to do it so?
Just imagine if Blacklist International is able to hold this out in seconds. They have a 2-point advantage here. Rayquaza already down low though.
Oh wow, there's gonna be a tree down to the side of Blacklist International. They might be able to take this one up. Rayquaza already low. It's gonna be taken down by Shingdi, and just like that, 30 seconds left. And Alter Ego is gonna be able to secure the Rayquaza, taking down 4 into the side of Blacklist International, and finally catching up into that of Blacklist International. Honestly, it could have gone any way, either way for both of the teams. Alter Ego has had quite a difficult time against that of Blacklist International for the rest of the game, and unfortunately for them, they were able to take down Blacklist International, take the Rayquaza, and only then were they able to secure the win. But if they weren't able to do that, Blacklist International definitely had that in the back.
Yeah, for sure. Although Alter Ego taking that Rayquaza and ballooning this advantage onto their side to take game 1 to their advantage, bringing them to match point. 1 game away to taking the series away. But so far with Shingdi and actually 94 doing a lot of work all throughout that game from the very beginning up until the very end, it's just producing a lot of results for Alter Ego's side. And for Blacklist International, if you're looking at Sant was the one who dealt a lot of damage and also received a lot of damage, tanked a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you know, honestly, in this kind of like composition, right? Like Blacklist International, if they can go in for the same competition, go into game number 2, just do it. Just do it. I don't think there's any problem with their competition. I think it was a very great competition. It was a very great handling of a Blacklist International as well. Alter Ego definitely did have a lot of problems, difficulties into, well, you know, going up against their defenses. And it all, I don't know, man. Like, Alter Ego is the one, despite winning this game 1, they're the ones that need to adjust going into game number 2.
So yeah, we'll see if those adjustments can work out in game number 2. And so far, the Zacian is really a good thing for Blacklist International. So I think that is one of the Pokemon that they could really just hold on into the following game, if ever it's not banned away by Alter Ego. But looking at how these games have been playing out, this could be a potential ban coming down into the next game for Alter Ego to just dissuade and remove that potential threat of the Zacian going into Blacklist's side.
Oh no, yeah, I totally agree with you. You know, like that Zacian is definitely the biggest threat here for Alter Ego, and if it's going to get banned, I myself wouldn't be surprised as well. With that being said, though, we are not going to be preparing going into game number 2. This is looking for a you know, this is currently the match point here for what calls Alter Ego. If they can win this one out, then we are going to be well, ending the day quite earlier than expected. So with that being said, though, what do you think can Alter Ego do to reinforce this kind of like thing, or maybe secure the win going into game number 2? Because, you know, I think we both agree that Blacklist International, if they can just do the same thing as they did in game number 1, they would probably win game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult to really dictate, right? Because Blacklist International, if they did the same thing, if they did the same composition, if Alter Ego does this thing, Alter Ego is gonna win it, because Alter Ego won game number 1. But I definitely do agree with
That's fair.
but I definitely do agree with your sentiment, right? The Blacklist International in terms of their rotations, time and time again, how Sant was able to go in and out of those fights, go up and down into the map, was a huge impact in a good way for Blacklist International. I think Sant was the one who really just led the charge for Blacklist International. So Zacian, I think, would be one of the things that I really want to see once again that Blacklist International wants to go for in the hands of Sant.
Right. But the thing is, since we already saw that, there's quite a huge possibility that that might get the spec ban. But then again, that's the beauty of having only 2 Pokemon bans for each team. If we do get the update of getting 3 bans instead for each the team, then definitely that would put in more changes towards our meta play. But with that being said, though, since there's only 2, we're gonna be banning the priority banned Pokemon. We have the Serena ban here. Definitely that is a respect ban. Coming in from that of Blacklist International, they don't want to deal with that. But then again, because the Dodrio and the Zacian aren't banned, that means it is going to be open for Blacklist International again, but it is going to be Shingdi going to secure that one for themselves.
All right, okay. Alter Ego denying this, but that leaves a Mimikyu and Urshifu or them for Blacklist. But Alter Ego could actually do the same thing, like go in for the Garchomp with the Zacian along with the this could definitely still work out for them along with a Hoopa and another attacker. So this is what I'm seeing so far for Alter Ego and what type of composition they could do.
And now, I'm actually liking this first 3 Pokemon coming from that of Blacklist International, looking pretty not balanced, but rather beautiful in terms of the starting competition. Mimikyu, Urshifu, and the Miraen. It's a very great foundation of what a good competition could be, and ending it off with the Eldegoss and the Trevenant just goes to show how much they have thought this through. Allowing them to be able to do a lot of setups as well and sustain themselves as well with that of the Eldegoss.
Wow. A Talonflame is the final pick here by Alter Ego. Definitely not what I was expecting to be lining up here for Alter Ego. And thus far, I feel like this shouts to me a very early game, mid game centric composition that Alter Ego has set up.
I'm not really going to say that. Mainly because they have Shingu into that of the Zacian, right? But then again, 9-4 here with that the Talonflame, we might be able to see a bit more of pretty much played just like a played like a Dodrio, hit and run. But then again, we all know for a fact that Fly from Talonflame does a lot of burst damage, despite having 12 seconds of cooldown. So with that being said, though, I have to give it to Blacklist for the amazing competition. I think they really win this very balanced competition against that of Alter Ego. But I am really excited to see how Alter Ego is going to play this one out against Blacklist.
Yeah, I do the same. I echo the thoughts, right? In terms of Blacklist International, in terms of composition, this is a much better purview in terms of like strength and defense as a balance. And they definitely do have that capability to win up against Alter Ego in this type of situation. So it's more all about that execution. We called upon this already a while ago. Blacklist International did everything well, did everything amazingly. Sant was just roaming around the map consistently. That just affected the winning condition of Blacklist International to a much more beneficial stage and a much more optimal state for Blacklist. So I think if they could rinse and repeat that type of strategy coming in from early mid game, wherein they're constantly rotating, they're constantly being present around the map, that could lead them to a win.
Oh yeah, and here we have it though. Starting off this game, it could again potentially be the final game of the night here if Alter Ego wins. But Blacklist, though, I'm pretty sure they're not going to allow that to happen, as Ice is trying to get away with Trick here, going to try to get a little response here and survive, not giving some XP against that of Blacklist International. But 94 now doesn't have both of the buff. Ice was able to steal away the Violet buff into the side of Blacklist, but now they are not done. They still want to get one more, but fails to do so, unfortunately.
Yeah, really unfortunate on that force invade. Now you have Alter Ego going for like a double rotation into the bottom side. But look at the top side. It's Alter Ego actually going for the dominant start there with a double KO.
Wow, we have the Ghost Flare, we have the Fun Thump, and the Mimikyu get taken down, 2 up top and 1 down bottom. Really a different kind of like Alter Ego that we're seeing this time around, given the fact that they are being far more aggressive than they were game number 1.
Yeah, and I feel like just having like the Talon Flame enables you to go in and out of fights. Zacian is strong and incredible in all throughout the game, actually, just because he's too tanky. He's capable of dealing enough damage as well and having enough ability as well for those rotations. Oh, Shingdi!
Oh, wow. Did you see an Ice right there? Really allowed Shingdi to survive longer than it should be. Really, with the help of Ice to do that little trick. With that being said, though, Blacklist International is going to be able to take down Z right here with that of the Aspion down bottom. But then again, here comes. Oh, they're not going to be gunning in for Fly, but instead goes in for Brave Bird instead, and then Aerial A. I believe is going to be the first pick here, the first move rather, just to be able to put in some damage and not wait for Fly for that very long cooldown. Still burst damage though.
Yeah. And now Alter Ego with a 4-man rotation into the bottom side. Miraen, his job here would be just buy time for his teammate. But there we go. Alter Ego will dominate and will get enough points there to dunk and actually bring down the tier 1 goal zone quite in a very low.
I mean, I'm kind of like surprised as well that this Talon Flame is not being used as, to allow Alter Ego to be a scoring kind of composition, but instead is actually joining in a lot of team fights, going to be able to take down a lot as well and push in some scores along with it instead of like, scoring comp, just scoring in, go out. It's not like that. It's actually being used as a proper Pokemon, a proper attacker into the side of Alter Ego, which just goes to show how much it can support Espeon and Zacian as well in terms of damage, while having Umbreon and Hoopa be the sustain that the team needs.
Yeah, and now Alter Ego once again has eyes onto the bottom lane.
And there you have it. Electro Drift into Flame Sweep, actually, evading Electro Drift coming in from that of the Miraidon. But here we go, another one here. That is the Miraidon with the Unite move, going to be able to take down the Talon Flame, as we have mentioned, especially one, but does a lot of damage. Trap here tries to get away, and they're going to be able to do so as well. They are outnumbering Alter Ego right now, but Shengdi is now ready to respond back in. Ice though, Phantom Force is going to be used just to, get a little bit of poke into side of Blacklist, but still, this engages. A very beautiful combination coming in from that of Blacklist.
Yeah, and that would put them at an even position now for Alter Ego in comparison to a while ago that Alter Ego was fully controlling of the whole game in the first 5 minutes. Blacklist International, the release is catching up. It is caught up quite a bit up against Alter Ego with only a difference of 9 points. So at this stage, you have the Reggie bottom and the Reggie top coming out really soon. So that's Blacklist International. If you're looking at the map right now, it's pretty much a 4v4 here in the bottom lane.
Oh yeah, and here you have it. They are just trying to line up going into the Reggie bottom, but as that happens, Ikura right now almost gets taken out. As I do like the combination here. The combo coming in from that of Ice, and of course we have 94's Talon Flame, just because of the fact that it makes sure that it uses Trick first, then use its Brave Bird just to allow it to go back if needed as soon as possible, even without the help of the Hyperspace Hole. So really amazing utilization of the Talon Flame. Really removes the problem the Talon Flame has as a Pokemon, as a unit. But with that being said, Instead, though, they're going to be able to take down not only the Reggie Lecky, but now uses Rings and Bound into a safe place, try to get this Reggie Rock for themselves, but unfortunately it's going to be Blacklist International going to be able to secure that Reggie Rock for themselves and wiping down Alter Ego all at the same time. Blacklist International answers back to Alter Ego.
Yeah, and now with that said, Blacklist International comes back with a lead. Although I have to tip my hats off to they did, but a little bit of a rough execution down into that team fight, down into the bottom. If you saw what happened there, it's a 3-2 split. You have the Aspion and also the Zacian going onto the Reggie Aleki on top side, getting that tier 1 goal zone, which is fantastic. And then the Rings Unbound occurred for Hoopa into the bottom lane to be able to bring his teammates back into that fight. Unfortunately enough, Blacklist International just full on committed onto that fight and just shrugged off the HP bars one by one against Alter Ego that really just brought them down a full sweep in that team fight.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, right? Like, what goes Zahupa cannot really bring about the Rings Unbound at the center of the team fight because there's, I guess, like a microsecond, I believe, like half a second, time before the Pokemon that teleports with the Rings Unbound to be able to move because they kind of like jump in, wait a bit before they can move in, so really cannot use it. And I'd say that was the ideal position where you can use that Unite move into that team fight. But unfortunately, as you have mentioned, Blacklist International really use all their Unite move locked in and be able to swipe down a sweep down Alter Ego all at the same time. But then again, still 15 seconds to be able to take down Reggie Alecki. Just a lot of time and enough time for Alter Ego to take down this Reggie Alecki before they can go into that of the Rayquaza. And just like that, the option select is now going to be forced into the Blacklist International.
Yeah, now Rayquaza comes up. Alter Ego does not have a positional advantage here. 94, a bit of a risky maneuver onto that Rayquaza pit. Bit of a shocker. Blacklist International has to buy time here with a threat of the Reggie Lecky dunking on tier 2 goal zone, but Alter Ego is committing.
Yeah, Zuri, and they have to commit as well if they want to win against that of Blacklist International, because Blacklist International can just take down all the damage. Ryu definitely going to be the one initiating the team fight. Gets a twister coming from that of the Rayquaza. Electro Drift as well. Rings Unbound is going to be popped up as well, and here we have it. Phantom Force is going to be popped up into the Moonlight Prance. Is that going to be enough though? Not quite yet. Ryu almost gets taken out, but has the shield though. But is that going to be enough? Horn is going to be popped out as well. It's going to be the Elder is going to be taken out. 1-for-1 trade. Unbound is now going to be down. And of course, the Talon Flames as well. Psychic Flare down here into the side of Alter Ego, but still not a lot of reinforcement of the damage coming from the Alter Ego, allowing them to take down 3 into that side. And now that is the Umbreon going to be taken down as well. Only Espion is up left. D-Ray, are you going to be able to secure this for your team? Let's find out. Ice is here as well. Unfortunately for them, Blacklist was able to defend that Rayquaza and take them out for themselves. This 5 lead of Alter Ego is now going to be less than 5, obviously. Less than 5 lead, because it is going to be Blacklist International up in that speed of a point this time around as they secure the Rayquaza.
Yeah, Blacklist International actually taking down that objective, taking down the 3-4 members of Alter Ego, make them to taking down the objective in a massive lead as well, bringing this into game 3. JJ Kun.
That's what I told you, man. Like, we're gonna go game 3. That's what I told you at the very start when we started.
Well, okay.
You know what I mean? Yeah, game 3. Yeah.
Game 3. Woohoo! Let's go. I love it.
Right. And again, as we have mentioned as well, after game number 1, Blacklist International can definitely take in the win against that of Alter Ego. And that despite Alter Ego being the one that won game number 1, one of the things that I said as well is that it is definitely going to be Alter Ego that needs to adjust their game style, their gameplay and composition against that of Blacklist International, because really, as I mentioned, I really am in favor of Blacklist International's gameplay, and of course their composition as well for game number 2, which essentially dominated as well, controlled the match, allowing them to win against that of Alter Ego. And Alter Ego, I'm not quite sure why the what do you call this, the decision to go in for that of the Talon Flame. We did see how strong it was, but then again, it takes a while for you to be able to get out, and at the same time, the Hoopa being chosen mainly for the Talon Flame, it's quite, like they could have, like, how to say this, they would have been able to do more with a different kind of like a support thing. For example, like a Fable with Moonlight, or like Gravity as well, being able to support more Pokemon than Hoopa supporting mainly the Talon Flame to get away from team fight. So definitely they have to adjust again going into game number 3 if they want to win against that of Blacklist International.
Yeah, it definitely is. But so far, these two teams are very close to each other. That coming down into the game 3, I don't even know who's, because it definitely can go into the side of Blacklist International. It can go into the side of Alter Ego, and time again, it always boils down into the Rayquaza fight, who gets that better lead, who gets that better advantage. Because if you're looking at a difference, it's only a 5-point difference, and I believe in game number 1, before the Rayquaza fight occurred, it was only like, what, 6-point difference. So it's really close between these two.
And I would just like to commend Ryu as well, coming from that of Blacklist International, just because of the fact that they are always ready for Brave Bird coming down from that of the Talon Flame of 94, ensuring that they are going to be using their Horn Leech at the opposite direction of on the same directions as where the Brave Bird is going to go in. So essentially just trying to welcome it in, but then again repositioning, forcing it to be repositioned away from its own teammate and isolating it, as we saw on the replay as well, at the upper left kind of like the screen in the match. But with that being said, though, we are once again going into game number 3.
Game number 3, I'm loving it. Keep it going. Let's go game 4, game 5, maybe game 10.
Do you want a game 10?
You know what? At this point, I love it. Keep it going.
Okay. okay.
You want that? You want that, JJ-kun?
I mean, you're built different, so I can't say I want a game 10.
No, we are in this together.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna bail on you. I'm gonna bail
on me.
Yeah, I'm gonna bail on you on a game of 10.
Yeah,
10?
yeah.
Game 5, sure, maybe 7 games. Game of 7, maybe considerably. Game 10 games, maybe find a different partner. So
we're gonna reach tomorrow. You don't love that?
No, bro. Anyway, speaking of that, excuse me. Speaking of that, game number 3. We're not gonna go to game number 10. Don't worry, guys. We're gonna go to game number 3. It's gonna be the final game of the day. Again, match number 8. That is gonna be Blacklist International and Alter Ego. And just to give you guys a bit of a recap again, for match number 1, we've had Talon versus Blacklist. Match number 2, we have Onic versus Miraen Sejong. Game match number 3, that's Evos Onyx versus Full Sense. Match 4, Elevate versus Buriram Esports. Match 5 is Miraen Sejong versus Talon. Match 6 is Full Sense versus Onic. Match 7 was Paper Rex versus Elevate. And now the final match, the final game of the day, Blacklist International against Alter Ego, whereas Alter Ego is on the left side and Blacklist on the right.
Yeah. And now it all comes down to this, the final game of the year.
Of the year, yeah. Not only of this day, but of the year.
Only if we had 10 games, you will have more. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, it's a final game of the year. It's a final game of the day for the group stage at the very least. We still have one more day next year. But today will be the last one for 2024 at the very least. But Alter Ego now prioritizes on Miraen, which opens up the likes of the Garchomp, the Serena, the Umbreon will still be open for Blacklist.
Oh yeah, I mean, that is definitely going to be a priority pick here. I'm pretty sure they're going to be putting it in. There we go. That is going to be Serena and the Umbreon, the first pick for the side of Blacklist International. Obviously, no question about that. If you don't have, if the first pick doesn't pick the Umbreon, you definitely have to have that up your arsenal.
And now the Snorlax and Zacian. This is what we're looking for. Coming down to Scent. Actually, it's a bit of a curiosity, right? For Blacklist International not having a priority onto the Zacian, as it was really amazing. Gengar?
Wait, no. I don't think they're gonna be going in for the Gengar.
Imagine.
Imagine. No. They're not gonna go in for that. It is going to be the Terrorledge, which honestly is a much better pick. Although considerably. Okay, let's assume for a moment that they actually went in for the card jump. Honestly, they would win early game, no doubt. But the question is, would they be able to maintain that to the late game?
Good question. It will be really difficult. Ooh, the Greedent. Oh, it's going up. They brought this up, I believe, yesterday. I love this.
Yeah?
I love this coming from Blacklist. Yeah, they did. Like having the Greedent and having like another defender. But the thing is, they had an attacker instead of a supporter. They really just went in for like an Umbreon Greedent, double all-rounder and attacker. But this time around, they're lacking onto that damage aspect. So it's all going to be based on Scent and Lance doing all the work.
But then again, we have to remember as well that they have 2 forms of sustain. Well, actually 3. If you think about it, there's actually 3 forms of sustain. We have the Eldegoss with the Color Cloud Crash and the Pollen Puff. We do have the Umbreon with Wish, and at the same time we have Greedent with well, it's definitely going to go in for Covet just to be annoying. But then again, with its passive ability, is going to go in for Cheek Pouch. With Covet, it's going to be, throwing away orange berries for anyone to pick, and from there, it can essentially, it's minuscule, sure, but it can still heal up its teammates. So definitely, even if that's the case, Serena and Terrorledge, especially Serena, can sustain itself, right? Every time it hits their opponents, it can heal itself up. So definitely a huge sustain capabilities into the side of a Blacklist International, allowing them to survive longer on team fights in comparison to Alter Ego, where they only have the Hoopa with Trick.
Yeah, but sustain doesn't win fight. Sustain doesn't win battle.
That's true.
Right?
That's true.
Offense, as they say, offense is the best defense. And yes, it's a big argument. It's this back and forth that defense is the best offense, offense is the best defense. Yeah, whatever. But the thing is, like, Blacklist International is a bit lacking in terms of that damage when you're comparing it up against like Alter Ego, which has the likes of Miraen, that has the likes of Zacian, and even Mimikyu.
Wow, look at this though, Dremp really putting up a fight here, trying to get away, and I think that's the only thing that it really needs to do, just be annoying. That's all it needs to do. And the moment it gets its Covet, its second move, dude, it's just going to go in on the side of Alter Ego, and just be annoying as much as possible.
Yeah, like what can we expect here? Because if we're gonna look at it, right, just because of the lack of damage, just because of the lack of that long-range pokes coming from Blacklist International, Alter Ego is able to really do a lot of these aggressive type of plays. They cannot just sit around and just fear Blacklist International. Even the Altaris and Swablues in the bottom lane is easily taken down by AE.
Well, I guess that is the main point here, coming in from that Alter Ego. Since Blacklist International definitely lacks in terms of the attacking prowess, as you have mentioned, they would definitely have the advantage to take down most of the wild Pokemon into the side of Alter Ego. But with that being said, though, we are going to be seeing a bit of a, not insane rather, but some Pokemon to steal away the buffs here into the side of Blacklist International, making sure that they would have the advantage against that of Blacklist. And just like that, Ikura helping down 94 as well is going to be the player of the game here, as Dramp was able to steal away the orange buff from that of Alter Ego. But there you go. Here comes the Covet. Deja Vu is going to be the player of the game here. And there we have it. Dramp easily gets away with the buff.
Yeah, they definitely needed it, right? Just because of Alter Ego also going in for that invade as well. If you're looking at 94 having the blue buff, or rather the purple buff and the orange buff.
Mm.
That's because it came from Blacklist's side. They're just removing these buffs away from Blacklist International. So definitely Blacklist wants to answer back and gain a value of their own. From
Yeah, I
this.
mean,
Just
they really want to delay the Sterilege and of course the Drina because that is the only source of attacking damage from Blacklist, and if they can delay them, then they can essentially maintain the lead going up until the late game. And I guess that's going to be the main objective here for Alter Ego moving forward.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see what Blacklist International will be adjusting here because they are currently down 5 points. Alter Ego currently taking down the Reggie Bottom, getting the Reggie Rock. And Creedon once again trying to just be a menace, just trying to be that obnoxious Pokemon up against Alter Ego. But with that said, that will be Alter Ego who takes 2 KOs immediately from the past few fights.
Yeah, but here's a bit of a handshake as well, as Alter Ego gonna be able to secure that Reggie Bottom, but it is gonna be Blacklist International taking down that Reggie Elecki. Unfortunately for them, they still don't have that attacking prowess, especially that nobody still has their Unite moves yet. Instead of Blacklist International, so that they aren't able to push that Reggie Elecki into that of the first tier Skullgirl up top. While Alter Ego is now ready, especially with Miraen, with the Bright Future Meteor Storm, and of course we have Sovereign Sword coming in from that of the Zacian. And of course Mimikyu too, currently at level 11, now has access to play with me.
Yeah, and now just look at that damage. Even Umbreon cannot sustain for that long. And just imagine, right? We talked about this in terms of competition. That Blacklist International, their only dependency would be Serena and also Ceruledge. But if Play With Me occurs into one of them, there's no more damage left for Blacklist.
Oh no, yeah, and as we all know as well, Play With Me does bound you. So definitely, even if you use your moves here into the side of Blacklist International, even what do you call this? Grid Dant, there we go. Even Grid Dant is gonna get stopped.
And that's just the power of Play With Me Unite move. But now Blacklist International a bit in danger here. Unite moves going back and left and right. 3 for 2 for now.
That is going to be the name of the game here, but they're still not stopping. Ryu is going to be taken out as well. That's going to be 3 for 2. 3 for 3 for honestly in the favor of Alter Ego, because they're not only going to be able to take down some Pokemon to the side of Blacklist International, but also put down a lot of points and scores into the top path, destroying the first Squirtle down bottom as well. But now we have the Reggie Bottom and of course the Reggie Elecki coming up in just a bit. Drep here tries to get away, but unfortunately 94's damage is a little bit too much for for that Grident.
Yeah, it's too strong. The Shadow Claws coming down into it. Now the Rings Unbound comes forth into the Reggie Steel.
I'm not quite sure of the Rings Unbound here because the Reggie Elecki is still up top. But here you have it though. They're going to be able to answer back this with 2 for 2 trade. The Ceruledge and the Serena are now out. Alter Ego can definitely take this one up for themselves. But there you have it. It is going to be stolen here by Blacklist International. That is the Reggie Steel. Now nobody is up top to take the Reggie Elecki. The Mimic is going to be taken down as well. But just like that, as I have mentioned, without the attacking prowess, the attacking force from that of Blacklist International, Alter Ego can easily take down Blacklist International, and we already saw what's going to happen. A bit of a foreshadowing going into the Rake phase of fight. I'm pretty sure Alter Ego is going to be targeting down the Serena and the Ceruledge before anyone else.
Now Eyes goes up on top here. Alter Ego, they're going for the heavy Sam. They're setting up the play.
There we go, Drap here. Tries to get away with the bed, but unfortunately outnumbered. Reverend Ren is going to be popped up, but not a lot of damage into that side. Then almost gets taken out as well. But here you go, 2v3 situation, and here comes D-Ray as well. On the back lane, Charge is going to be popped up as well, but not going to be enough. Quintessence is going to be popped up as well, but there we have it. This is going to be 2 KO. The Mimikyu and the Hoopa is going to be down, and the Miraen is as well. 3 KO for Lance. Beautiful stuff. Might be one more. Are they going to be able to take down the Koalas? Yes, they might be able to. They outnumber it, but no, they are going to be stopping there, destroy the first Pogo, and then take the Reggie Elect.
That's the big problem, right? If Mimikyu goes down for Alter Ego, it's a huge damage to Blacklist International. And that occurred in that team fight prior, where in Blacklist International removed Mimikyu, and that was just the downfall of Alter Ego.
Right, and there you have it. It is going to be the Umbreon going to be taken down once again. Dramp here, just waiting for Gavet to come up, and now using Belch here, getting a bit of a smoke right there, but still not going to be enough to survive. That's another KO, another XP resource for Alter Ego before heading into that of the Rayquaza.
Yeah, now the Reggie bottom will come out in 5 seconds. It still will be enough time here for any of these two teams to go for it, but Snorlax is zoning away Blacklist International, and Reggie Rock will be free uncontested for Alter Ego.
Yes, and definitely Alter Ego really needs this defense buff going against that of Black International. Very beautiful use of block here into that of the Gridan, just making sure that they can isolate it. And Ryu is now trying to help down here, up, down, bottom. But here he comes, Alter Ego a little bit spread it out here as Blacklist International wants to find that position, that angle where they can pinch her through Alter Ego. And here we have it, a little bit of a damage here. That is going to be the Gridan going to be going down to the side of Blacklist International. Maybe one more that goes in for the Meteor Storm as well. Going to retreat down to the side of Blacklist. Maybe one more. Let's find out together. Quintessence is going to be used as well. Get in that bound. Even if you're unstoppable, you're still going to get hit. And that's going to be another one here. The Umbreon is going to be taken down as well. And Lance here tries to revive. Unfortunately, gets outnumbered, but leaves everyone low into the side of Alter Ego. They need to go and burst this one down if they want to win. And yes, they will. Going to be able to secure that shiny Rayquaza for themselves and guess in their shields and a little bit of that HP, allowing them to score in against Blacklist.
Yeah, and now Alter Ego dunked so much points with the Rayquaza, like instant advantage coming down to them with 526 points against 142 for Blacklist International, and this is going to secure them the win on game number 3 for the series. It's the final game of this year.
Yes, sir. It is going to be the final game of the year, and definitely winning the final game of the year will bring a smile to the faces of Alter Ego's members. If you won the last game of the year, you're definitely going to have a lot of motivation to play for next year. Again, this is still not the last day of the qualifiers of the group stages. We still have one more day. That is going to be January 11th. But as we say that, Alter Ego still wants to push in more points, getting in 12 points as well, securing the win 2-1 against Blacklist International.
Yeah, Alter Ego, what a way to close the year off. What a way to close the day off, actually, as well. Alter Ego, every single bit. Like game 1, game 2, game 3 was a little bit further apart. It was Alter Ego who was able to stack up a couple of points further up ahead against Blacklist International, just because of that lack of damage that we were stating a while ago during the draft composition of Blacklist International. But Alter Ego on that final finish, a dominating conclusion of the series, and pushing them up the leaderboard at the very least, putting them at equal footing with the likes of Talon, Evos, Talon Esports, and Evos Onyx.
Yeah, and really what's important in this kind of matches is that Alter Ego here still is on part of the top 8 that will be proceeding to the playoffs, because really if you've already secured the top 8 spot, right, what matters now in terms of the points is how you are going to be positioned, right? You're seeding essentially for the double eliminations for the playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, at this stage, I believe it is already secured for Buriram United Esports, for Onic Rise, and Paper Rex into the top 8 spot.
Of course, yeah. I mean, even if you do lose all their matches, on the 6th day of the group stages, they have secured their spot at the top 8.
Yeah, it doesn't matter anymore if they lose it. They're still going to be in the top 8. It's all about positioning into the brackets from here on forward. It's all about those placements into what they will get as opponents to start things off during the playoffs. So it's all about just battling for that position. But this is a little bit of that funkiness that will come through. The top 4 to top 8 is still not secured. Top 4 to top 8 is still not secured. Full Sense and Miraen Sajong in top 8 to top 9 is still that even footing. So it will be a little bit interesting to see how this top 8 positions will come into conclusion next year.
Oh no, yeah, I mean it's quite interesting. Again, like if you are one of the players, you're one of the teams playing in this tournament, obviously, number one, it's an invitational, so it's already an honor to be part of this, but all the more so that you want to get into the playoffs. And it's quite unfortunate that there's only going to be 2 teams that will have to say goodbye for the rest of the team, but for the rest of the competition. But then again, it doesn't necessarily mean that you won't be able to go back into the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League finals, just because of the fact that we still have Winter Tournament, an open qualifier bracket, which you can join in to get another chance to go in for the finals going to Japan. But with that being said, though, for those who are watching still, make sure you redeem this. It's going to be PUACL 2025. We have some gifts for you. It is a what do you call this, a gift set. There you go. So you can get in whatever you see on the screen right now, some Holowear for your trainer and all that. Just make sure you redeem this right now, because this is only a time limited code for you to use.
Yeah, and it's a commemorative gift pack. It's a good outfit for your trainers in the game as a commemoration to Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. But on top of that, during the holidays, it's to celebrate, right? Choose your favorite Pokemon Unite licenses for 5 consecutive days, starting from an all-rounder in day 1 to attacker, speedster, to defender, and last but not least, to a supporter.
And at the same time, after this, again, if you've already gotten all the Pokemon, all of the roster, at least if you get this, you're going to be getting in some Eos coins, which will allow you to get ready to get in that Tinkatonk when it's ready to be purchased with Eos coins. With that being said, though, we now have to give shout outs to our Twitch viewers who can get some drops. We can choose a 1 from 5 Holowears, and at the same time, get a chance to win a Holowear for Pikachu and Crustle as well. And of course, there's also the Eos coins, Eos tickets, and item enhancers for those who still hasn't had level 30 battle items. So make sure you connect your Pokemon Trainer Club accounts to your Twitch and enable drops as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff for the viewers watching at home. Community, and of course, wait, why are you there, huh?
Who's that? I don't know that, dude.
Why are you there?
No, I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is, dude. I don't know who that is.
That's sus.
I don't know who that is, bro. I don't know who that is.
That is sus.
I don't know who that is, bro. Dude, I'm casting here. What do you mean? I'm casting here with you. You know what I'm saying?
That is sus.
I'm casting here with you.
But congratulations to the winners of the giveaway.
The winners are. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to Mixart, to the rest of the crews that has won the Pikachu original keychain, to one of the players who won the official jersey, who's casting right now. I don't know if I should be congratulating him, but yeah.
I don't know.
Congratulations to the rest of the people.
So anyway, going back, for those who are not able to join or weren't invited to join the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, and those who would be, going for the second half of the playoffs, you would still have some chance to go back and play on the Winter Tournament again. This is for APAC East. We're going to have we're going to allow only Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and Thailand to play on APAC West Winter Tournament, and there's going to be 5,000 USD prize pool, and only the grand champion will be flying off to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League finals, getting a spot there and getting flight tickets and hotel accommodations.
Yeah, and now you also have APAC East between the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025 for the Asian playoffs. We also have the Winter Tournament that will occur alongside with APAC West, that will also have 5,000 USD as a prize pool, and the champion team will earn a spot in the finals in Japan.
Right, and again, we have one for APAC East and we have one for APAC West. And for East, as you mentioned, Hong Kong, Macau, Philippines, and Taiwan. And of course, a new addition to this regional, to this region is going to be South Korea. And, we are going to be giving out away the same prize pool, the same hotel tickets, and of course, the same flight tickets as well going into the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. But with that being said, I think we also have to remind them where the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League finals are going to be held. That's going to be in Shinjuku Sumitomo Building Triangle Square in Tokyo, March 29th to 30th. And Infinity, let's take a look at our leaderboard.
Buriram United Esports still top, have sustained their top 1 position all throughout week number 3, in day 4 and day 5 rather of the group stages. And then you have Paper Rex to follow up, Onic Rise in 19 points and 18 points respectively, and Evos Onyx and Alter Ego will follow right after a top 4 and top 5 spot.
See, that's the thing though. Okay, let's look at this way. Elevate, unfortunately for Elevate, right? Even if they do win their last game for day number 2, it's, well, they won't be able to get in on the top 8. That's the first thing here. But the thing is, if Miraen Sejong loses their match on the day number 6 and Full Sense does win their game, then they will be tied up with Blacklist International and Miraen Sejong, right, at 12 points. If that is the case, I think we're going to have to wait for some announcement of what's going to happen, who's going to go up for the top 8 when that happens. Or maybe we might be able to have a like a tiebreaker kind of match. So we have to wait for some announcement if that ever comes into the situation.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate of a sight to see. For Elevate, we talked about this already, because the thing is, coming down next year, I believe there will only be 1 game each for the rest of the teams. For everyone, actually, there will only be 1 game each left for everyone. So it's really unfortunate that Elevate, the maximum that they can get is 8 points, and Full Sense right now is 9 points already. So yeah, so they are really going to have a hard time here. But then again, they still have a chance to get back up to the Asia Champions League finals through the, provided that they win, of course, the winter tournament for APAC East. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, all trainers alike, that has been day number 5 of the group stages of Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2025. We hope you had a good time. And we'll see you again next year, January 11, when we come back for day number 6, the final day of the group stages, only here at Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League. Once again, my name is JJ, and with me is Infinity, and we'll see you all next year.